everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto from Ninja Academy to an Early Grave. Chapter 233 to 271, Chapter 233, The Brand. If your life is going nowhere, sleeping until 11 in the morning is called rotting away in bed like a lazy bum. If you're standing at the peak of life, sleeping until 11 in the morning is called enjoying life. Though in the end, you're still a lazy bum, just a premium golden grade 1. Makoto was fairly lucky. He'd experienced both kinds of life, and had a wonderfully rich resume. In his previous life, he had been full of youthful ambition. Then, after graduation, society hit him with a smooth and merciless combo, so he chose to give up and loaf around instead. In this life, however, he worked hard enough to turn that same behavior into enjoying life. Around 10 in the morning, a mature and increasingly beautiful young woman with crimson hair walked into Makoto's bedroom. Her figure was graceful and curvaceous, her face noble and coldly elegant, while the mark on her forehead gave her an even more mysterious air. Unfortunately, her behavior completely failed to match her temperament. Anoka reached out and yanked away Makoto's blanket. "Wake up already. How long are you planning to sleep?" A certain premium-grade couch potato rolled over and buried his head in the pillow. "No, just let me die in bed. Then don't expect Yugao-chan and me to stay widows for you." Makoto instantly stopped feeling sleepy. "Fine, you win. Anoka, you've changed. You used to be so gentle. Which bastard corrupted you?" Anoka's eyes curved into crescent moons. "Darling, you're doomed now. How dare you call Yugao a bastard? I was wrong. Please, I beg you, forget what I just said. Sorry, my memory isn't nearly as bad as yours. Did you forget what day it is today?" "No, I didn't forget. If I leave now, the timing's perfect." Makoto finished washing up at top speed, pulled Anoka into his arms, kissed her fiercely, then vanished from the room. Feeling the lingering warmth left on her lips, Anoka smiled softly, glowing with the dazed radiance of happiness. Even after being together for several years, she was still addicted to the natural aura surrounding Makoto. It was the kind of irresistible attachment she could never get enough of. For that reason, she was even willing to share that damned bastard with Yugao. Time flew by, and more than 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The timeline had now entered year 63 of Konoha. It was graduation season once again. Today was the day Naruto and the others' class graduated from the Ninja Academy. At the 4th Hokage's invitation, Makoto had returned to the ranks of Konoha's shinobi, taking up the role of Jonin instructor for a rookie genin team, finally completing the missing piece in his ninja career. As for the supposed final destination of all Konoha ninja, the position of Hokage, Makoto had absolutely no interest in it whatsoever. A miserable job buried under endless troublesome paperwork. Whoever wanted it could have it. He certainly wasn't going to waste his life on something like that. Actually, when Tenten, Niji, and Lee graduated the year before, Makoto had originally planned to lead the team containing his eldest disciple. But then Guy came knocking on his door. At present, Lee's physical foundation had already been polished to an exceptional level. He was at the critical stage of advancing deeper into the 8 gates, so Guy intended to personally become his Jonin instructor and guide him at all times. As for Tenten and Niji, they only needed to continue training according to the path Makoto had already laid out for them. There was nothing to worry about. And so, Makoto did not refuse Guy's request and postponed his own turn as an instructor by another year. Unfortunately, the world had already been changed into something entirely different because of him, meaning many iconic moments from the original timeline would never appear. The first minor villain to show up, Mizuki the Jellyfish Sage, no, Mizuki the Chunin, had long since been thrown into Konoha prison to sell his ass, after attacking his comrades during a mission and getting investigated by the ANBU. At this moment, several Konoha Jonin had gathered inside the Hokage's office. Suddenly, Higashino Makoto appeared among them. No one found it surprising anymore. They were already used to this big shot constantly appearing and disappearing like a ghost. At least the fourth Hokage would throw out a kunai before using the Flying Thunder God technique, so people had something to look at first. Makoto had long since moved beyond that stage, practically turning the Flying Thunder God into straight-up teleportation. It was one of the results of his research into spatial techniques, after his strength advanced dramatically. "I'm not late, am I?" Minato smiled slightly. "No. Your timing is perfect." After everyone exchanged greetings with Makoto, they turned their attention back toward the white wall, where footage from the graduation class was being displayed. The image was projected from the spying crystal ball the third Hokage often used. Kushina had confiscated the crystal ball from Sarutobi Hiruzen using the excuse of protecting the safety of all Konoha women, and while doing so, she had also ripped out a handful of the old pervert's beard hairs. After getting his hands on this divine artifact, Minato had taken it one step further and turned it into a projector. But unlike his teacher and the third Hokage, the little son was a proper Hokage, and had no interest in using the crystal ball for such pointless activities. Mainly because, even if he had the courage, he didn't have the guts. Kushina had placed a seal on the crystal ball that allowed her to monitor its usage records at any time. If he dared use it to spy on the women's bathhouse, he could forget about keeping that beautiful blonde hair of his by the time he got home that night. Makoto glanced around and recognized all the jonin gathered here. 3 of them were old acquaintances, Hyuga Takuma, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai. The once rebellious youth had now become a ruggedly handsome man with a beard. After suffering through a series of melodramatic disasters in the Land of Fire's capital, he had finally come to understand how difficult his old man's life had been. 3 years ago, he returned to Konoha's ninja ranks and quickly rose to become an officially registered jonin. At present, he was unleashing the full power of simp techniques on the goddess of his dreams. Honestly, Kakashi and the others deserved some praise as classmates. During the years Asuma had been away, none of them had stolen the gorgeous Yuhi Kurenai out from under him. Inside the projected image, Sasuke, with "I'm cool" practically written across his face, and Naruto, who looked calm and composed, were the 2 handsome boys of the class, causing many of the female students to sneak glances at them while falling into a blissful dilemma over which one to choose. That's right. Uzumaki Naruto was a handsome boy. The 6 whisker-like markings on his cheeks even added a touch of wild charm to his appearance. After all, here both his parents were alive and well, and he was the Hokage's son. He wasn't the stray mutt from the original timeline that everyone hated and despised. Naruto had never lacked nutrition growing up, dressed well, had excellent teachers, and took his Hokage father as his role model. He was one of the Academy's genius students, and constantly competed with Sasuke in every aspect. In terms of image and temperament, he was extremely similar to the Naruto from the Infinite Tsukuyomi Dream World in the original timeline. Which was exactly why so many iconic scenes no longer existed. Makoto held his forehead. He kind of missed that hot-blooded idiot Naruto, who felt like a stray dog by the roadside. Inside the classroom, Yumino Irika was currently announcing the graduation team assignments. Although he hadn't inherited his parents' talent as a shinobi, his ninja fundamentals were rich and solid, and his personality was approachable and patient, allowing him to become Naruto and the others' homeroom teacher all the same. The assignments proceeded in an orderly manner, and soon it was Naruto's turn. Irika read from the list: Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Yes. The moment the team members were finalized, Sakura instantly jumped out of her seat, welcoming the murderous gazes of every girl in the classroom. In particular, Ino looked ready to smash her pink-haired sister's head open on the spot. Naruto and Sasuke locked eyes. Sparks flashed between them, overflowing with romantic tension. Both of them understood that, starting today, their rivalry would shift from the academy to their respective genin team. The pink-haired girl of Team 7 remained pink-haired, and had not turned into a redhead. Karen had also graduated successfully, but she was not in the classroom, and would not be assigned to any team for 2 reasons. First, she possessed a healing constitution equal to Kaori's, perhaps even more overbearing. As her mother, Kaori did not want her becoming a mission-oriented ninja, and only wished for her to live safely within Konoha. Second, Karen's talent in Fuinjutsu was exceptional. She had awakened the Uzumaki clan's unique bloodline sealing technique, adamantine sealing chains, and had already been taken in by Uzumaki Kushina as her student, with the intention of training her into Konoha's next leader in sealing techniques. Karen even possessed the exceedingly rare mind's eye of the Kagura among the Uzumaki clan, practically inheriting all of the clan's greatest traits. Kushina had already begun treating her as the future heir of the Uzumaki clan. So although Karen really wanted to join a normal team, she ultimately chose filial duty over the shinobi path because she did not want her mother to worry. Thus, pink-haired Sakura successfully rose to power. Irika continued, Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. This team hadn't changed much at all, finally giving Makoto a small sense of familiarity again. Kiba, with Akamaru perched on his head, looked full of enthusiasm, while Shino silently adjusted his sunglasses. Little Hinata was poking her fingers together, her gaze drifting toward the handsome version Naruto from time to time. Fortunately, she hadn't transformed into some fiery and sexy Hyuga big sister, and was still the same familiar timid Byakugan beauty. As for why she kept sneaking glances at Naruto, it was because, when she was little and being bullied by Konoha's bratty children, Naruto had rescued her as well. The difference was that Karen had also been there at the time. The two Uzumakis had beaten a whole group of older kids into swollen pig heads. Team 9, Sai, Shin, Kurama Yakumo. The two boys with similarly styled outfits exchanged smiles. Though not related by blood, their temperaments were almost identical to those of real brothers. The pale-skinned girl smiled softly. It didn't matter who she ended up on a team with. Her dream of becoming a ninja had already taken its first successful step. This was a team assignment arrangement that had never existed in the original timeline, all thanks to Higashino Makoto. Sai and Shin had both been pulled out of Danzo's root training base by him, and Shin's body had also been healed by him personally. As for Kurama Yakumo, the girl whose overwhelming spiritual power had left her body frail and barely able to move, it was Makoto who treated and stabilized her condition as well. The Kurama clan had no particular relationship with Makoto. It was actually Yuhi Kurenai who had brought Kurama Unkai to seek his help. Old Master Higashino was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see such a lovely young girl spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Even though he himself had once been the Ninja World's gold medal wheelchair salesman, making this choice was admittedly a little unfair to all those wheelchair shop owners. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji. This team also remained unchanged and was unlikely to ever change. Konoha's Ino-Shikacho formation could only unleash its greatest power when the three clans worked together. Shikamaru drooped his eyelids with a helpless expression. Starting today, his wonderful carefree days of slacking off at the Ninja Academy were officially over. Who knew how many troublesome things awaited him in the future? Choji was furiously stuffing himself with snacks, completely indifferent to the team assignments. As long as he could continue happily hanging out with Shikamaru, everything was fine. As for Ino, the girl had collapsed onto her desk. Emotionally dead. The moment she learned she wouldn't be on the same team as Sasuke, especially after seeing Sakura's unbearably smug expression, she had already died inside. If she couldn't be together with Sasuke, then what meaning did life even have? Irika finally concluded, that's the full list of this year's team assignments. Does anyone have any objections? Ino instantly revived at full health and shouted together with several other girls, we object. Objections denied. Everyone go have lunch first. This afternoon, return here at the usual class time, and wait for your assigned Jonin instructor. The moment Irika finished speaking, he vanished with a body flicker technique. Retreat, retreat. The assignments had been decided by the fourth Hokage himself. Even if his beloved students objected, there was nothing he could do about it. After watching everything from beginning to end, Makoto frowned slightly as he realized something was wrong. With the current team assignments, even without including Tenten's trio, the Konoha 12 would already be complete. Now there were 15 of them. If they all gathered together for a summoning ritual, even the Earth Dragon God wouldn't have enough presence anymore. At that point, they'd need Purunga himself to make an appearance. Sure enough, under the influence of Saint Higashino the great philanthropist, Konoha had become even stronger than it was in his memories. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, The Brand. 1,671 words. As the team assignments concluded, the Jonin inside the Hokage's office gradually departed, preparing to meet the students who would become both their disciples and subordinates that afternoon. Makoto had already reviewed the files and knew which squad each of them would lead. Asuma remained unchanged, still serving as the Jonin instructor for the Inoshikacho trio. The three clans had shared deep ties with the Sarutobi clan since the Warring States era. There was also no reason for Minato to reject the third Hokage's rare suggestion and change the assigned instructor. However, the squad led by Yuhi Kurenai had become Team 9, because Kurama Yakumo had originally been her student to begin with. In fact, if it had been Team 8 instead, she genuinely would not have known how to teach them. As for Sai and Shin, both had previously received root training, and had already begun studying the ninjutsu they specialized in. After leaving root, Konoha acknowledged that they already possessed a solid foundation, and continued providing them with the corresponding ninjutsu scrolls. The instructor for Team 8 had become Hyuga Takuma. This brother of his was an honest man within the clan, but outside of it, he was far more free-spirited. He practically treated Makoto's dojo like his own home. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand in training, he would immediately ask his good brother for advice. He lacked neither talent nor diligence. Perhaps he simply disliked the clan's rotten atmosphere. Or perhaps, with his good brother, he had found a path leading toward freedom. In any case, Takuma was extremely devoted to natural energy training. By now, he had already become one of the Hyuga clan's top experts. Hyuga Hayashi had personally approached the fourth Hokage, and requested that Takuma be assigned as his daughter's Jonin instructor. Additionally, Team 8's composition was the same as Takuma's old squad, so he also knew how to teach Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. Thanks to Miko and Muta, he understood quite a bit about the Inuzuka and Aburame clans anyway. And if all else failed, he could always shut the door and unleash his old teammates. Finally, the remaining Team 7 naturally ended up under Higashino Makoto. As for Hitaki Kakashi, half his ass was already planted in the position of ANBU commander, loyally working himself to the bone for his teacher. Where would he find the time to babysit children? Over the years, the ANBU had always been led by Gekko Komomi, who commanded many powerful shinobi under him. Kakashi, Shursui, Itachi, as well as Yamato, Heiei, and the others, had all grown into figures capable of standing on their own. But over the past 2 years, after seeing his old friends Higashino Jiro and Yuzuki Yuya gradually shift their focus toward natural energy training, how could Gekko Komomi possibly sit still? He had already begun grooming Kakashi as his successor, planning to toss down the bucket and run away once the timing was right. In fact, most of the ANBU's work was already being arranged by Kakashi now. Inside the Hokage's office, only Higashino Makoto and Namake's Minato remained. Minato smiled. Makoto, I'll be entrusting Naruto to you. Not a problem. As long as you're not afraid I'll mess him up. Ahahaha, not at all, not at all. I have faith in both you and Naruto. It's just a shame Naruto doesn't have enough talent for the Flying Thunder God technique. Reaching our level with it will probably be very difficult for him. It's fine if he can't learn it for now. Once his strength reaches a certain level later on, many techniques will become much easier to master. That's exactly why I'm handing him over to you. But Makoto, you can't play favorites. Naruto has me and Kushina, and Sasuke has the Uchiha clan's inheritance. So you'll need to put extra care into Haruno Sakura. Makoto replied, you didn't even need to say that. She's already a student at my dojo anyway. Though I'm curious, why did you arrange for her to join Team 7? Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Well, sometimes that child reminds me of Kushina, so I just ahahaha. Makoto sighed. What heartfelt fatherly intentions. I just hope Kushina-sensei doesn't beat you up after finding out. She's always been quite fond of Karen, you know. Unfortunately, I'm afraid her hopes are doomed. Karen grew up together with Naruto, and completely sees him as her younger brother. Ah, so it's the childhood friends to siblings own route. Wait, does that make it even more exciting? Minato. For the first time, he suddenly felt that handing his son over to Makoto might have been a mistake. After lunch inside the Ninja Academy classroom, the number of students rapidly decreased as each squad was led away by their assigned Jonin instructor. As they left the classroom, quite a few girls seemed to have coordinated beforehand, each one fiercely glaring at Haruno Sakura. The little pink-haired girl proudly puffed out her modestly developed chest without the slightest fear, carrying herself with the attitude of, if you've got the guts, then come beat me to death. As the victor, she feared no challenge. In the end, only the 3 members of Team 7 remained inside the classroom, and the atmosphere gradually began turning strange. Sasuke and Naruto sat quietly in their seats, both seemingly very patient. Sakura paced back and forth, secretly guessing who their Jonin instructor would be. Finally, she turned toward the boy of her dreams. Hey, Sasuke, aren't you curious about who our instructor is going to be? Sasuke did not ignore her. After all, they had grown up together at the dojo since childhood. It doesn't matter. I only hope they aren't too weak. Naruto had 2 strands of blonde hair hanging beside his ears, a hairstyle similar to his father's. People even called him Konoha's little fourth. Unlike in the original timeline, he was not loud and hyperactive. On the contrary, he was rather calm. Sasuke, are you dreaming? That's one of Konoha's Jonin. How could they possibly be weak? Hard to say. If they can't even beat me, then they're not qualified to lead Team 7. Oh? So you think you already have Jonin level strength? How arrogant. As expected of an Uchiha. Bastard Naruto, are you looking down on the Uchiha clan? No. I'm just looking down on you specifically. Sasuke suddenly laughed. Ha, looking down on me? In our matches, you're the one who's lost more often. Sakura immediately chimed in to support him. Exactly. Naruto, talk after you actually beat Sasuke first. Naruto. He secretly clenched his fists, swearing to train even harder in the future. If he could not even handle Sasuke, then how was he supposed to surpass his Hokage father one day? The 2 locked eyes once more, sparks practically crackling through the air. Sakura suddenly felt like maybe she should not even be here. But there was no way she would back down. She immediately joined Sasuke in launching murderous glares at Naruto together. Sakura was a devoted girl. She was not like those fickle girls constantly wavering between Naruto and Sasuke. Her heart belonged solely to Sasuke. That said, she did not dislike Naruto. She just had issues with how he was always picking fights with Sasuke. Silence once again settled over the classroom. Sasuke and Naruto stared at each other for a long time. Perhaps realizing the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, the 2 simultaneously let out a humph and turned their heads in opposite directions. Sakura felt like the awkward atmosphere was driving her insane, and she began viciously cursing that damn Jonin instructor in her heart for still not showing up. Damn it. If you're actually weak, so weak that even Sasuke can beat you, I'm definitely going to stomp you a few times too for wasting my precious time. At that moment, an unfamiliar Jonin pushed open the classroom door. I feel like I just heard someone complaining about me in their heart. Sakura immediately shook her head frantically. No, no, how could that be? Ahaha, are you our Jonin instructor? Yep, that's me. After speaking, the unfamiliar Jonin turned and glanced toward the upper corner of the classroom's sliding door. Sakura blinked. Sensei, what are you looking at? I'm checking whether something familiar might fall from up there. Sadly, nothing did. Sigh, my poor precious memories. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, this teacher is kind of weird. He doesn't seem mentally stable. Sakura hurriedly dragged the increasingly bizarre conversation back on track. Sensei, now that you're finally here, we can start doing missions, right? Missions? What missions? Well, we already graduated and became genin, and you're our Jonin instructor, so shouldn't you be taking us on missions now? Haruno Sakura, I know you're anxious, but calm down a little. We haven't even introduced ourselves or gotten to know each other yet. Sakura immediately replied, then let's hurry up and start introducing ourselves. The unfamiliar Jonin tilted his head. Introductions? What introductions? Let me ask you something. As shinobi, what's the most important thing before taking action? Sakura. Inner Sakura, this bastard is so annoying. Why won't he follow the normal script? Sasuke and Naruto answered at the same time. Intelligence. Correct, as your Jonin instructor, I thoroughly investigated your backgrounds beforehand. But what about you three? You didn't even bother conducting any prior investigation. Because you didn't investigate, you don't even know who I am. As shinobi, making such a huge mistake means you're completely unqualified to graduate. Sorry, but according to my standards, I can't approve your graduation. Go back to the academy and repeat another year. Sakura. It was over. The victory she had only just obtained was gone. She would no longer be able to spend every day together with Sasuke. From this day onward, her life would sink into endless darkness. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, A Somewhat Different Team 7, I. 1695 words. The current Haruno Sakura had at least trained at the dojo from a young age like the others. In terms of individual strength, she was far stronger than the useless Sakura from the original timeline. At the very least, 2 years before her graduation, Makoto had already taught her some ninjutsu, especially in the medical field. But there was no helping it. Children in the shinobi world generally matured early, and at 12 or 13, they were at exactly the age where romance filled their heads and affected their intelligence. All she thought about was that if she could not graduate, she would not be able to be in the same team as Sasuke. She had not considered at all that in a major shinobi village like Konohagakure, information on Jonin, aside from especially famous figures who had made a name for themselves, was classified at a high level. How could academy students or genin possibly find it out? An unfamiliar Jonin, that was Higashino Makoto's wording, and it was entirely meant to make things difficult. The other two members of Team 7 were different from her. With no sour smell of romance in their heads, their intelligence could take the high ground, and after a little thought, they reacted. Sasuke, humph. Boring. Naruto covered his face. I knew it. Makoto, oh? What clever little brats. You've already figured out my true identity this quickly. Sakura, eh? Sasuke, you know. Naruto, you're the Hokage's son, so you definitely know who this Jonin sensei is, right? Makoto did not wait for the two of them to answer and quickly cut in. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, you have passed my test and are qualified to graduate. As for Haruno Sakura, I can only say sorry. So you two, will you come with me now and choose to become genin, or stay behind and repeat a year with her? Make your choice. Sakura stared at Sasuke with watery eyes. Perhaps feeling that Sasuke alone did not provide enough support, she looked toward Naruto as well. She did not want to be held back alone. Not only would she be separated from Sasuke, she would also be laughed to death by that girl Ino. Sasuke, Sakura, are you an idiot? Information on the village's Jonin is classified. How could we possibly investigate it? Naruto, and besides, don't you think this teacher's personality feels really familiar? Sakura blinked, and a light bulb suddenly went on in her head. You're Makoto-sensei, right? Right? It has to be you. Makoto, although I would also love to be as handsome, dashing, humorous, approachable, powerful, and famous throughout the shinobi world as Makoto-sama, unfortunately, you guessed wrong, Haruno Sakura-san. After hearing that, the little pink-haired girl immediately put her hands on her hips and pointed at the shameless teacher. No need to say any more. It's you, sensei. You're way too shameless. Don't you blush when you praise yourself like that? Makoto released the transformation technique and announced the result with a smile. Looks like you're not that stupid after all. That's right. I am your squad leader. Congratulations, you've passed the first stage. Naruto was not surprised. Although his father had not revealed any information for someone assigned as the squad leader of him, the Hokage's son, and the second son of the Uchiha clan head, there was no way it would be some unknown nobody. If it was Higashino Makoto, then he was absolutely the most reassuring choice. Why reassuring? Because Naruto had long known that he was the true Ninetales Jinchuriki. The eight-clawed monster at home was the fake Jinchuriki, merely standing in front to draw everyone's attention for him. Sasuke was secretly delighted. If he could continue training under this man, then surely he would soon surpass his father's expectations. As the second son of the Uchiha clan head, he was under great pressure. After all, the legendary eyes of the clan had already appeared in two people, and one of them was his beloved older brother. Because of that, everyone had turned their eyes toward him, as if saying, since your brother is already that incredible, shouldn't the younger brother be taking off too? Yeah. Sakura first celebrated her great victory in love, then finally reacted. First stage. Makoto-sensei, does that mean there's a second stage or even a third stage? Makoto, that's right. You've only graduated from the Ninja Academy, but whether you can become Genin is decided by me, your squad leader. So I can have as many stages as I want. Now then, all of you, follow me. At a training ground inside Konohagakure, Makoto looked at the three little ones standing before him. Our Team 7 is a little different from other squads, since all of you have trained at my dojo since childhood, so we already know each other. Still, procedure is procedure. Not doing it would make it feel like we're missing a bit of ceremony, so let's do the usual self-introductions. For example, your name, dreams, ninjutsu you're good at, things like that. Now then, who should go first? Sakura, sensei, why don't you start? Although I grew up hearing your legends, I still feel like I don't know enough about you. Sasuke and Naruto did not show much curiosity. They already knew quite a bit about their teacher from their families. No problem. My name is Higashino Makoto. I'm 10 years older than you guys. That's about it. Sakura pouted. What the heck? You're so stingy. That's all information I already knew. Then what do you want to know? Sakura blushed. I want to know if Sensei has some kind of special method. I saw at the dojo that Sensei seemed to have too. Sakura-san, do you still want to graduate or not? Fine, fine. We already know Sensei is extremely strong, but exactly how strong are you? And what's your dream? Makoto summarized it simply. How strong? Probably the strongest person openly active in the entire shinobi world. As for my dream, it's to properly enjoy life. So hurry up and grow stronger already. That way, I won't have to personally step in whenever something happens in the future. Sakura's eyes sparkled. Sensei is amazing. Sasuke caught the loophole. Only openly active. Naruto immediately raised another question. So there are still people hiding in the shadows. Where are they? Makoto shrugged. How would I know? Besides, is that really something tiny little genin like you should be worrying about? Pass my test first. Sakura, you're next. Oh. My name is Haruno Sakura. I'm 12 years old. I'm skilled in water release, earth release, and basic medical ninjutsu. My dream is and in the future I plan to As she spoke, the little girl's gaze drifted toward Sasuke. Then she shyly covered her face and squealed. Who knew how many children she had already imagined having with her dream guy in her fantasies? Sasuke remained unmoved. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I'm 12 years old. I specialize in fire release and lightning release. My dream is to surpass Itachi and Shisui Nii-san, and become the strongest member of the Uchiha clan. Naruto followed right after him. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm 12 years old. I specialize in wind release and fuinjutsu. My dream is to surpass my father and all the Hokage before him, and become the strongest Hokage. In Higashino Makoto's world, Itachi had not become a great filial son, so naturally Sasuke held no hatred in his heart, and still deeply loved his older brother. But at the same time, his brother was simply too outstanding. Together with Shisui, the two of them were like a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan hanging over his head. His father and clansmen had also placed enormous expectations on him. The pressure was overwhelming, but it also made him quietly resolve not to disappoint them. As for Naruto, things were even simpler. As the Hokage's son, he was destined to never allow himself to be mediocre. His dream was not only to surpass the fourth Hokage, but also challenge the first, second, and third Hokage as well. Just like in the original timeline, he still wanted to become Hokage and surpass every previous Hokage, but his motivation was completely different now. It was no longer about earning everyone's acknowledgement, but a desperate desire to prove himself. What a pain. Can't you guys have simple dreams like mine? Makoto scratched his head, then pulled out a bell from his ninja pouch and hung it from his waist. The self-introduction process is over. Now we move on to the third stage. The rules are simple. The three of you can use any method you want to snatch this bell from me. The moment Sasuke and Naruto heard that, they immediately began cracking their knuckles, brimming with fighting spirit. After training at the dojo for so many years, they had never actually fought their teacher before. Because they had not even managed to get past Tenten, the senior disciple. At present, among everyone there, Tenten possessed the highest compatibility with the Senjutsu system because she had accidentally absorbed the very first strand of natural energy transformed by Makoto. On top of that, she had inherited her teacher's initial chakra affinity. After 9 years of training, she had basically become a miniature version of Higashino Makoto. Sakura could not help but complain. Sensei, I think you're just making things difficult for us. There's no way we can beat you. I never said you had to defeat me. You only need to take the bell. Also, I won't use chakra. I won't even use my hands. Only my feet. As for you three, you may use any means necessary. Even if you come at me with the intent to kill, that's perfectly acceptable. Sakura blinked. Sensei, are you sure? I'm sure. Now then, I'll give you 5 minutes to discuss your strategy. I'll stand right here and wait for you. And remember, during this third stage test, I am your enemy. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, A Somewhat Different Team 7-2. 1993 words. In the small clearing of the training ground, Makoto stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely admiring the surroundings, completely unconcerned about the disciples hiding nearby. The aura of a true master was on full display. Hidden among the surrounding trees, Team 7 was whispering among themselves. Naruto said, Sensei likes pranks, but he probably wouldn't lie about something like this. So we still have a chance. Sakura frowned. But Sensei's perception abilities are really strong. Sasuke looked genuinely worried for his teammates' intelligence. Perception is still a type of ninjutsu, isn't it? Doesn't it require chakra too? Naruto nodded. Exactly. So as long as we can catch him off guard, we've got a shot. My dad said Sensei's neural reaction speed is even better than his, so there's no way a direct sneak attack from any obvious angle will work. Sakura, you're the only one here who can use Earth Release. We'll need to rely on you later. Sasuke and I will create an opening for you. Sakura became a little nervous. This was the first time in her life she had been entrusted with such an important role. But after seeing the encouraging look in Sasuke's eyes, she nodded fiercely. Got it. Leave it to me. Sasuke lowered his voice. Naruto, your chakra reserves are the largest. Maybe we can do this. Meanwhile, out in the training field, Makoto stared absent-mindedly at a large tree nearby. Faint traces of the past could still be found on it. Suddenly, a faint whistling sound cut through the air from behind the tree. Several shuriken shot toward the trunk at incredible speed, but just before impact, they collided with one another, changing trajectory and curving in exaggerated arcs around the tree to strike at the target hidden behind it from both sides. Makoto didn't jump away. He merely stepped backward twice and calmly watched the shuriken fly past his eyes. The Uchiha-style shuriken jutsu looked flashy, but after colliding midair, the weapons inevitably lost speed. Rasengan. No one knew when Naruto had hidden himself up in the tree, but the moment Makoto stepped back, he descended with the spinning sphere of chakra in hand and slammed it downward. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Hidden in the shadows, Sakura formed hand seals and unleashed her jutsu, creating a circular earthen wall behind Makoto. It wasn't very tall, nor particularly thick, using only a small amount of chakra, but it successfully blocked off his retreat routes to the left, right, and rear. They were forcing Makoto to move forward and face Naruto's Rasengan head-on. At that moment, Makoto only had one apparent option left: jump upward. And it was obvious there would be a surprise waiting for him up there, because Sasuke had already freed himself up. Fortunately, Makoto answered with the ultimate anti-strategy technique, smashing straight through the wall. Using nothing but raw physical strength, he kicked a massive hole through the earth wall, and escaped behind it before Naruto could hit him. A kunai flew past the wall immediately afterward. That was Sasuke's predicted attack. Naruto's Rasengan smashed directly into the earth-style wall, instantly shattering the poor structure and sending dust flying everywhere. But he didn't stop there. Quickly forming hand seals, Naruto unleashed a simple wind release technique that blew the dust straight toward Makoto. Immediately afterward, the three of them launched volleys of shuriken and kunai into the dust cloud. They really weren't holding back at all. Apparently, they weren't worried about turning their beloved teacher into a pincushion. Inside the dust cloud, Makoto listened carefully to the sounds around him while continuously dodging the incoming weapons. His body moved as lightly as a willow leaf, yet as swiftly as a bee darting through dense flowers. The barrage of projectiles looked chaotic, almost random. But it wasn't random at all. They were using the attacks to force his movement. The moment Makoto leapt out from the weakest side of the dust cloud, he was greeted by a massive fireball head-on. This was the Uchiha clan's signature technique, the Great Fireball technique, but its speed had become even faster after being accelerated by Naruto's wind release. Left with no other choice, Makoto jumped sideways again. But the instant he landed, he sprang upward once more, because a cluster of earth spikes suddenly erupted beneath his feet. This was Sakura's Earth Release, Earth Spears. The coordination between the trio's ninjutsu was flawless. This was the tacit understanding they had forged through endless beatings during their training at the dojo. Makoto had already been forced to the edge of the clearing. Before his feet could even touch the ground again, it was as though he had stabbed a Naruto nest. A whole crowd of Narutos suddenly burst out from the nearby bushes, surrounding him from all sides. What was Naruto's greatest advantage? His enormous chakra reserves. That meant he also knew how to use the human wave tactic known as the multi-shadow clone technique. Of course, this version of Naruto was the intelligent type. He wouldn't recklessly spam the technique and waste chakra for no reason. And right now was the perfect opportunity to let Sensei experience what it meant to be surrounded by boys from every direction. This was the perfect chance to bury Sensei under a mountain of Narutos. The classic dogpile strategy. Narutos from all directions lunged forward with outstretched hands. The sheer density nearly triggered Makoto's trypophobia. His legs lashed out continuously, kicking apart every shadow clone attempting to approach the bells. Worried Naruto wouldn't be able to handle the pain of repeated heavy blows. No problem. The kid had two giant dads backing him up inside his body. His skin was thick, his flesh tough, and his spirit even tougher. Outside the encirclement of shadow clones, Sakura shouted, "Sensei! How can you fight back?" Makoto replied matter-of-factly, "Obviously. I only said I wouldn't use chakra or my hands. I never said I wouldn't retaliate." Sakura thought about it carefully. And he actually had a point. If he really didn't fight back at all, Naruto could just mindlessly bury him under endless shadow clones. So Sakura stopped protesting. Instead, she took the shuriken and kunai Sasuke handed her and started throwing them into the crowd of Narutos, though she carefully avoided actually hitting her teammate. Every single projectile slipped perfectly through the gaps between the clones, as if the whole thing had been rehearsed beforehand. Unfortunately for them, Makoto no longer possessed an ordinary human body. His neural reaction speed was absurdly fast, always allowing him to find space to dodge. Or he would simply hook one Naruto over with his foot and use him as a shield. The result left Naruto with an indescribably refreshing expression. Having his shadow clones repeatedly blown apart by kunai really wasn't something normal people could endure. Before long, all the shadow clones had been cleared out. But just before that happened, Sasuke pulled sharply on his hand, tightening more than a dozen intersecting steel wires around Makoto and trapping him inside. These were the wires he and Sakura had launched earlier, with the other ends connected to nearby trees. Then Sasuke bit one end of the wire between his teeth, while his hands rapidly formed seals, dazzling lightning flashing around them. He was clearly preparing to give someone the full electroshock package. Makoto fixed his eyes on Sasuke's movements. The moment the hand seals began, he recognized it as a lightning release technique, and prepared to burst free from the steel wires with sheer strength. But at that exact moment, a tiny evil hand quietly emerged from underground. It snatched away the bells and immediately fled. Yes. Success. I got the bells. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged smiles. The operation had been executed perfectly. This was the real Sakura. The Sakura outside had been fake all along. After using two earth release techniques, Sakura's chakra reserves had already been reduced by nearly half. The earth-style wall had only looked impressive, but the later earth spears technique was a genuine B-rank ninjutsu, far beyond the normal scope of a genin. So after using earth spears, while Naruto's clones surrounded Makoto, she had quietly slipped underground. The Sakura outside had actually been one of Naruto's shadow clones transformed into her, even going so far as to pretend to complain. Sasuke's steel wires and lightning release had all been distractions. Given Sasuke's current mastery of lightning nature transformation, even if he managed to hit Sensei, it probably wouldn't even be enough to paralyze him. They were fully aware of that. Everything they had done was to create an opportunity for Sakura, the one capable of using earth release. Not bad. Good tactics, and your teamwork was flawless. Alright, you've passed the third stage. Even without using chakra, Makoto's superhuman senses could still detect the movement underground. But this was only a test, not an opportunity to crush a bunch of newbies' confidence. Since his adorable disciples had worked so hard and achieved their objective, then naturally, they passed. Sakura shamelessly stuffed the bells into her ninja pouch. "Sensei, these bells are really meaningful to me now. Just give them to me as a gift, okay? Makoto smiled. No problem. But Sakura, I only said I wouldn't use chakra during this stage. I never said I hadn't used chakra beforehand. That bell was transformed from an explosive tag. And it's already been automatically activated. The chakra inside the explosive tag doesn't count as mine either, so technically, I still didn't break the rules. Ah. The pink-haired girl instantly went numb. She hurriedly pulled out the bell and threw it away. Makoto flashed forward and caught it in his hand. And now it's back in my hands again. Ha! Sensei, why didn't it explode? Remember what I said before the battle started? During the third stage, we were enemies. And yet you actually trusted the enemy's words. Too naive. Naruto and Sasuke fell silent. Sakura was practically on the verge of tears. Had she really thrown away their hard-earned victory with her own hands? Sasuke suddenly spoke up. Sensei, what you said was that as long as we took the bells, we would pass, right? We already took them just now. You never specified how long we had to keep them. Sakura immediately nodded frantically. Right. Exactly. That was the logic. As for how she got tricked into giving them back, she refused to care. They had still stolen them successfully. Makoto blinked. Huh? Is that how it works? Well, fair enough. Clever. After saying that, he tossed the bells back to Sakura. Thank you, Sensei. So is there a fourth stage? Makoto grinned. You already passed the fourth stage. That was it just now. Wait, that's still not right. You skipped from the first stage straight to the third. Where was the second stage? You guess. Naruto scratched his head. The second stage was the choice Sasuke and I made. We didn't abandon Sakura, and we didn't choose to return to the Ninja Academy with her either. Instead, we gave her hints. That means we already passed, right, Sensei? Sakura. Why did she suddenly feel like her teacher was nothing but traps from head to toe? Correct. Makoto nodded, then asked, do you know what this place is? Sakura answered, a small training ground inside the village. That's right. But for me, it has an even more special meaning. My house is very close to here. I started training here when I was just over 3 years old. And today, you all passed your test here as well, officially beginning your own paths as shinobi. So work hard. I hereby announce that from today onward, Team 7 is officially formed. And to celebrate this special day, we're having a gathering at Yakiniku-Q tonight. My treat. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, The Days I Served as a Jonin Instructor. 1885 words. After the rookie graduates from the Ninja Academy passed their supervising Jonin's test, it had basically become tradition for the teacher to treat them to a huge meal at Yakiniku-Q that evening. Over time, this had gradually turned into a custom. If a Jonin was willing to let the genin under their care pass the test, it meant they were fairly satisfied with them as both subordinates and disciples. Naturally, the next step was to deepen the bond between both sides. They couldn't exactly leave people with the impression that they were stingy. If word got out, how were they supposed to survive in Konoha afterward? When supervising Jonin from the same generation happened to be close with each other, they would even arrange gatherings together. For example, Higashino Makoto, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and Hyuga Takuma. Unfortunately, Guy's team was away on a mission and not in Konoha. Otherwise, they would have been invited too. Inside the Yakiniku restaurant's large private room, the 12 graduates of teams 7 through 10 were gathered together, creating a lively uproar. They were the finest batch of seedlings from this year, and even from the last several years, the future pillars of Konohagakure. Sadly, the brats were still too young to drink alcohol. Unlike the small private room next door, where the table was covered in empty bottles, and a certain chain smoker was happily puffing away through clouds of smoke. Honestly, the fact that Asuma and Kurenai had fallen for each other really wasn't without reason. One was a nicotine addict, while the other had already begun showing the potential of a future alcoholic. Unlike Makoto, who only enjoyed the occasional drink and absolutely refused to smoke. A major reason he hadn't even lived to 40 in his previous life was because he had smoked far too much. Takuma raised his glass again. Come on, a toast to peace. Hopefully our adorable subordinates never have to experience war the way we did. After draining her drink in one gulp, Kurenai teased, Takuma, you really are absurdly optimistic. Takuma laughed. Being optimistic is still better than being pessimistic. Besides, judging from the current state of the ninja world, peace seems like it'll continue for quite a long time. Asuma shook his head. It'll end someday. This world never lacks ambitious people. And the longer peace lasts, the more unbearable it becomes for certain individuals. After spending several years living outside Konoha, the third Hokage's son seemed to have understood many things. The rebellious edge he once carried had faded somewhat, replaced by a trace of concern for the future. Makoto smiled slightly. Oh? Sounds like Asuma-senpai has quite a few thoughts on the matter. I heard you wandered around as a ninja for a while before joining the 12 Guardian Ninja under the daimyo. Did those experiences lead you to some kind of realization? Asuma took a slow drag before replying. A realization, huh? Nothing that dramatic. I just used to think the most important thing in the Land of Fire was either the Hokage or the daimyo. But now I understand that neither of them are. Takuma blinked. Then what do you think truly matters? Asuma pointed toward the large private room next door. The future. Makoto nodded. That's true enough. No matter the era, the next generation capable of inheriting the correct ideals and will is always the most important thing. Takuma grinned. Makoto, your explanation's way simpler. Unlike Asuma-senpai, making everything sound all mysterious like some gloomy philosopher. Kurenai murmured softly, but that atmosphere makes him feel mature and charming, doesn't it? Takuma. More like the smell of tobacco. He downed another mouthful of alcohol, genuinely unable to understand this Onizen's bizarre taste in men. Asuma suddenly looked toward Makoto. Makoto, do you think organizations like shinobi and shinobi villages, these groups that exist semi-independently from the ordinary world, will continue forever? Of course not, Makoto answered calmly. There's no such thing as an organization that lasts forever. There are only organizations best suited to the current era. Once the greater environment changes someday, shinobi and shinobi villages will naturally change along with it. You really don't need to worry about that. Asuma nodded slightly. Then hopefully, before that change arrives, the great villages can avoid starting too many more wars. Takuma suddenly chuckled. Speaking of which, if the first Hokage and that man from the Uchiha clan had truly unified the ninja world back then, do you think the 3 great wars afterward would never have happened? Asuma shrugged. Well, who knows? Kurenai tilted her head thoughtfully. Maybe. Perhaps peace in that kind of world would have become the norm. Makoto shook his head. Kurenai, you're overthinking it. That wouldn't have happened at all. Once the conflicts between shinobi villages disappeared, the conflict between shinobi and ordinary people would simply become the mainstream contradiction instead. And chakra and ninjutsu aren't some mysterious powers impossible to learn. Once the ordinary world gained enough strength, war would still break out between both sides. Takuma laughed. That's not necessarily true, Makoto. With your current strength, you could probably unify the entire ninja world yourself, right? Why not give it a try? Makoto took a sip of alcohol before answering flatly, I could. And then what? The people unwilling to lose their power would secretly gather together, using all kinds of slogans and justifications to incite endless rebellions and resistance wars. If I truly wanted to eliminate that possibility, the only way would be to brutally purge the ninja world several times over and use absolute slaughter to terrify everyone into submission. He slowly swept his gaze across the room. You people really want me to do something like that? The three of them immediately shook their heads. Who knew what kind of monster Higashino Makoto would become after drowning himself in endless slaughter? At that point, he might turn into a tyrant who would cut even them down the moment he felt irritated. Asuma crushed out his cigarette. Maybe this is just the fate of shinobi. Right now, every major shinobi village is trying to recover its strength. For all we know, the next war could break out at any moment. The only thing we can do is properly train our disciples so they'll have enough strength to face whatever changes the future brings. Takuma sighed. What a terrifying cycle. Is there really no way to change any of this? There is, Makoto replied. There is, brother. Just not now. Opportunities will always appear eventually. What matters is whether we can seize them. After that, everyone felt the topic had become a little too heavy, so they stopped discussing it, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed again. Makoto greatly enjoyed this kind of leisurely life. Ever since his strength had reached its current level, there was no longer any need for endless bitter training. The only thing left was to comprehend the world's underlying laws of existence. Living happily and maintaining a deep interest in everything around him was also a form of understanding. As for changing the current state of the ninja world, the world would continue moving forward on its own. All he needed to do was guide things along at certain moments, and make sure the ninja world wasn't destroyed by certain lunatics. Trying to forcibly impose the ideologies and systems of an ordinary modern world onto this supernatural world was both arrogant and a thankless waste of effort. After becoming an official shinobi, Haruno Sakura had originally believed that an exciting life full of adventure awaited her, just like the stories in the ninja novels sold at bookstores. She had even fantasized countless times about fighting side by side with Sasuke, bravely stepping in front of him during dangerous moments, getting injured for his sake, moving him deeply, and then watching their relationship rapidly grow closer. Instead, what reality greeted her with was finding cats, walking dogs, babysitting children, maintaining Konoha's public facilities, cleaning river channels. Every single fantasy she had ever held about being a ninja was shattered bit by bit through endless D-rank missions. It wasn't as though she didn't know such missions existed. She just felt that talented shinobi like them should have been assigned far more important tasks. Konohagakure wasn't really a village anymore, it was becoming an increasingly modernized city. In recent years, advances in technology and population growth had caused the amount of daily garbage to increase more and more. Standing beside a section of river clogged with massive piles of trash jammed against the floodgate, the foul stench nearly turned the little pink-haired girl's face green. How could they make a beautiful girl like her do something like this? But after seeing Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto calmly step onto the water's surface and begin seriously cleaning without a word of complaint, Sakura gritted her teeth and joined in as well. She wasn't just a girl who loved daydreaming. She was also a shinobi educated by Konoha. For love, for love. She continuously encouraged herself in her heart. As the supervising jonin, Higashino Makoto naturally didn't need to do the work personally. However, after noticing that the river pollution had become even worse than before, he felt he absolutely needed to bring it up with the fourth Hokage later. There was a real need to strengthen the residents' civic education so they would understand what it meant to protect the environment. It was about time to raise the quality of these unruly civilians. The low-level missions continued. No matter how mature Sasuke and Naruto might have been, they were still only 12-year-old boys. After enduring D-rank missions for a while, they finally reached their limit as well. One day after finishing a mission, Sasuke was the first to protest. Makoto-sensei, how much longer are we supposed to keep doing these boring missions? At the side, Sakura nodded furiously in agreement. Exactly, exactly. How can you call them boring missions? Makoto replied lazily. This is also a form of training, you know. Being a shinobi isn't only about training and fighting. Understanding society is an essential part too. But Shursui Nizan told me that back then, you people didn't spend this long doing low-level missions. And did he also tell you what kind of situation the ninja world was in when we graduated? That was during wartime. It's true that many genin were sent out after only completing the minimum quota of low-level missions. And then many of them died on the battlefield because they lack sufficient strength and experience. So if you aren't afraid of dying, then tomorrow we can go accept an S-rank mission instead. Let me think, how about assassinating the Tsuchikage? Sakura and Sasuke both stared blankly. They only wanted a slightly more exciting ninja life, but wasn't their teacher's suggestion a little too exciting? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Sensei, what we mean is it's probably about time to move on from D-rank missions. Alright, I got it, Makoto said with a wave of his hand. Since all of you agree, then starting tomorrow, we'll begin taking higher-ranked missions instead. He smiled meaningfully. Everyone, make sure you prepare yourselves mentally. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 238, That Legendary Mission. 2,272 words. Tazuna was a bridge-building expert from the land of waves. The country he came from was a tiny island nation with little territory and a small population. During the war, it had been a strategic point contested between Konohagakure and Kirigakure. After the war, however, it became a neglected no man's land, routinely preyed upon by rogue ninja and unscrupulous merchants alike. The great nations did not care, but as one of the most well-known figures in the land of waves, Tazuna refused to give up hope. Yet the bridge he had pinned all his hopes on, a massive structure connecting the island to the mainland, kept facing threats from the merchant Gato during construction. Tazuna knew Gato would not stop the bridge from being completed. But once it was finished, the bridge that was meant to bring hope to the people of the land of waves would most likely fall entirely under Gato's control. That was something he absolutely could not allow. This time, after purchasing several construction materials scarce in his homeland from the fire capital, he did not return to the land of waves with the rest of the caravan. Instead, he headed to Konohagakure, intending to hire a squad of ninja to help him escape his predicament. The problem was that he had already spent nearly all the money he had on hand. He could not afford to issue a high-level mission, so he concealed a great deal of information and only submitted a C-rank escort request. At present, he had already remained in Konoha for several days without anyone accepting the mission, and he was growing increasingly uneasy. After all, concealing mission intelligence was an extremely serious matter. In truth, he only knew that Gato had ninja working under him. He had no idea who they actually were. But no matter how you looked at it, any mission involving ninja should be at least B rank or higher, and Tazuna could not afford that kind of payment. That morning, before Team 7 gathered, Makoto arrived at the Hokage's office. Minato handed him a file and said, "Makoto, haven't Naruto and the others been complaining non-stop about wanting to take on higher-ranked missions outside the village? Take a look at this." Makoto quickly skimmed through the document. It contained the recent intelligence gathered by the Umbu regarding the land of waves. Konoha might not care much about the land of waves, but that did not mean they would completely ignore it. "This Gato guy really isn't behaving himself," Makoto remarked. "He got rich doing business with the land of fire, yet he still secretly shelters missing nin from other villages. Even the legendary demon of the mist, Momochi Zabuza. If the Umbu hadn't investigated things beforehand, and a normal squad had been sent instead, they could have easily been wiped out on the spot." Minato smiled. "Exactly. That's why I plan to hand this mission over to you. It solves the problem while also giving Naruto and the others valuable experience." "So," Makoto asked, "how far do you want me to take this?" "As for Zabuza, whether he lives or dies is up to you," Minato replied. "But Gato has already crossed the line. He needs to disappear. Afterward, Konoha's merchant guilds will take over his company." "And what about Tazuna?" Makoto asked. He concealed critical mission information. Scare him a little and leave it at that, Minato said. He's highly respected within the Land of Waves. He can help us quickly establish influence over that strategically important island nation. All right. Got it. Inside Konoha's mission assignment hall, Makoto walked in with the 3 little members of Team 7 behind him. The trio were burning with excitement. They had already made their preparations, and were finally about to leave behind those boring low-level missions, and begin their true ninja careers. When the staff member in charge of assigning missions spotted Makoto, he smiled and said, "Makoto-sama, your squad really is hardworking. Same as usual today." "Nope. If we keep doing D-rank missions, these little brats are going to nag me to death. Find me a C-rank mission outside the village." "Ha ha ha, is that so? Alright then, let me take a look." The staff member pretended to examine the mission list before saying, "How about this escort mission? The client is waiting outside right now, so you can depart immediately." "Is that so? Then we'll take this one. Tazuna-san, please come in. A squad has accepted your mission." Soon, a middle-aged to elderly man staggered in reeking of alcohol, still carrying a liquor bottle in hand. At first glance, he looked incredibly unreliable. There was no label on the bottle. Makoto sniffed the scent drifting from it. It was the cheap smell of low-quality bulk liquor. Apparently, this man had not gone broke from spending all his money on alcohol. If that had actually been the case, Makoto would only have one thing to say. "You'd have deserved whatever happened to you." Hick. The old man let out a drunken belch and squinted at the 4 members of Team 7 through blurry eyes. One adult ninja who looked utterly unmotivated, plus 3 obvious rookie genin. "So you're the ones who accepted my mission, huh? You all look pretty weak." The 3 little brats instantly looked displeased. If not for the rules, they would have wanted to beat the hell out of this bastard on the spot. Makoto said flatly, "A C-rank mission only pays that much money, and you still want to be picky. Are you here to deliberately cause trouble? We already accepted the mission, so are you coming or not?" All right, Tazuna muttered. "Looks like I don't have much choice. Hopefully you people are at least somewhat reliable." "Don't worry," Makoto replied. "If we run into danger, we'll definitely run very fast. You absolutely won't need to worry about our safety." "Tazuna. I'm worried about my own safety, damn it." If they traveled at a ninja's pace, the 4 members of Team 7 could have reached the Land of Waves in a very short amount of time. But Tazuna was an ordinary person. He obviously did not possess the superhuman mobility of ninja. So this would end up being a rather ordinary journey. After more than a day of travel, the squad finally left Konoha's sphere of influence. To the 3 little brats, everything around them now felt fresh and unfamiliar. Watching their reactions, Tazuna felt increasingly hopeless. "So they really are rookies leaving the village for the first time," he muttered. "That's honestly pretty worrying." Naruto and Sasuke could not even be bothered to respond to him, but the little pink-haired girl was having none of it. She immediately snapped back, "Old man, you've been whining non-stop since yesterday. Are you looking down on us Konoha ninja or something? Goodness, what a bad-tempered girl. At this rate, nobody's ever going to want to marry you." That single sentence instantly applied an anger buff to Sakura. "Bastard. I'm gonna kill you." Sasuke grabbed Sakura with one hand and subtly signaled toward a puddle by their feet. The little pink-haired girl puffed up her cheeks and decided to temporarily spare their client's life. "By the way," Tazuna asked, "where's your team leader? Why haven't I seen him at all?" Naruto replied calmly, "That's none of your business. With us around, protecting you is more than enough." At that very moment, 2 figures suddenly burst out from the puddle the group had just passed, charging straight toward the bridge-building expert with murderous intent. In a body flicker, Sakura instantly appeared in front of Tazuna, kunai in hand as she shielded the client. She might have been furious that the old man cursed her to never get married, but as a ninja of Konohagakure, her professional ethics were still excellent. The two enemies were dressed strangely and moved at incredible speed. Between them stretched a sharp-bladed chain. Whether ninja or civilian, anyone caught in it would instantly be twisted into several bloody chunks, leaving no intact corpse behind. But Naruto and Sasuke were even faster. The two moved simultaneously, one from each side, each delivering a kick that slammed the enemies into each other and knocked them unconscious on the spot. The Naruto and Sasuke of this world had trained in the dojo since childhood. Their strength was far beyond that of the original timeline. As for the two Kirigakure missing nin following Momochi Zabuza, Gozu and Meizu, although they possessed Chunin-level ability and carried the intimidating title of the Demon Brothers, their actual strength was mediocre at best. They could not even withstand a single hit before instantly getting taken out, completely failing to live up to the terrifying aura of their entrance. Sasuke and Naruto were visibly excited. This was exactly the kind of mission they wanted. Defeat enemies. Protect the target. Perfect. Flashy outfits, trash tier strength. Bad review. At some point, Makoto had already appeared beside the Demon Brothers and casually delivered his evaluation. Then he looked toward Tazuna. They were targeting you. If I remember correctly, the mission you commissioned was only C rank. But now enemy ninja have appeared, and they're Kirigakure missing nin at that. Tazuna-san, you concealed mission-critical information. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, then our mission ends here. Well. Actually, I didn't know either, Tazuna was completely numb. The heart that had been hanging in suspense all this time finally died for good. Ordinarily, Konoha would pursue accountability for your deception, Makoto continued. But considering you're probably about to be brutally murdered by your enemies anyway, we'll let it slide. In that case, you'll just have to head back on your own. Please, you absolutely can't do that. Tazuna instantly unleashed the legendary art of Dajiza apology, throwing himself to the ground while tears and snot streamed down his face. After explaining the real situation, he pleaded desperately, "Please, I beg Konoha to help me. If I go back like this, not only will I die, but my poor daughter and adorable grandson will also be killed by Gato." The three little brats were only 12-year-old kids. They had never seen anything like this before, and all of them were affected by the tragic scene in front of them. Especially Sakura. She was a kind-hearted girl. "Sensei. Are we really just going to ignore this? Oh dear, what a difficult situation," Makoto sighed theatrically. On one side, there are the village regulations. On the other, the ninja principles Konoha upholds. Whatever should we do? I've got it. Since there are 4 of us, let's settle this democratically. Continue the mission or return now, you decide for yourselves. Looking at Tazuna's pitiful state, Sakura spoke first. I vote to continue the mission. Even if he's really annoying, we can't just stand by and let his daughter and grandson get killed. Her teammates had only just begun their long-awaited ninja lives. There was no way they would willingly turn back halfway through. Sasuke snorted. Humph. I agree to continue. Those 2 guys just now weren't enough to satisfy me. Naruto grinned. I'm in too. We'll just treat it as a mission upgrade. I'm sure Tazuna-san would be willing to pay the additional commission afterward, right? Tazuna did not dare object. I will. Absolutely. I'll raise the money once we get back. Makoto nodded. All right then. 3 votes to 1. Motion passed. Mission continues. Yes. Inside her heart, Sakura made a little victory gesture to herself. This was not only the victory of love. It was also the victory of justice. Which meant that love really was justice after all. Humph. Sasuke maintained his cool pose, though the slight curve at the corner of his mouth showed he was in a good mood. Naruto pointed at the unconscious enemies. Sensei, what about those two? Are we just leaving them here? Makoto's previously relaxed expression suddenly turned stern. Naruto, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? The only good enemy is a dead enemy. Since you were the ones who decided to continue the mission, then deal with the trouble yourselves. So they were really going to kill people now. Even after years of training and being raised from childhood with a ninja's education, when faced with actual killing, hesitation still surfaced in their hearts. No matter what, this was a hurdle they had to overcome. The first to move was Sasuke. After a brief moment of mental preparation, the cold handsome boy stepped forward, drew a kunai, paused for an instant, then slit Gozo's throat in one motion. Afterward, he looked toward Naruto, his gaze complicated yet openly provocative. Naruto did the same thing. He slit Meizu's throat. Sakura had gotten lucky. There were only two enemies, so it was not her turn. But the shock she experienced was no less than that of her two teammates. At this moment, they finally understood that being a ninja was not a game, nor was it only about passionate battles. There was also merciless killing. If you had never seen blood, then you could not call yourself a ninja. Seeing that both disciples had completed their first kills, Makoto sighed softly. This is the life of a ninja. Now you should have a deeper understanding of what that means. And one more thing, since you yourselves agreed to continue the mission, then you'll have to deal with the difficulties that come afterward on your own. A reminder, the enemy is very strong. If you respond carelessly, you'll die. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, That Legendary Man. 1,686 words. In the original timeline, Kakashi had been rather lazy. But Makoto was different. He wasn't the type to wait until the last minute before teaching his students, like cramming for exams in the final month of senior year. He had already told Team 7 many of the practical details and field experience related to mission execution in advance. As for training knowledge, they had learned that long ago at the dojo. But knowledge gained from books always remained shallow. To truly understand something, you had to experience it yourself. Because of that, not long after the 5 of them left Konohagakure, Makoto disappeared, leaving everything for the 3 members of Team 7 to decide on their own. After dealing with the demon brothers, Sasuke began cleaning up the scene, removing the bloodstains from the ground and concealing traces of the battle. Naruto sealed the enemy corpses into a storage scroll. Once they returned to Konohagakure, they could hand them over to the intelligence division for processing. Their entire sequence of actions flowed smoothly, perfectly following the standards Makoto had taught them. This was the first time Sakura had ever seen someone killed, and the ones doing the killing were her own teammates. A kunai slicing open a throat, blood spraying out in torrents. 2 lives had ended just like that, no different from slaughtering a chicken or gutting a fish. Her hands trembled slightly, but after seeing the calm actions of her 2 teammates, she took several deep breaths of the faintly blood-scented air and forced herself to calm down. Staying beside Tazuna protectively, she vigilantly observed the surroundings in case the enemy had any backup plans. Sakura understood that in terms of strength, she couldn't compare to Sasuke or Naruto. They would handle the fighting. Her job was to stay by the client's side at all times and ensure his safety. After everything had been taken care of, the 4 gathered together and moved to another location for a brief rest. Intimidated by the battle and the killing he had just witnessed, Tazuna no longer dared to casually provoke the Konohagakure shinobi. No matter how young they were still ninja. They would kill without hesitation. Sakura asked Sasuke, "What should we do next?" "Maybe we should ask Sensei." Sasuke replied, "We were the ones who decided to continue the mission. Sensei already said the rest would be up to us." "But isn't that a bad idea? I mean, we only just became genin not long ago. I think." "Sakura." Sasuke looked at her. "Don't do things that make me dislike you." I understand. Naruto spoke up. Tazuna-san, how much do you know about the ninja working under the businessman Gato? Tazuna apologized, sorry, everyone. Gato is an extremely wealthy businessman. I know most of his ordinary thugs, but when it comes to ninja, I really don't know much. Still, because the Land of Waves is in a special location, and from what I've heard from sailors passing through, Kirigakure was very chaotic a few years ago. Quite a few missing nin appeared, and many of them were active in my country. I think the ones Gato hired are probably some of them. Sasuke nodded. That should be right. Those two earlier were wearing Kirigakure forehead protectors. Naruto recalled what he knew about Kirigakure. Which means there are still accomplices behind them, and there's a very high chance one of them is at Jonin level. Sasuke's face filled with arrogance. A Jonin, huh? Things are finally getting interesting. Sasuke, the priority of our mission is protecting Tazuna, not just fighting. Humph. I know that already. I don't need you to tell me. Then from now on, we need to move faster. You and I will take turns carrying Tazuna-san while we travel. For the remainder of the journey, the three members of Team 7 maintained constant vigilance, but they encountered no further obstacles. After arriving at a seaside town in the Land of Fire, Tazuna found a friend who regularly traveled between the two countries doing small-scale trade. The men ferried the four of them by boat to the shores of the Land of Waves. It was the first time the three members of Team 7 had ever left their country, but none of them had the mood to admire the foreign scenery. Once they reached this place, the enemy no longer had to worry about attracting Konohagakure ninja during battle. An ambush could happen at any moment. Sure enough, while passing through an open riverside area, a sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out from the silent forest behind them. Watch out, X2. Sasuke lunged forward and pushed Sakura down, while Naruto grabbed Tazuna. The four instantly ducked low, narrowly avoiding the sudden sneak attack from behind. It was a massive executioner's blade that flew over their heads, before burying itself deeply into a large tree ahead of them. When they looked up, they saw a tall ninja standing atop the blade's handle with his back facing them. He turned his head slightly, looking down on them with contempt as killing intent poured from his body. The newcomer had short, capable-looking hair, and wore his Kirigakure forehead protector crookedly. Everything from below his eyes down to his collarbone was wrapped in bandages, making his appearance impossible to discern. It was none other than the Kirigakure missing nin known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist, Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza sized up the composition of the group and probed them aloud, oh. So it's three little brats from Konohagakure. Judging by your age, you must have just graduated, right? Where's your Jonin team leader? Naruto replied, sorry to disappoint you, but the client could only afford the payment for a C-rank mission. That kind of money isn't enough to hire one of the village's Jonin seniors. A mission like this would probably only be accepted by an unimportant genin squad like ours. Brat, are you screwing with me? My two subordinates were killed by you, weren't they? Strength like that doesn't look like some neglected genin. Naruto shrugged. And yet that's the truth. Mainly because those two were just too weak. Is that so? Then it seems your lives end here. Still, if you hand that old man over to me, I can overlook the matter of you killing my men. I'll even let you leave alive. Was Zabuza showing mercy? Of course not. He didn't believe Naruto's words in the first place. Even if there really wasn't a Jonin leading them, unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to kill Konohagakure ninja. Doing so would bring a chain of troublesome consequences and interfere with his plans. Sorry, but Konohagakure ninja have never had the habit of handing over their clients just because we're afraid. Brat, since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Naruto carefully examined the man's weapon. Then you must be the legendary demon of the hidden mist, the wielder of the Kubikurabocho, Momochi Zabuza. Oh? Didn't expect even Konohagakure genin to have heard of my name. Since you're at least perceptive enough to recognize me, I'll make your deaths quick. You won't suffer for long. The lists of jonin from the various ninja villages were top secret intelligence, but for certain famous figures, identifying traits and information could still be gathered. Zabuza was one of those people. A ruthless figure who had slaughtered every classmate in his graduating year, then failed in his assassination attempt on the Mizukage yet still managed to escape alive. Back then, he had shaken the entire ninja world. Sasuke's blood began to boil with excitement. The legendary demon of the hidden mist, he should be pretty strong. Naruto answered, very strong. Seeing the two brats suddenly getting excited instead of frightened, Zabuza inexplicably developed a bad feeling. But for a ninja, a mission was a mission. No matter what, it had to be completed. Water release, hiding in mist technique. Zabuza immediately cast his opening jutsu. Very quickly, the entire riverside area became engulfed in dense white mist, visibility dropping to nearly nothing. 8 vital points: the throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Now then, which one should I choose? The oppressive voice echoed from all directions, creating an atmosphere of terror. The source drifted unpredictably, making it impossible to determine where the speaker actually was. This was the assassination technique Zabuza prided himself on, the silent killing technique. Using the mist to conceal his position. Using killing intent to intimidate the enemy. Using words to create panic. Then, the moment his opponent revealed an opening, silently approaching and harvesting their life in an instant. The 3 members of Team 7 quickly gathered around Tazuna, forming a protective formation. Naruto said, "Sakura, stay beside Tazuna, and don't move a single step away from him." "I got it." Sasuke asked, "Naruto, can't you use wind release to blow away this annoying mist?" "I can try, but don't get your hopes up. There's plenty of moisture here. Zabuza won't need much chakra to maintain the hiding in mist technique." Wind release, great breakthrough. It was only a simple C-rank jutsu, but with Naruto's monstrous chakra reserves backing it, the effect became absurdly powerful. It was practically like a hurricane sweeping through the area, instantly blowing away more than half the surrounding mist. Their field of vision suddenly cleared. That relaxed Sakura and Tazuna a little. People naturally preferred relying on their eyes. But soon enough, the mist began surging back once more. Just as Naruto had said, they were close to the sea, with a river nearby as well. The battlefield conditions overwhelmingly favored Kirigakure ninja, who specialized in water-based combat. Just as the 4 relaxed slightly before tensing up again, a thin stream of water silently flowed across the ground. Right in the middle of their formation, it instantly transformed into a humanoid figure wielding a massive blade and swung horizontally at them. Die. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 240, 2 Heroes vs. the Demon of the Mist. 2,164 words. Unfortunately, Zabuza's sudden charge and assassination attempt failed to achieve its intended effect. Sasuke's reaction speed far exceeded his expectations. Almost the instant Zabuza raised his blade, Sasuke appeared in front of him, blocking the massive sword with a kunai while the kunai in his other hand swiftly slashed across the enemy's throat. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly raised a leg and kicked Sakura, and the Tazuna behind her flying away together before being cut across the throat by Sasuke's blade. Splash! Zabuza collapsed to the ground and turned into a burst of water. It was only a water clone. When Sakura and Tazuna were kicked away, Naruto immediately rushed after them, leaping past the pair and smashing another clone that had attempted a sneak attack into a spray of water droplets with a Rasengan. Zabuza's first assassination attempt had failed. The mist gathered once more, and the atmosphere fell silent. Team 7 regrouped together, protecting Tazuna in the middle. This time, Naruto did not blow away the mist again. Instead, he created dozens of shadow clones that formed a protective perimeter around them. No helping it, having enormous amounts of chakra really did let you do whatever you wanted. Zabuza suddenly felt a splitting headache. This was supposed to be some overlooked genin squad from Konoha. Yeah right, as if he'd believe that bullshit. Kid, you're not very honest, are you? Your teammate is an Uchiha, and you possess monstrous amounts of chakra. And this is what you call an unvalued squad in Konoha? One of Naruto's shadow clones replied, can't be helped. Konoha has way too many talented people. A Tsutomu Uchiha and someone like me with just a bit more chakra than normal don't even rank that high. Beside him, Tsutomu spun within each of Sasuke's eyes. He had never experienced sacrificing a teammate. He had never witnessed his older brother slaughtering their parents. His Sharingan had fully awakened through Higashino Makoto's training system, by training in release chakra to a certain level until the dojutsu naturally manifested on its own. At the time, the entire Uchiha clan had been greatly encouraged by this development. It completely proved that they could awaken those legendary cursed eyes without having to endure unbearable suffering. Now Zabuza had fallen into a dilemma. He no longer believed a single word Naruto said. Not even the sentence particles. This squad definitely had a Jonin instructor accompanying them. The only question was where that person was hiding. Maybe they had temporarily stepped away for some reason. Yet within the range covered by the mist, Zabuza could not sense anyone else present. Now he had no choice but to end this quickly. And that meant using his real body personally. Water clones were useless against those two brats. They only wasted chakra. After making his decision, Zabuza charged straight out, and began hacking apart Naruto's shadow clones with his blade, instantly plunging into a one-against-many battle. One man against dozens of shadow clones. Sasuke also drew his weapon and blended into Naruto's clone group, launching a relentless series of taijutsu attacks against Zabuza. Relying on the advantage of his oversized blade, Zabuza quickly cut down more than half of the annoying shadow clones. Then, during his taijutsu exchange with Sasuke, he used the superior strength of a fully grown adult to forcibly kick Sasuke backward. After that, he spun around and swung several more slashes, eliminating the rest of Naruto's shadow clones as well, displaying astonishing taijutsu and swordsmanship. But at that moment, Naruto and Sasuke's ninjutsu had already reached him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. This was the pair's combination ninjutsu. Wind amplified the flames, making the attack unbelievably fast as it shot toward him in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, Zabuza could only hurriedly form seals, and use a simple water release wave to block it. But how could that possibly stop the combined wind and fire assault? The water release was blown apart on the spot, as the fused ninjutsu slammed directly into Zabuza head-on. Gah! With a miserable scream, Zabuza was swallowed by flames. When the fire finally dissipated, only a half-charred corpse remained on the ground. The sight was horrifying, and its breathing was weak. Sasuke and Naruto both let out relieved sighs. They had actually defeated a powerful Jonin. Not just any Jonin either, but a famous shinobi known throughout the ninja world. This was practically the greatest victory and biggest accomplishment since the start of their careers. But now was not the time to start celebrating early. After the burnt corpse stopped breathing, Naruto drew another kunai and forcefully hurled it at Zabuza's body. After all, their teacher had said before that making sure to finish off enemies was a good habit. Boom! The corpse exploded and transformed into a snow-white rabbit. Sasuke, substitution technique. Naruto, crap. Get down. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Momochi Zabuza, who had secretly hidden himself away, had finally completed that absurdly long string of hand seals. A massive water dragon descended from the sky and slammed directly into the center of the four-person formation. In the ensuing chaos, they were forced to leap in different directions. Naruto and Sasuke landed on one side, while Sakura took Tazuna and jumped the other way. The distance between them was not very great by shinobi standards. But their opponent was an experienced Jonin. The danger level instantly skyrocketed. Just as the two boys tried to regroup with Sakura again, Zabuza emerged from the water and blocked the squad's two main combatants by himself, one blade per opponent. Haku, move. Ice release secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Around Sakura and Tazuna, mirrors of ice suddenly rose up from every direction. A figure merged into the ice mirrors, and before long, every mirror reflected his image. All of the reflections simultaneously raised their hands and unleashed a dense barrage of Senbon needles. Sakura was not weak. But her mental fortitude was still inferior to that of her teammates, who had already killed before. At first, she had been intimidated by Zabuza's killing intent, and now, trapped in this tense battle, she could not even bring out half of her abilities as a shinobi. She only had enough time to raise a circular earthen wall to block the left, right, and rear directions. Then she positioned herself in front of Tazuna, and desperately used her kunai to deflect the Senbon needles as best she could. But no defense could last forever. Haku's Senbon needles came in overwhelming numbers, and the attack angles were viciously tricky. Before long, Sakura had been turned into a human pincushion, letting out a string of miserable screams. Sasuke was a classic tsundere. On the surface, he found her annoying and thought Sakura only dragged the team down. But after being teammates for so long since graduation, he had already come to regard her as an important companion. Now, hearing his teammates' screams, he became frantic with anxiety. The two tomo in his eyes spun wildly, and in that moment of desperation, a third tomo emerged on the spot. "You bastard, get the hell out of my way." Relying on the explosive increase in his ocular power, Sasuke hit Zabuza with a glare-powered genjutsu. Then he kicked him flying toward Naruto, while he himself rushed straight toward Sakura's location at top speed. Lightning release, Chidori. Dense currents of electricity crackled like the cries of 1,000 birds. Holding Chidori in his hand, Sasuke shattered every ice mirror blocking his path, and charged directly into the battlefield. Only after seeing Sakura standing there like a pincushion, yet still stubbornly shielding Tazuna, did he finally let out a huge sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't dead, that was enough. At the same time, Zabuza's thoughts stalled for an instant after being disrupted by the three-tomo genjutsu, allowing Naruto to slam a Rasengan into his lower back. With a scream, Zabuza was instantly reduced to half dead. Seeing that his ice release was utterly ineffective against Sasuke, the masked pretty boy immediately realized he was no match for the enemy. Completing the mission was impossible. The moment he heard Zabuza's scream, he abandoned the target altogether and flashed to Zabuza's side, blocking Naruto's follow-up attack. The battle came to a halt. Both sides had suffered injuries, but Zabuza's side was clearly at a disadvantage. Their main combat force had gone down, while Konoha's two primary fighters were still full of energy. On top of that, the Uchiha brat had awakened a three-tomo Sharingan. How the hell were they supposed to keep fighting this? They couldn't. The enemy had literally unlocked a cheat mid-battle. Absolutely shameless. Naruto cautiously stared at the newly appeared opponent and asked over his shoulder, "Sasuke, how's Sakura?" "She's fine. Just injured. She won't die." Haku helped Zabuza up. "I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama. I failed to complete the mission and disappointed you." "No need to apologize, Haku. They're stronger than expected. Take me out of here first. Their Jonin instructor could return at any moment." "Yes." Haku was just about to flee with Zabuza when he suddenly noticed the surrounding temperature plummeting at an astonishing speed. That sensation. He knew it far too well. The rich moisture in the air rapidly condensed into a massive frozen canopy, like an enormous bowl sealing off the entire area. "Zabuza, troublesome." "Haku, this is ice release. Impossible. Could there really be another member of the Yuki clan besides me?" At some unknown point, Higashino Makoto had appeared in front of them. "Come on, just look at how manly and handsome I am. Obviously, I'm not one of your clansmen. Ice release is actually super easy to learn. Want me to teach you?" "Haku. The last bit of hope in Zabuza's heart died instantly. So the Jonin leading this squad of brats was you all along. No wonder they're so young yet possess such shocking strength. That blonde brat really didn't have a single honest word coming out of his mouth. Looks like someone among them has a very special identity, if a person like you was sent to be their teacher. Oh? So Zabuza-san knows me. Zabuza looked rather speechless. Higashino Makoto Dano, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about your own fame? When I was still part of Kirigakure's ANBU, the file on you in the Intelligence Handbook was the longest, and the most despair-inducing. Konoha's shield. Hellwind Demon. Master of the Flying Thunder God technique. Possessor of the first Hokage's would release. Independently developed an unknown bloodline ninjutsu. Before even reaching adulthood, you single-handedly defeated a Kumogakure force that included the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. And now it seems you can even use ice release. You've been absent from the ninja world for so long. I imagine your strength has already reached a level beyond our understanding. Wow, am I really that famous? That amazing? Haku silently thought, this guy who can also use ice release doesn't seem very serious. Zabuza replied seriously, yes. Extremely famous. Publicly acknowledged throughout the ninja world as the second god of shinobi. In fact, even dying by your hand would be an honor for me. Please do it, sir. Why would I kill you? Zabuza suddenly felt like his thought process and Makoto's existed in completely different dimensions. Does that even need a reason? Makoto pointed at Haku beside him. You should thank the kid next to you. He's so soft-hearted he barely feels like a shinobi. If he'd been even a little more ruthless, my adorable students would already be dead. Haku, yeah, he really is too soft. Hearing that, Haku lowered his head with a blush. He really had held back during the fight. Otherwise, with that girl's terrible combat experience, she and the mission target would have already been turned into sieves by his Senbon needles. Of course, he now understood the truth. He had never actually possessed a chance to kill them in the first place. If he had shown even the slightest real killing intent, he and Zabuza would probably already be corpses by now. Alright then. Thanks to both of you for providing battle experience to my students. You're free to leave now. Zabuza looked somewhat dejected. So we were nothing more than sparring opponents for those brats. Makoto shrugged. What else would you be? Got a problem with that? No. None at all. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Oh, right. Don't go back to Gato. Recover from your injuries and return to Kirigakure instead. I heard the village has stabilized again. They might even welcome your return. Especially the Yuki clan kid beside you. He's completely unsuited for wandering around as a rogue ninja with you. Someone that soft-hearted might end up getting himself killed someday. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 241, Chapter 241, The Pitiful Land of Waves. 1,687 words. Haku took Zabuza and left. The only reason they had survived this time was because Higashino Makoto had generously spared them after seeing that the two of them had actually done a pretty decent job as sharpening stones. After experiencing a brush with death, the demon of the mist suddenly realized a lot of things. All this time, none of his plans had ever been about becoming the Mizukage. What he truly wanted was to resist the absurdly cruel system that had continued to plague Kirigakure to this very day. That was also why he had slaughtered all his classmates during the graduation exam. Though admittedly, that was still pretty insane behavior. But that was the reality of shinobi. Most people in this profession simply couldn't think of any better way to solve problems. The only thing they knew how to do was pick up their weapons and use the most primitive form of violence to achieve their goals. Zabuza felt that if Higashino Makoto had not lied to him, if Kirigakure's order really was slowly improving, then he wanted to go back and see it for himself. No matter what, he was different from the other rogue shinobi of the mist. Zabuza had always deeply loved the village where he was born. His moral standards were far higher than lunatics like Kurisuke Raiga or Munashi Jinpachi. Otherwise, there was no way he would have tolerated Haku's constant acts of kindness. Sasuke looked somewhat surprised. "Sensei, you're really just letting them go?" "Of course." Makoto looked at him. "Do you think I did something wrong?" "No. I just feel like your way of doing things is very unshinobi-like." "Maybe. But I think shinobi are still people. We're part of this world too. Sometimes killing is just a method, it isn't the solution to every problem. I also don't want you kids growing into the kind of people who solve every issue by killing." Naruto fell into thought. "Sensei, if people could truly understand one another, would the world become a better place?" "Of course not. Every person is an independent individual with their own thoughts and desires. How could everyone possibly understand each other? Could you understand the bastard who murdered your parents?" "So, Naruto, where exactly did you get such a naive idea from?" Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. "I read it in a novel. Dad said it was the philosophy of his sensei, Jiraiya-sama." Makoto did not look surprised in the slightest. "I knew it had to be that old pervert. At his age, he's still wandering around outside all day searching for his so-called child of prophecy." Sasuke frowned slightly. "Child of prophecy? Does something like that really exist? Does it matter whether it exists or not?" Makoto said. "Sasuke, would you give up training hard, and just wait for the child of prophecy to come save you?" "Of course not," Sasuke answered firmly. "Then what would even be the point of my life? My future has to be created by my own two hands." "Good. Very spirited answer." Naruto then asked, "Sensei, then what do you think it would take to make the world better?" "That?" Makoto shrugged lightly. "That's not something you can explain in just a sentence or two. Later on, you can go browse the archive room at the dojo. On the shelves under Shinobi Society, there are some things I've written over the past few years. They might help you find your own answers." "I understand." Not wanting to fall behind his rival, Sasuke immediately added, "I'll read them too." By then, the pink-haired girl had already removed all the Senbon needles from her body. She looked miserable, but her injuries were actually very light. That little cross-dressing boy Haku had been far too soft-hearted. He had basically been giving his opponent acupuncture treatment. Out of all those Senbon, not a single one had struck a vital point. Makoto placed a hand on her shoulder, and chakra infused with yang release power swept through her body, instantly healing all her injuries. Sakura looked a little dejected. "Sensei, am I useless?" "No. You did well. At the very least, you didn't panic and abandon your client to save yourself. The fact that you kept standing in front of Tazuna the entire time already proves you have courage. But remember today's lesson. Don't expect every enemy you meet to spare you. Someone like Haku, with kindness like that, is an extremely rare breed among shinobi. So his name is Haku. Yes. Maybe you'll all meet again someday. Don't be too surprised when that happens." He waved a hand. "Come on. Bring Tazuna-san with us. Time to continue Team 7's mission." Tazuna's home stood at the edge of the town, not too far from the bridge still under construction. But the sight before them dealt a tremendous shock to the three kids, all of whom were leaving the land of fire for the first time. Dilapidated old buildings. Pedestrians with lifeless expressions. Shops stripped bare from lack of resources. And everywhere they looked, beggars and homeless children filled the streets. This was a level of misery they had never once witnessed in either Konohagakure or the land of fire. None of the three had ever imagined that a small nation like the Land of Waves could be impoverished to such an extent. It wasn't just poor, it was chaotic as well. Groups of street thugs carrying swords and axes swaggered through the streets openly and arrogantly. Whenever they saw someone they didn't like, they would walk right up and start beating them. Even stray dogs passing by would get kicked for no reason. According to Tazuna, they were all subordinates of the wealthy businessman Gato. After dinner, during tea break, everything they had seen during the day left everyone unusually quiet. Holding his teacup tightly, Tazuna spoke with a pained expression. This is my country. It's already dying. Everyone has given up hope, but I can't. So please, I'm begging all of you to help me. Help me finish building the bridge. It's the land of waves' only remaining hope. Naruto replied, that's our mission, so of course there's no problem with that. But Tazuna-san, when we crossed the strait, we saw that the bridge was already close to completion. I think that without someone like Gato quietly allowing it, there's no way you could have gotten this far. In other words, once the bridge is finished, he'll probably still end up controlling it anyway. That bastard is obviously just using all of you. He'll get a cross-sea bridge without spending a single coin. So what are you going to do after that? Tazuna trembled slightly. I know everything you're saying. But this is the only way I could think of to reignite hope in everyone's hearts. Naruto continued, even if we help you get rid of Gato, I think another scumbag merchant like him will just appear sooner or later. So how will you deal with that then? You can't possibly hire ninja every single time, right? That doesn't solve the root problem. Ninja operate under rules and systems. We can't just carry out large-scale slaughter against ordinary people. At most, we can only drive them away. And once the ninja leave, it'll be easy for them to come back again. Then everything will return to square one, and nothing will have changed. Maybe. Tazuna said softly, once people's hope is rekindled, things really will begin to change. Sasuke crossed his arms. That's how it should be in the first place. There are far more of you than there are of Gato's men. As long as you unite, you can protect yourselves, protect the bridge, and slowly make your country better. What a bunch of idiots who don't understand anything. Isn't living peacefully good enough? Why come here just to die? A gloomy mocking voice drifted down from the staircase. The speaker was Inari, Tazuna's grandson, a gloomy-looking little brat around 7 or 8 years old. Sasuke had no intention of indulging him. We're not going to die. The only people who get threatened and intimidated by those bastards, then picked off one by one, are cowards too afraid to resist. The kid instantly broke down. Stop talking big. What do you even know? Everyone who opposes Gato dies. You'll die too. Naruto replied calmly, dying while resisting is still better than rotting away at home. Then go die already. After shouting that, the boy ran back into his attic room again. Sakura looked confused. Sensei, what about the Land of Waves daimyo? His country's become like this, and he just doesn't care. Makoto smiled faintly as he explained, why would he care? Taking money from Gato is a lot easier than collecting taxes from the citizens. As long as his own interests aren't affected, that's enough for him. Isn't he afraid that Gato might replace him? Not at all. There are unspoken rules in the shinobi world. No matter how small a nation is, its daimyo holds the same status as the daimyo of the great nations. Anyone who dares lay a hand on a daimyo will quickly be eliminated. Sasuke frowned coldly. A daimyo who doesn't care whether his own people live or die has no reason to exist in the first place. Someone like that should just be killed. What a shame, Sasuke. Makoto shrugged. We're legitimate ninja, not rogue shinobi. We are absolutely forbidden from targeting daimyo. TCH. That's seriously irritating. Makes us ninja feel like bodyguards for a bunch of useless trash. You're not wrong, Makoto admitted. That's the rule the shinobi world has operated under for hundreds and thousands of years. No one ever tried to change such a disgusting system. Of course they did. But they all failed. It's not something easy to accomplish. You'd need to completely overturn the entire structure of the current shinobi world. Real change requires countless lives to be thrown into the fire. Or the arrival of a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 242, Chapter 242, Gato, 300 against 3, the advantage is mine. 1,784 words. In the days that followed, Team 7 remained constantly at Tazuna's side, protecting him. Meanwhile, construction on the bridge accelerated under the workers' relentless efforts. Although some laborers resigned out of fear of Gato's retaliation, many still chose to stay. The bridge carried all of their hopes. The closer it came to completion, the brighter the fire of hope burned in their hearts, and the less willing they became to let Gato seize it for himself. One day in early June, at Tazuna's home, Team 7 had escorted their client to the construction site, leaving only Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, and his grandson, Inari, at the house. That morning, two fierce-looking swordsmen barged in. Without a word, they tied Tsunami up and took her hostage. The one-eyed man said, "Why's she the only one home? Where's that old bastard's grandson?" The man in the hat replied, "Probably hiding somewhere. I'll go look." Tsunami silently prayed that her son had hidden himself well while desperately trying to buy time aloud. "Aren't you just trying to take us hostage? Having me is enough. My son isn't home." The man in the hat naturally didn't believe her. He searched the entire house inside and out but found nothing. The one-eyed man cursed, "So what now? Who knows where that damn brat ran off to? If I find him, I'm chopping him into 7 or 8 pieces." The man in the hat shrugged. "Whatever. The woman's enough." The two of them then carried Tsunami away. Up in the attic, Inari hugged the memorial photo of his stepfather, Kaiza, while hiding motionlessly in the corner. His whole body trembled violently with fear. Just moments ago, the man in the hat had already discovered him. But strangely enough, the man had acted as if he couldn't see him at all, allowing him to escape disaster. Yet now his mother had been taken away. Soon, she would probably end up just like his father, murdered by those people. His grandfather, and everyone he knew, would all be killed too. Makoto suddenly spoke, "Curious why that guy couldn't see you." The sudden voice nearly made Inari throw the picture frame out of his hands, but he quickly reacted. "You did that? Right, you're a ninja. It had to be you. Please save my mom. She'll die." Makoto replied calmly, "Of course I can save your mother. But, Inari, this time, we're here. What about next time? What happens when more bad people come knocking in the future?" I don't know." "No. You do know." Makoto pointed at Kaiza's photograph. "Your grandfather told us about him. I think that man already taught you what you should do. But I'm scared. You saw it yourself just now. Fighting back means death. Not fighting back also means death. Fear is useless. Since that's the case, why not try resisting?" Inari stared at the photo in his hands as memories of his time with his stepfather surfaced one after another. Soon, his trembling stopped. Grinding his teeth, he stood up, grabbed his weapon, and rushed out the door. He was a smart child. He knew his own strength alone was far too weak. So he had to use his actions to awaken everyone else's courage. Even if no one chose to follow him, he would still charge forward alone. Just like that blonde-haired ninja brother had said. Dying on the road of resistance was better than rotting away at home. In the shinobi world, the overwhelming majority of ordinary people living outside the ninja villages had no real understanding of the power ninjas possessed. And that led to many unbelievably stupid decisions. For example, everything Gato was doing today. Ever since Zabuza had left with his men, Gato had grown increasingly convinced that ninjas truly couldn't be trusted. Furious, he gathered every subordinate he had and decided to kill those troublesome Konoha ninjas today, completely shattering the old man's fantasies once and for all. Not only did he intend to seize the bridge for himself, he also planned to keep Tazuna under his control. Since the old man was a bridge-building expert, then he could obediently keep making money for him from now on. As for ninjas, in Gato's eyes, no matter how powerful they were, could they really fight 100 men alone? The other side only had 3 people. He had at least 300. The advantage was his. He could bury those damn brats under sheer numbers alone. And so he aggressively marched his forces straight toward them. The two sides confronted each other atop the unfinished bridge. Looking at the massive crowd of subordinates behind him, Gato wore a smug expression. The thugs carrying all kinds of weapons stared at the ninjas and workers before them with cruel grins. Soon, they would chop every last one of these people into pieces. The 3 members of Team 7 stood in front of the workers without the slightest trace of fear. Meanwhile, the workers behind them were filled with both terror and rage. These bastards had finally decided to steal the fruits of all their labor after all. Gato sneered, "Old man, instead of obediently finishing my bridge, you actually dared to hire ninja to deal with me. You think 3 little brats can do anything to me?" Tazuna shouted angrily, "Bastard. This is our bridge, not yours. Don't even think about taking it away." "Oh really?" Gato waved a hand and dragged over the bound tsunami. "Then tell me now, who exactly does this bridge belong to?" "Tsunami." Tazuna was furious and desperate but completely helpless. In the end, he could only plead with the ninja. "Please save my daughter." Sakura glared at him. "You despicable coward. Using someone's family as a threat, how shameless can you get? Cowardly. You ninja have no right to say that." Gato sneered mockingly. "If you're not afraid of dying, then come save her. There are only 3 of you brats. I'd like to see how you think you can beat me." "Oh? You want to compare numbers?" After speaking, Naruto formed hand seals and unleashed the multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant, hundreds of Narutos appeared across the bridge. When it came to human wave tactics, Uzumaki Naruto was the real expert. "No way. That's fake, right? I've seen ninja tricks like this before." "Yeah, it's called the clone technique. Just an illusion to fool people. But what if they're real?" The thugs immediately fell into panic. Even with people trying to explain things, not a single one dared step forward to test it. Seeing the situation turning bad, Gato roared, "They're illusions. All of them are illusions. What the hell are you scared of? Attack them. Kill them. Anyone who kills a ninja gets 10 million ryo." Money was the greatest source of courage. Heavy rewards always produce desperate men. Driven mad by the enormous bounty, everyone charged forward screaming at the top of their lungs. And very quickly, they suffered a brutal beating. Sasuke, Sakura, and the swarm of Narutos used sharp, lightning-fast taijutsu to show them exactly how enormous the gap in strength between ninja and ordinary people truly was. They didn't even use kunai. With nothing but their fists, they beat the gangsters until they cried for their mothers, filling the bridge with screams and wails. "They're all real. How can there be so many of them? Are ninja demons or something?" The battlefield instantly descended into total chaos. Still, very few people actually died. The vast majority of the armed thugs merely ended up with shattered bones. It couldn't be helped. Ninja had rules. They were forbidden from carrying out large-scale slaughter of ordinary civilians in public. Doing so would create widespread fear and completely turn ordinary people against the ninja world. Every major hidden village had similar regulations. Even Kirigakure's purges of hidden bloodline clans were carried out secretly, with all evidence erased afterward. Makoto had already explained this to Tazuna before. And Tazuna understood something clearly. Once Konoha's ninja left, Goto's men would come back again. Gritting his teeth, he turned toward the construction workers and shouted, "We can't let them leave alive. Beat these bastards to death. They've been trampling all over us this whole time. Tazuna's right. Kill them. Beat these pieces of trash to death." The workers grabbed nearby tools and viciously began finishing off the groaning thugs lying on the ground. Right then, a crossbow bolt suddenly shot in from behind and pierced one thug straight through the throat. Inari had arrived with reinforcements. Leading a crowd carrying farming tools and kitchen knives, he rushed onto the bridge. Countless citizens of the Land of Waves who had long suffered under oppression had now become warriors, venting all their rage upon these bastards. Seeing this, Naruto dispelled the multi-shadow clone technique and said to Sasuke and Sakura, "That's enough. Let them handle the rest themselves." Neither objected. Sakura had already vented her anger, while Sasuke had little interest in beating up ordinary people. Still, when he noticed many thugs trying to flee by ship, he used fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique, and blew up every vessel they had arrived on. Now, those men had only two possible fates. Either they would be beaten to death by the enraged citizens of the Land of Waves, or they would drown in the sea. Either way, it had nothing to do with them. Unfortunately, Goto himself was a slippery little rat. The moment he sensed things going wrong, he fled by boat with several trusted subordinates. But Sasuke was convinced the men wouldn't escape. Out at sea, Makoto suddenly appeared aboard the ship. With nothing more than a slight glare, Goto's subordinates collapsed to the floor as corpses. Goto instantly dropped to his knees. "Ninja-sama. Please spare me. I'll give you all my money." Makoto patted the short man on the head. "At least you know how to recognize the situation. But it's not enough. I don't just want your money, I want all your businesses too. Go back and organize everything properly. Someone will come take it over." "Yes. I'll organize everything properly." The fear vanished from Goto's face. Makoto had planted a genjutsu into him, turning him into an obedient puppet. And not only that, his mind had also been tampered with. Once he finished everything he had been ordered to do, he would obediently go die. Under the cover of legitimate shipping businesses, this man had secretly been running drug trafficking and human trafficking operations all along. He absolutely deserved to die. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 243, Chapter 243, The First Joint Chunin Exams Between the Five Great Villages. 2002 words. The cross-sea bridge connecting the Land of Waves to the Land of Fire had actually already been close to completion before Team 7 accepted the mission. If Goto had truly wanted to destroy it, the people of the Land of Waves would never have had the chance to build it this far. Tazuna understood this very clearly in his heart. Once the bridge was completed, Goto would most likely immediately resort to force to seize it. That was why, taking advantage of his final trip to the capital of the Land of Fire to purchase supplies, he had gone to Konohagakure to hire a team of ninja for assistance. Konohagakure had long since investigated the problems within the Land of Waves. Once the bridge opened, travel between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves would become vastly more convenient, effectively strengthening Konoha's control over the region. Compared to Hiruzen, Minato's methods of governance had changed considerably. The times were advancing, and he had keenly noticed the increasingly frequent trade and economic ties between nations across the world. The old methods were no longer suited to the current international situation. For the surrounding small and medium-sized nations, while maintaining military deterrence, the fourth Hokage had accepted Makoto's suggestion and established an official Konoha Merchant Association to strengthen economic control over neighboring countries. This was actually somewhat taboo. Konoha was purely a military organization. If it also became involved in economics, the daimyo would probably lose sleep over it. That was why what Konoha established was only a merchant association, used to regulate the village's commercial market, and that of surrounding regions, rather than a profit-seeking trading company. Though secretly it still engaged in the work of a trading company, such as taking over Gato-S Corporation this time, at least on the surface, it was not being done so openly as to invite criticism from the official authorities of the Land of Fire. After the wealthy merchant Gato and the thug organization he had gathered were wiped out, Tizuna officially established a local self-defense security corps using the young people who had participated in the battle that day as its foundation, while also inviting more skilled workers to join the construction effort. As a result, the bridge's completion was greatly accelerated. Before that, Tizuna came to ask the 4 members of Team 7 for their opinion. He wanted to name this bridge, which had rekindled hope among the people of the Land of Waves, the Konoha Bridge. The 3 little brats, Naruto and the others, thought it sounded great. They were Konoha ninja, after all. Having such a meaningful bridge named after Konoha made them feel honored as well. Makoto, however, did not agree. He merely suggested that Tizuna use words like hope or courage, something meaningful to the people of the Land of Waves themselves. After asking for everyone's opinion, Tizuna ultimately chose the name. Courage Bridge. Hope had always existed, but without the courage to seize it, everything would remain nothing more than an illusion. The day Courage Bridge officially opened was also the day Team 7's mission came to an end. On the newly completed bridge, Tizuna brought many people to see them off. Inari had completely shed his former gloomy, timid image and become bright and confident. Recently, he had also grown very close to the 3 members of Team 7, receiving some taijutsu training guidance from them. Now that it was time to part, the kid puffed out his chest and smiled brightly, even though his eyes poured tears like faucets that refused to shut off. Naruto nii-san, Sasuke nii-san, Sakura-san. Thank you. Sasuke found the little brat much more tolerable now, but he still kept up his usual arrogant tsundere expression. Stop crying already. Humph. Sakura said, don't stop training, okay? We'll come back to check on you later. Naruto added, remember what I told you. And become even stronger than your father. That's the only way you'll be able to protect everyone. Inari wiped away his tears and nodded heavily. Yeah. I'll remember. Completely unlike the touching, hot-blooded farewell scene on their side, the atmosphere between Makoto and Tizuna was something else entirely. That delinquent teacher quietly whispered, Mr. Tizuna, remember to pay the remaining mission fees afterward. Please rest assured. We absolutely won't default on the payment. Tizuna answered decisively. Now that the bridge had been completed, earning money would no longer be a problem. In the future, ordinary bandits and thugs should be something you can handle yourselves. But if you encounter ninja enemies, I believe you know where to ask for help. I understand. Tizuna was an old fox. Some of his fellow workers had informed him that Gato-S company had recently been taken over by unfamiliar merchants. He knew those people were definitely from Konoha. Well then, we'll be heading back to Konoha now. Goodbye. On the way back, Sasuke was already impatient to start the next mission. After training for so many years and receiving guidance from his family, the academy, and the dojo, what he needed now was more real combat to sharpen himself further. Hey, sensei, what's the plan after we get back? Makoto replied, the plan? We've been out for so long, so of course we're taking 2 days off to rest properly. Sasuke immediately objected after hearing that. That's unnecessary. We need more missions to temper ourselves. High-level ones. Naruto nodded in agreement. Exactly. At least C rank and above. B rank or A rank would be even better. Sakura lacked confidence, but she also didn't want to openly oppose Sasuke, so she suddenly remembered her team leader's delinquent tendencies. I heard all of Sensei's reputation was farmed off Cloud Ninja anyway. So how about we go assassinate the Raikage? Anoki narrowly escaped disaster. The 4th Raikage, however, had now entered the candidate list. Naruto and Sasuke. What we wanted was combat experience. Not suicide. The two of them still had enough self-awareness to understand that, with their current level of strength, challenging the strongest lightning release armor would be no different from seeking death. Makoto said, "You two really are motivated. Though I'd love to satisfy your enthusiasm, unfortunately. There isn't enough time." Sakura blinked. Time? What do you mean? Did you forget? In a few days, it'll already be July. The Chunin exams, you know. I heard this year's going to be especially exciting. Of course, if you don't want to participate, then just pretend I never said anything. Naruto immediately dropped to his knees. Sensei, I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you, make sure to sign us up. Sasuke instantly changed targets of affection. Humph. The Chunin exams, huh? Sounds pretty interesting. Sakura. She often felt out of place among her teammates because she lacked enough desire for battle. Could it really be that only by transforming into a berserk female warrior would she earn Sasuke's favor? Inner Sakura, that's right, that's right. Let this queen handle it. Actual Sakura, absolutely not. In late June, the Midyu Jonin squad meeting, which normally would have been held at the end of the month, was moved several days earlier due to special circumstances. At the meeting, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, said, "Everyone, we have officially received replies from the other hidden villages. In addition to Sunagakure and the surrounding villages, which had already agreed to participate earlier, Hyomogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure have also formally decided to send teams. Therefore, this July's Chunin exams will become the first joint 5 Great Ninja Villages Chunin exams in shinobi history, a grand exchange gathering for the finest genin from every nation. At that time, a large number of outsiders from other villages will flood into Konoha. For us, this will be an unprecedented test. Not only must we display Konoha's overwhelming strength, but we must also handle security properly. While ensuring the safety of personnel from every nation, we must also prevent them from infiltrating the village. Now then, let us begin discussing the exam procedures and work arrangements for this Chunin exam. Ever since the one country one village system had been established in the shinobi world, there had never been a Chunin exam jointly attended by all 5 great ninja villages. Even the 5 Kage summit had only been held once, back during the era of the first Hokage, in the Land of Iron. And now, taking advantage of the Chunin exams, the 5 Kage might once again gather together, this time in Konoha. Why might? Because the itineraries of the 5 Kage were absolute state secrets. They would never openly confirm whether they were coming, nor would they directly reveal when they would arrive. Would they come or not? If they came, they came. Probably only Minato himself knew the answer. But regardless, Konoha had to prepare the proper reception arrangements. Naturally, this was recognition of Konoha's status, but it was also a severe test. Everyone enthusiastically threw themselves into the discussion. Even though they all knew perfectly well that the true purpose of the visitors was mainly to observe just how powerful Konoha had become. First, the 3-stage exam structure would remain unchanged, but the content of the exams and the chief proctors needed to be decided. Especially for the final stage. The 5 Kage and the nobles from various nations would not remain in Konoha for long, and would only watch the finals. Therefore, unlike previous years, the 3rd exam would be scheduled 1 month after the 2nd exam, leaving enough time for important figures from every nation to arrange their schedules. After the discussion concluded, Minato said, "Then everything will proceed according to today's plan. Department Head Fugaku, Department Head Komomi, Department Head Inoichi, the security work both inside and outside Konoha will be entrusted to the 3 of you." Yes. Times 3. The 3 respectively represented Konoha's police force, ANBU, and intelligence and interrogation division. During this Chunin exam period, they would need to strengthen cooperation with one another to ensure that no accidents occurred. When the time comes, Advisor Hamura will handle reception duties, while Advisor Koharu will arrange accommodations within the village and maintain proper distance between the personnel of each village to prevent conflicts from breaking out between them. The various villages all held grudges against one another. If they stayed too close together, the hot-headed shinobi might start fighting before the exams even began. Leave it to us, 4th Hokage. ×2. Although the two elderly veterans still carried the title of advisors, they no longer truly possessed advisory authority. Moreover, after witnessing this grand event in Konoha, they had already decided to formally retire. After arranging everything, Minato finally said, "The teams sent by each nation for this Chunin exam will undoubtedly consist of elite genin. Therefore, in order to display Konoha's potential, while also avoiding excessive participant numbers, I have decided to reduce the number of Konoha genin teams participating. Now then, among this year's newly graduated class, are there any jonin who wish to recommend their students?" Might Guy immediately spoke up, Lord Hokage, you can't cut my team. I didn't let them participate last year. If they miss something this lively again this year, I'll get cursed when I go back." Minato laughed. "Don't worry. With the strength of Tenten, Niji, and Lee, even if you wanted to withdraw them, I wouldn't agree." "Ahahaha, then I'm relieved." After receiving a satisfactory answer, Guy glanced toward several of his friends. After all, his disciples were extremely proud, and the only people they truly acknowledged were the companions they trained alongside at the dojo. Makoto stood up. Team 7 of this year's graduating class, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. In the name of their supervising jonin, Konoha Jonin Higashino Makoto, I formally recommend them for participation. After him, Hyuga Takuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and Saratobi Asuma each registered their own students as well. Minato was very satisfied and approved all of them. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, Konoha's Genin Observation Squad. 1912 words. After Team 7 completed the Wave Country mission, they only carried out a few D and C rank missions not far from the village. But their minds had long since stopped being focused on that. As July drew closer, new faces poured into Konohagakure every single day. Some were wealthy merchants and tourists from various countries. Others were participating genin teams from smaller shinobi villages nearby. Konoha's 4 outer perimeter patrol divisions were on maximum alert. As 2 of the 4 division commanders, Higashino Jiro and Yuzuki Yuya personally led patrols every day. The military police force was running around non-stop, while the Umbu had fully mobilized to eliminate every possible threat to Konoha. With both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi possessing Mangekyo Sharingan, nobody could pull tricks right under their noses. Anyone stubborn enough to try would instantly behave after getting hit with a genjutsu. The Konoha genin who had decided to participate in the exams were also starting to feel nervous. Every genin from another village could potentially become their future opponent. Quite a few of those foreign genin looked hard to deal with at first glance, fierce expressions, bizarre outfits, all kinds of strange appearances. Unfortunately, the kids still didn't understand one truth. The stronger someone truly was, the less they needed flashy clothes to intimidate people. The panda-eyed guy carrying the giant gourd was the lone exception. Among all of Konoha's residents, probably only the local businesses were overjoyed, making a fortune off this grand event. If the authorities hadn't directly imposed price caps on goods and services, they would have happily raised prices tenfold just to teach these country bumpkins from outside what Konoha's ruthless locals really meant. The day before the exam, every genin squad received time off to prepare. A lot of genin liked hanging around near Konoha's main gate, observing competitors from other villages and gathering surface-level intelligence. That morning, Sakura met up with Sasuke and Naruto. The 3 of them sat outside a drink shop along the main road near Konoha's entrance, each ordering a cup of milk tea while watching the pedestrians passing by. Not long after Sakura's group sat down, Ino followed Sasuke's scent and automatically found her way over, directly squeezing herself between Sasuke and Naruto. Being surrounded by 2 male idols at the same time filled Ino's heart with pure happiness. "You got the wrong seat, Ino pig." Eh? Sakura, are you jealous of me? Shikamaru, following behind them, looked completely helpless. You said we were coming to observe the competition, but this is obviously just an excuse to see Sasuke. What a drag. The people coming to this Chunin exam are definitely elite genin from every village. I'd rather just get eliminated early. But if you get eliminated too early, won't you get beaten to death when you get home? Choji pointed out. Shikamaru looked even more despairing after hearing that. A while later, Tenten's group also came over. Both Sasuke and Naruto turned to look at them. Especially Tenten and Neji, they were targets the two of them wanted to challenge. As for Lee, he normally didn't use the 8 gates during sparring matches with companions, so neither of them had yet witnessed the terror of a true taijutsu monster. I'm so jealous of Team 7, Tenten complained. Why couldn't my sensei become my Jonin instructor instead? You're the one all of us envy the most, Sakura replied. Everyone else agreed with that statement. Out of everyone present, only Tenten had formally performed a disciple ceremony, and could openly call Higashino Makoto sensei. She was his first official disciple. Why envy her? Neji said calmly. Makoto sensei isn't the type to play favorites. If anyone has questions about training, they can always go to the dojo for guidance. At that moment, Naruto suddenly spoke up. Another foreign team just arrived. I've got a feeling there's someone among them everyone should pay attention to. That so-called feeling was actually the Ninetales informing him that an annoying person had arrived. Only a very small number of people knew Naruto was a Jinchuriki. Because Makoto had previously entered the seal several times to have friendly discussions with the giant fox, the two sides had eventually reached an agreement. As a result, the Ninetales hadn't caused trouble over the years and actually got along fairly well with Naruto. Hearing Naruto's words, the others saw several adult shinobi leading their teams into Konoha. Judging by the forehead protectors, they were from Sunagakure, Konoha's ally, and one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Among them, Gaara, carrying the massive gourd on his back, also noticed the group of Konoha genin staring at him. His icy gaze swept across everyone present as he silently memorized the individuals he considered threats. Temari instantly took a liking to Sasuke. Then she glanced at Naruto. Konoha's pretty high quality when it comes to handsome guys. Kankuro sneered. What a carefree bunch of brats. My crow puppet can hardly wait any more. They're my prey, Gaara said coldly. If you make a move before I do, I'll kill you. Kankuro thought to himself. What an impossible little brother to like. Their squad leader, Baki, looked somewhat helpless. He paid no attention to Konoha's genin observation squad, and simply followed the reception staff toward the lodging hall. That guy carrying the gourd is the one you meant, right? Sasuke said. He doesn't seem that special. Naruto said, trust me. He's going to be a troublesome opponent. Really? That's actually pretty surprising, Tenten replied. The others also became more alert internally. No one doubted Naruto's judgment. After the Sunagakure group left, another 8 shinobi arrived. 2 jonin leading their respective teams. It was a delegation from Takigakure. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. That green-haired girl is the same as the guy with the gourd from earlier. Before anyone could figure out what was special about her, however, the girl suddenly broke away from her team and ran straight toward them. She looked at everyone excitedly. Hey. My name's Fu, I'm from Takigakure. You're all Konoha genin participating in the exam too, right? Want to be friends with me? My name's Uzumaki Naruto. If you want, then we're friends now. Really? Then no take-backs. From now on, we're best friends. Fu grabbed Naruto's hand, as if she had finally met long-lost family. Then she turned toward the others, enthusiastically shaking hands with each of them after everyone introduced themselves. Only after her team's jonin instructor repeatedly urged her on did she finally leave, looking extremely reluctant. That maxed out, born social butterfly personality left everyone completely dumbfounded. Naruto, are you sure you didn't sense wrong? Sakura asked. Naruto fell silent. He was definitely sure. But how was he supposed to know the girl would be this enthusiastic? If the entire shinobi world were like her, what wars would there even be? Everyone could just become friends instead. After Takigakure, Iwagakure's team also arrived successfully. This time, however, Naruto said nothing. Apparently, there wasn't anyone in that team worthy of special attention. Only one black-haired girl glanced in their direction, seemingly quite interested in Konoha's genin. Meanwhile, Anoki silently suffered inside. No worthy successors. Life was pain. He didn't even feel like talking. The 4 great shinobi villages seemed to have coordinated things in advance, all choosing to arrive in Konoha on the same day. After Iwagakure came Kumogakure's team, but there still wasn't anyone who gave Naruto a particularly special feeling. Which made perfect sense. Both Iwagakure's and Kumogakure's Jinchuriki were adult shinobi who had long since become jonin. Naturally, they wouldn't be participating in some chunin exam. Even more awkwardly, aside from Han, the other 3 Jinchuriki had all previously gotten completely crushed by Makoto. They probably didn't want to come to Konoha in the first place. Even so, there was still someone in the Kumogakure group who drew everyone's attention. There was no helping it. She was just way too huge. Combined with her extremely revealing outfit, the deep cleavage was enough to make pure-hearted boys like Sasuke blush slightly. Tenten, Sakura, and Ino looked at each other, then lowered their heads to look at their own chests, tears of envy and jealousy silently streaming down inside. Kirigakure's team arrived last. Like Iwagakure and Kumogakure, they had sent 3 elite squads, 3 jonin instructors, and 1 overall commander. And the leader of Kirigakure's delegation was an old acquaintance of Team 7's. Momochi Zabuza. Not Ao. That guy literally had a Byakugan installed in his eye socket, so unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't come swaggering into Konoha. Human relationships really were strange. Less than a month had passed since Zabuza's battle against Team 7, yet now they were meeting again in Konoha. Zabuza gave Sasuke's group a slight nod in greeting. Inside his squad, an absolutely beautiful genin said something to Zabuza before walking directly toward Konoha's genin observation squad. Following behind him was a boy carrying a giant sword, and wearing a mischievous grin. As for the 3rd teammate, he was a timid-looking boy wearing earmuffs and glasses. He seemed to want to come over but didn't dare, as though he suffered from severe social anxiety. After approaching them, Haku glanced at Sasuke and Naruto before finally looking toward Sakura. Hello, my friends from Konoha. We meet again. Huh? Do we know each other? Sakura asked blankly. Haku smiled gently as a Senbon needle appeared in his hand. Of course we do. I was wearing a mask back then. Ah. It's you. I never expected you to be such a beautiful girl. I'm honestly jealous. I'm a boy, Haku corrected with a smile. Don't get it wrong next time. Tenten, Sakura, Ino. So not a single boy among us is prettier than him. Excuse me, dear friend from Kirigakure, when you grow up, will you even need a wife? You could probably just make a clone and date yourself. The boys all lowered their heads slightly, not daring to stare too much. It felt like looking too long would invoke some mysterious force that would wipe out their bloodlines. Hozuki Suigetsu bared a mouthful of sharp teeth. So you guys are the Konoha ninja who fought Zabuza-senpai. You don't look like much. Sasuke instantly felt an instinctive dislike toward him. You don't look like much either. Oh yeah. Then if you run into me during the exam, you'd better be careful. Remember the name, Hozuki Suigetsu. The Hozuki clan from Kirigakure. Naruto asked. Oh? Looks like Konoha's genin actually know their stuff. Now Sasuke was interested. My name's Uchiha Sasuke. Alright then, Everyone from Konoha, Haku said with a smile. We'll be leaving first. See you tomorrow. After they left, Niji asked, you fought them before? Aside from the Hozuki clan guy, does that girl? That boy have some special ability? Ice release, Naruto answered. From Kirigakure's Yuki clan. I see, Niji murmured. Interesting. I'm actually starting to look forward to this Chunin exam now. It is interesting, Sasuke agreed. There are quite a few opponents here who look worth fighting. Ice release. Lee scratched his head. I think Makoto-sensei can use that too. Is it really that easy to learn? Idiot, Tenten shot back. He's from the Yuki clan. They naturally awaken the ice release Kekii Genkai without needing to learn it. Sensei succeeded by combining chakra natures through pure talent. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, Orochimaru still can't escape Itachi's beating. 1,690 words. That very afternoon, Makoto handed the Chunin exam application forms to the 3 members of Team 7. When teaching students, he always emphasized gathering the necessary information first, so the 3 little brats had already learned about the Chunin exam process in advance. They knew this was a team-based exam. If even one person withdrew, the entire squad would lose its qualification. Neither Sasuke nor Naruto would ever back out. They had just seen so many opponents worth fighting, there was no way they would refuse to participate. Even Sakura wasn't thinking about dragging down her teammates. She wanted to overcome the insecurity in her heart. Only then could she fully bring out her own strength and truly earn the right to stand beside her teammates. Even if she lost the competition, it was still better than shrinking away at the last second. On July 1st, the day of the Chunin exam, the 3 of them arrived at the test site early in the morning. But the moment they pushed open the classroom doors, they saw the room already packed with examinees. There were all kinds of strangely dressed people, every one of them wearing hostile expressions, and a faint killing intent filled the classroom. Sasuke and Naruto walked in completely fearless. Following behind them, Sakura felt somewhat uneasy. Everyone inside looked like trouble. But very quickly, she threw those feelings straight out the window as flames of fury burst into her eyes. Ino descended out of nowhere like a yellow-haired missile and pounced onto Sasuke's back. "Ah, you guys finally made it." Sakura immediately yanked her plastic sister off him. "You damn Ino pig, get away from my Sasuke." "You idiot billboard brow, what do you mean you're Sasuke? Does he have your name written on him?" Sasuke. He was already used to it. The surrounding weirdos, the hell, being handsome makes you that amazing. Being handsome means you get to enjoy girls on both sides. We've decided it. During the exam later, we're definitely beating that pretty boy face into a pig head. The killing intent in the classroom instantly grew heavier. That was the rage of countless single dogs. Hinata poked her fingers together nervously. "En Naruto-kun. HM. Oh, Hinata." Naruto was a polite and well-mannered kid. Even though he had no idea why this classmate blushed every time she saw him, and never continued the conversation after greeting him, he still responded seriously every time. Kiba still carried himself like the boss. "Looks like all this year's graduates are here. I'm really looking forward to this. You guys better not get eliminated." Sasuke snorted. "You should worry about yourself instead. Out of all of us here, you're probably the weakest one." The dog boy was instantly mentally shattered. "Damn it, Sasuke. Stop looking down on people." Right then, a figure with a voice even louder and more hot-blooded than Kiba's charged into the middle of Konoha's rookies. "Naruto, these are your classmates too, right? Then they're my friends as well. Don't worry, I'll protect you guys. No need to worry about getting eliminated." The Konoha rookies. All the examinees. Fu's two teammates, this idiot is completely dragging Takigakure's team straight into a death pit. This world might not have the classic hot-blooded idiot version of Naruto, but it would never lack people with that kind of personality. This one was even a girl dressed in revealing clothes. The next instant, a group of uniformed Konoha shinobi appeared at the front podium. Thank you for waiting, everyone. I am the chief examiner for the first round of this Chunin selection exam, Marino Ibiki. Very quickly, after Ibiki announced the rules of the first exam, all the genin immediately threw themselves into the written test, each displaying their own abilities. Those without any special tricks, or whose cheating methods were too crude, were immediately kicked out of the exam. And if they refused to accept it, a blindfolded big brother would step forward and give them a loving wall slam. Inside a classroom outside the exam hall, Makoto, Takuma, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai were casually chatting while waiting for the exam results. Asuma took a satisfying drag from his cigarette. Time without having to babysit disciples really is relaxing. Kurenai smiled. I heard the rules for the first exam were specially designed by the torture and interrogation force. Takuma looked somewhat worried about his clan's young lady. And the chief examiner is that lunatic Ibiki too. Hopefully the cute little subordinates don't get scared too badly. Guy gave a gleaming thumbs up. The youth that blooms shall not wither so easily. Makoto said, Kurenai-senpai, there's no need to worry. The little guys all have very solid fundamentals. Even if Ibiki uses psychological torture tactics, when it comes to strength of conviction, who among them could possibly be more resolute than your disciples? Kurenai smiled. That's true enough. Thanks to all the tempering they went through under you since childhood. Shin and Sai both came from root, while Yakumo Kurama had been physically weak ever since she was little. Makoto had changed Konoha, and he had also changed the fates of these people, so they treasured their current lives dearly. And besides training, his dojo also placed great importance on mastering knowledge about the shinobi world. So this time, there would probably be no one-handing in a blank paper. Not much time passed before the classroom door cracked open and Kakashi poked his head in, wearing his usual half-dead stare. You guys sure are relaxed. Honestly makes me jealous. Makoto grinned. Well, if it isn't our esteemed ANBU chief. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Chief Kumomi hasn't retired yet, you know. Saying that in front of him, have you no respect for your former sensei? He probably wishes he could retire and go home tomorrow. Guy immediately lit up. My eternal rival. Finished with your work yet? How about a youthful showdown? Sorry, Guy. I really don't have the time right now. Asuma frowned slightly. Found some kind of trouble. We found a few leads, but Itachi already went to handle it, so it's not a big issue. I just came over to check on the examinees. Makoto. He carefully spread out his perception and quickly discovered that Orochimaru really had infiltrated the examinees. But what exactly was he trying to accomplish? Back in the original timeline, his so-called Konoha Crush plan had always been rather thought-provoking. He claimed he wanted to destroy Konoha, but with only himself and Tsunagakure in the miserable state it was in back then. That had practically been impossible. It felt more like he had been arranging a respectable funeral for his senile, old teacher, while also showing off the immortality technique he had mastered. The whole thing had basically been the act of a disappointing student returning, after becoming successful just to show off and slap his teacher in the face. But in this world, the third Hokage had already retired long ago. This was the era of Minato. And Konoha had become unimaginably powerful. If Orochimaru still wanted to attempt something like the Konoha Crush plan now, it would be no different from courting death. As for setting his sights on Sasuke, he shouldn't even dream about it. Orochimaru wasn't stupid enough to do something like that. The first written exam of the Chunin exams ended very quickly. Because a certain female version Naruto had caused trouble, Ibiki failed to eliminate enough participants, which left the second examiner, Anko, extremely dissatisfied. So she threw all the remaining examinees into the forest of death, and began the brutal heaven and earth scroll survival battle. Only those who gathered both types of scrolls could pass the second exam. In theory, it would eliminate half the participants. In reality, even more would be eliminated. After all, this time it was a joint exam between the 5 great shinobi villages. Every examinee only had one goal: collect scrolls and reduce everyone else's chances of passing. If they could wipe out all of Konoha's candidates, that would make for one hell of a joke. But that was obviously impossible. The moment the examinees entered the forest, battles immediately erupted everywhere, while Konoha's proctors closely monitored the fighting within the forest. The Chunin exams had an accepted death quota. But Konoha's philosophy was no longer the same as before. The village no longer needed to prove its strength through the desperate sacrifices of underage shinobi. Those meaningless deaths only demonstrated the incompetence of adults. Makoto was also keeping watch through his perception, and then he discovered something interesting. Disguised as a grass shinobi, Orochimaru had indeed gone after Team 7. Unfortunately for him, Naruto and Sasuke's current strength was no longer something he could casually suppress. Orochimaru only managed to inflict a few injuries on the two before tossing away a scroll and retreating. As expected, he didn't dare place the cursed seal of heaven on Sasuke. Outside the forest, Orochimaru reverted to his original appearance and let out a sinister chuckle. Makoto-kun, long time no see. I knew I'd run into you. Even though you changed bodies, the nature of your chakra hasn't changed. As expected, you were able to easily sense the changes in me. Not only that, Makoto said calmly, I can also tell your soul's become somewhat weakened. Who did you run into? Shursui or Itachi? It was that child Itachi. The Mangekyo Sharingan really does possess techniques powerful enough to make people jealous. And it's not just the Mangekyo. Your reincarnation technique seems to come with quite a heavy price. Orochimaru did not deny it. That's true. Which is why I've decided to reduce the number of reincarnations and cultivate my own perfect vessel. So that's why you set your sights on my disciples. That's a very dangerous thing to do. No, please don't misunderstand. Orochimaru smiled faintly. I merely need some of their cells for research. Makoto-kun, surely you wouldn't mind something like that, would you? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, the second exam ended far too quickly. 1,726 words. Makoto wasn't releasing any sort of pressure. Yet standing before him, Orochimaru felt something even more terrifying than facing the so-called god within the organization. When facing pain, he still dared to covet those eyes in the depths of his mind. But in front of Higashino Makoto, even the thought of resisting was difficult to muster. It wasn't cowardice. It was an indescribable kind of suppression. Orochimaru found this new discovery extremely interesting, and couldn't help running his tongue around his lips. Instead of answering whether he minded, Makoto asked, have you discovered something new again? At the mention of that, Orochimaru visibly grew more excited. Yes. After so many years of investigation, I discovered a secret. All of the ancient ninja clans in the shinobi world today seem to originate from a common bloodline, the legendary wielder of the Rinnegan, the Sage of Six Paths. For example, the Uchiha clan, the nearly extinct Chinoite clan, the Senju and Uzumaki clans with only a few members remaining, as well as the Hyuga clan, the Kagaya clan, and so on. Makoto thought, you're not tracing the origins of that old sage at all, you're tracing the origins of his mother. So, since you can't get your hands on the Rinnegan, you're planning to cultivate a body capable of growing one yourself. But doesn't that make it exciting? It certainly does. However, Orochimaru-senpai, have you ever considered why you alone keep discovering secrets nobody else knows? You should know that aside from you, we in Konoha also have archaeological departments researching these things. Other ninja villages and even the ordinary world have similar organizations as well. It's almost as if someone deliberately placed those things there, waiting for you to decipher them. Is it possible that there has always been a hand behind the scenes pushing you forward? Orochimaru answered indifferently, indeed, I've had that feeling as well. It's rather similar to Jiraiya, that fool. Mount Myaboku has always been pushing him to search for the so-called child of prophecy. But what does it matter? I simply don't care. As long as I can achieve my goals, I'd even thank whatever existence is behind it all. Then you'd better be careful. Otherwise, the final result of your research may end up being easily controlled by someone else. Thank you for the warning. I'll be careful. No need to thank me. What surprises me more is that you're still in that organization. I thought you would have defected. Why would I defect? The organization is very free, and it provides everything my research requires. Many of those ancient texts and records were even found by them. But you still have to complete missions for them, right? So then, aside from obtaining some Uchiha and Uzumaki cells, what other purpose did you have in coming to Konoha this time? Orochimaru sold out the Akatsuki without hesitation. Of course. My other objective was to investigate information regarding Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The organization's next phase is to capture all the tailed beasts. What a dangerous organization. Is your group planning to use the tailed beasts to rule the world? Orochimaru smiled faintly. Who knows? But it sounds quite interesting. The shinobi world has been too peaceful lately. I'm starting to find it uncomfortable. It certainly is interesting. Interesting enough that the whole thing was basically just a family drama, about a dutiful child trying to save his mother while also helping said mother blow away the life's work of her two sons. It had absolutely nothing to do with ruling the world. The second exam had originally been scheduled to last 5 days. During those 5 days, the examinees needed to gather both the Heaven and Earth scrolls, prevent others from stealing them, and find a way to reach the central tower within the forest in order to pass. Throughout the process, the exam tested a wide range of abilities: intelligence gathering, squad combat, protection of important items, concealment of movements, wilderness survival, and more. The exam period began at noon on the 1st and ended at noon on the 6th. After finishing the written exam on the 1st, the examinees were immediately dragged into the Forest of Death by the proctor, Mitarashi Anko, without even being given a single meal. Any supplies they needed during the exam would have to be obtained within the forest itself. Any team that failed to arrive at the central tower before noon on the 6th, or arrived without gathering both the Heaven and Earth scrolls, would automatically fail. But the way things developed far exceeded Konoha's expectations. This Chunin exam had gathered participants from 9 ninja villages, including all 5 great ninja villages, and from the very beginning, the competition was exceptionally fierce. Battles erupted constantly. Every village grouped together against outsiders. If possible, they would seize as many scrolls as they could. If not, they would at least ensure that one squad from their own village could pass the exam. As the host village, Konohagakure had the largest number of participants. And naturally, they became the primary target of every other village. Because once Konoha's team successfully grouped together, everyone else would lose their qualification. So the longer things dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for the other ninja villages. After an entire afternoon, and 1 full night of fighting and competition, the second exam ended ahead of schedule, 4.5 days earlier than originally planned. In the end, 9 teams successfully passed and earned the qualifications to enter the 3rd round. Konoha alone accounted for more than half of them, Team 3 from the previous year, along with this year's Teams 7, 8, 9, and 10. All of Konoha's rookie 15 made it through, which was entirely within Makoto's expectations. If they still couldn't suppress their peers after training under him for so many years, then he wouldn't be blamed for smashing their heads in himself. All of Konoha's remaining teams had been eliminated. It could only be said that people truly couldn't be compared equally. The fact that the rookie teams had managed to stand out in the original timeline already proved they possessed ninja talent far beyond ordinary people. The remaining 4 squads were Sunagakure's Gaara squad. Though the panda-eyed boy had a violent temper, his strength was unquestionable. Temari and Kankuro were also among the few outstanding representatives that rundown village of Sunagakure could still produce. Kumogakure's Omoi squad. Their lightning release nintaijutsu ranked among the very best even within Kumogakure. Kirigakure's Haku squad. There was no need to question the little pretty boy's strength. Hozuki Soijetsu had mastered his clan's secret techniques, while the remaining member was named Chojuro, the future 6th Mizukage. The final team belonged to Takigakure's Fu squad. The young girl was a Jinchuriki, so her strength was naturally not a problem, and she excelled at concealment. As for Keigan and Yoro, they were less teammates and more bodyguards. No Iwagakure. No Iwagakure. No Iwagakure. Important things had to be said 3 times. They had been completely wiped out. Anoki was probably crying himself unconscious in the bathroom. Nobody knew whether the old man would become so furious after hearing the news that he'd directly cancel his plans to come to Konoha. Because this Chunin exam was primarily intended to directly showcase strength, the original 3rd stage team battles had been changed into individual matches. But that created another problem: there were too many participants. That would severely drag out the duration of the 3rd exam. If this were merely an internal Konoha Chunin selection, it wouldn't matter. But this time, the other 4 Kage might all come to spectate, and it was impossible to keep them lingering around the arena for too long. So after discussions with the leaders accompanying the other ninja villages, they decided to cut the number of participants in half first. Inside the central tower, the chief examiner for the 3rd stage appeared ahead of schedule. Gecko Hayate lightly drifted down from the upper platform, displaying exceptionally refined control over wind release chakra. Cough, cough. He was no longer the kidney-deficient man from his childhood. The cough was merely to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, congratulations on passing the 2nd selection round and entering the 3rd stage. I am the examiner for this stage, Gecko Hayate. This 3rd exam will use one-on-one battles. However, since a few too many people passed the 2nd exam, we now need to hold preliminary individual matches. Before that, does anyone wish to withdraw? No one withdrew. As for Kabuto, he hadn't participated in the Chunin exam at all. The Dream Fulfillment Master now worked during the day at Konoha Hospital and the Research Institute, then returned to the orphanage after work to help Mama Nono take care of the children. The 27 people standing below looked at one another. Now, there were no squads here anymore. Everyone was each other's opponent. Kiba raised his hand and asked, "Hayate-senpai, there are 27 people right now. What happens to the last person?" "The person without an opponent advances automatically." Isn't that a bit unfair?" Hayate smiled. "No, it's perfectly fair. Luck is also a kind of strength. That works too." The genin began whispering among themselves. Quite a few hoped they would become the lucky one to advance directly, though people like Sasuke and Gaara were the complete opposite. One enjoyed the thrill of battle. The other enjoyed the thrill of killing. Seeing that nobody else had questions, Hayate explained the rules of the preliminary matches before continuing. "Then next, your opponents will be decided by the electronic screen behind me. Those whose names are selected will remain here. Everyone else may return to the spectator stands around the arena." Hearing this, everyone held their breath and stared fixedly at the constantly flashing names on the screen above. Those full of confidence wished they could be the very first to fight. Those who had heavily exhausted their chakra during the earlier scroll battles instead hoped to fight as late as possible so they could recover more time. Suddenly, the screen stopped. The names displayed were Uchiha Sasuke vs. Keigan. Sasuke looked somewhat disappointed. Because this was not the opponent he wanted. "I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out." Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 247, Preliminary Round, I. 1878 words. After the matchups for the first preliminary round had been decided, everyone returned to the walkways lining the surrounding walls, leaving the center of the tower to the two contestants. Sakura looked a little worried. The Taki ninja named Keigan, the genin from Takigakure, looked far older than them, completely like an adult. Hey, sensei, no matter how you look at it, that guy doesn't seem like a genin. Yeah, he's probably one of Taki's jonin. Huh? Jonin can participate in the Chunin exams. Isn't that against the rules? Makoto explained, it's not against the rules. Every village determines its own ninja ranks. There's no unified certification system or standard in the shinobi world. If Takigakure says he's a genin, then he's a genin. Besides, there's a pretty huge strength gap between the ninja of small villages and those of the major hidden villages. Sometimes they'll let some of their stronger ninja participate in the Chunin exams hosted by the major villages to earn a bit of prestige for their village. We usually don't police it too strictly. It was Sakura's first time hearing about something like this. Then, will Sasuke be in danger? Definitely. He might even get hurt. So Sakura, get your shoulder ready to comfort him afterward. Maybe if Sasuke gets touched enough, he'll finally fall for you. Naruto. Sakura. Very good. Now she was completely reassured. Sasuke was definitely going to be fine. After teasing his student a little, Makoto was in an excellent mood. Sakura was just too concerned for her own good, and had completely forgotten how strong her teammate actually was. You could tell just by looking at Naruto, he wasn't worried in the slightest. An Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan might still lack the all-around refinement of a true Jonin because of his age, but at minimum, he already possessed Jonin-level combat strength. Taking down a Jonin from a small hidden village would not be a problem at all. What felt strangely familiar to him was that, in this world as well, Sasuke was still the first one to fight in the preliminary rounds. Thinking of Sasuke's opponent from the original timeline, Makoto spread out his senses for a moment and discovered that Orochimaru was nowhere inside Konoha. He had long since left. This time, none of Konoha's genin teams included Yoroi Akato or Masumi Tsurugi, nor was there any sign of Dosa Kanuta's Sound Ninja Squad. In recent years, the land of rice fields had indeed established an Otogakure, but officially, it had been founded by the Fuma clan under the orders of the daimyo. In reality, however, Orochimaru was still the one operating behind the scenes. Outside of the Akatsuki, he had used the land of rice fields daimyo's funding to build another experimental base. Orochimaru had not hidden this from Makoto, and Makoto had passed the intelligence on to Minato, causing the ANBU to halt their investigation. For this Chunin exam, Otogakure had symbolically sent 2 squads, but unfortunately, neither passed the second round. They were all eliminated. All that could be said was that not getting to witness the glory of the 6 paths Dosu really was a little regrettable. Once everyone had left the arena floor, Hayate stood between the 2 contestants and gestured with his hand. Then, the 2 of you may begin. The moment Hayate finished speaking, he jumped to the side and closely observed the battle. He had already explained the rules for one-on-one combat. Any means could be used, even killing the opponent was allowed. However, to avoid unnecessary deaths, he would intervene at critical moments. The instant Hayate spoke, Keigan immediately launched the opening attack. He did not underestimate his opponent just because of his age. No matter what, the other party was still an Uchiha. That surname was famous throughout the entire shinobi world. This was also his first time fighting someone from the Uchiha clan, so he remained extremely cautious. After seeing Sasuke casually evade the few kunai he threw, Keigan immediately closed the distance at top speed, intending to capitalize on an adult's advantage in strength, and win through taijutsu. There was no way he would try to compete with an Uchiha in ninjutsu or genjutsu. But he quickly discovered that this Konoha genin, who had only recently graduated from the academy, possessed terrifying physical strength. After blocking several waves of Keigan's attacks with a kunai, Sasuke had already lost interest in the fight. Seeing that the other men still dared to look directly into his eyes, he realized that Keigan had probably never encountered an Uchiha before. The three tomo in the boy's eyes flashed for a brief instant. The battle was over. Keigan was disrupted by the genjutsu for just a moment. By the time he regained his senses, a kunai was already pressed against his neck. The winner had been decided. Takigakure's so-called genin looked rather dejected. He had never expected to lose so casually. The contestants from the other villages immediately began whispering among themselves, unable to understand why the Taki ninja had exposed such a fatal opening. Only a handful of people had caught that fleeting crimson flash. This young Uchiha had already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at such an age. Konoha truly was overflowing with talent. A famous saying of the shinobi world. When facing a three-tomo Uchiha in a one-on-one fight, flee without hesitation. And the weight behind those words was only continuing to rise. The winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Heiei stepped forward and announced the result. All right, you two may return now. Leave the arena to the next match. Everyone once again turned their attention to the electronic screen. After flickering for a moment, the result appeared. Hyuga Niji vs. Atsui. Niji showed no particular reaction, but Lee looked disappointed instead. Damn it, I really wanted to take that guy's place and become Niji's opponent. Guy said, Lee, it's alright. Believe that youth will hear your wish. So work hard. As long as both of you defeat your opponents, you'll meet in the final rounds. Yes, sensei. I'll use victory to prove the meaning of youth. That's the spirit, Lee. Niji and Tenten often felt out of place around them because they simply were not youthful enough. Tenten said, Niji, good luck. Thank you. The fight will end quickly. Across from them, Atsui felt slighted. Anger practically burst from his eyes. Konoha's people really were all bastards. The generously endowed Samui patted her younger brother on the shoulder. Be careful. This could be their way of provoking you. I know. The siblings both had the typical Kyumogaku look, blonde hair and pale skin, extremely pale. Together with darker skin tones, they were one of Kyumogaku's two signature appearances. In truth, Samui, Omoi and Karui all belonged to Killer Bee's squad, with the latter two even being Killer Bee's disciples. However, the rapping fool obviously did not dare run around Konoha recklessly. Both he and Gyuki had been psychologically scarred by Makoto. So this time, Samui served as the team's Jonin leader. In order to achieve good results, she had even pulled her exceptionally strong younger brother into the squad. Niji and Atsui stood facing each other, glaring with wide eyes. You could say the two of them held at least a bit of a grudge against each other. Because of Kyumogakure's stunt years ago, Niji's father had nearly been forced to sacrifice himself in place of the clan head. Meanwhile, during the last war, Kyumogakure had suffered heavily at the hands of the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan was immensely effective against ambush tactics, and the gentle fist also countered taijutsu. Unfortunately for Kyumogakure, nin taijutsu was precisely what their village specialized in. Atsui knew one thing very clearly: he absolutely could not let the other party touch him. If that happened, it would all be over. The moment Heiei announced the start of the match, Atsui drew his longsword and slashed forward with force. Cloud style, flame slash, first break. Scorching fire release chakra condensed onto the blade. As Atsui swung downward, it transformed into a crescent-shaped flaming slash that shot toward his opponent. In the spectator stands, Sasuke found the technique very familiar. It resembled the flame leap series from the Uchiha clan's swordsmanship style. His Shursui Nii was especially skilled at it, and Sasuke himself could use it as well. So he wanted to see how this Hyuga prodigy of Konoha's younger generation, someone often mentioned alongside himself, would deal with it. Niji merely raised a hand and shattered the flaming slash into scattered sparks with a single strike. 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm. Condensed chakra burst from his palm and transformed into a shockwave, preventing the fierce flaming slash from getting close. Seeing this, Atsui began circling Niji at high speed, occasionally swinging out arcs of flame. Niji stood unmoving like a mountain, calmly dealing with everything. He did not even turn his head once. The Byakugan possessed nearly 360 degrees of vision. There was no possibility of being ambushed. And even if he did possess that 1-degree blind spot, it was not something a nintaijutsu fighter like Atsui could exploit. None of the spectators were surprised by strength that far surpassed ordinary genin. This was the joint Chunin exam hosted by the 5 great shinobi villages. Any contestant capable of surviving the second round and standing here could not possibly be a true genin. There were plenty among them who already possessed jonin-level strength. Atsui calculated his remaining chakra reserves. He knew he could not continue this endless expenditure. If this dragged on, his opponent might still be standing while he himself would already be drained dry of chakra and unable to fight. So while moving at high speed, he consecutively unleashed 3 flaming slashes to seal off Niji's movement paths. Then his real body used the body flicker technique to rush forward and attack from behind Niji. Cloud style, flame slash, twin flash strike. This technique used high-speed movement to instantly appear before the enemy and unleash 2 rapid slashes in succession to finish them off. Even though this was Konoha's home ground, Atsui still aimed directly for vital points. Kumogakure ninja were not just reckless, they were ruthless. But this time, Niji did not shatter the flaming slash as before. Instead, he leapt forward and spun through the air, narrowly avoiding the flaming blade by a hair's breadth. Without even needing to search for where his opponent was, he turned and struck out with a palm. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Unlike vacuum wall palm compressed its chakra even further, turning it into a concentrated point impact attack. Before Atsui's slash could even land, an invisible palm strike carrying tremendous force slammed into his body. Not only did it disrupt the flow of his chakra, it also blasted him away, and sent him crashing heavily into the wall of the tower. Atsui felt as though every bone in his body had fallen apart. He no longer had the strength to continue fighting. If this had been a battlefield, he would already be dead. The victor had been decided. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 248, Preliminary Round 2. 2049 words. Winner, Hyuga Niji, announced Hey8. Niji gave a faint smile and glanced at Atsui before walking away in relaxed fashion. His opponent hadn't even managed to force out his true strength. After undergoing natural energy enhancement at Higashino Makoto's dojo, his physical abilities, chakra reserves, and chakra control had all reached an extremely high level. Since he was effectively one of Makoto's disciples, some techniques from the Hyuga main family had been opened to him. Certain ultimate moves from the past were now little more than basic attacks to him. Samui flickered down to the arena floor and brought her younger brother back. After examining him, she found that the injuries weren't serious, he would recover after a few days of rest. Niji had clearly held back. Her expression turned somewhat grave. Even though her younger brother was technically still a genin, his strength was already top tier even among the village's chunin, and he was 2 or 3 years older than Niji. Yet he had still been defeated so easily. She glanced toward Makoto and suddenly felt that the current Konohagakure was terrifying. Not only did it have that monster, but even the younger generation had already widened the gap between themselves and Kumogakure by a huge margin. Makoto turned and smiled back at her, while also taking the opportunity to admire Kumogakure's legendary untouchable flower and human battering ram. Big really was big. She was practically on the same level as Tsunade. Fortunately, he wasn't some lust-crazed pervert. Besides, once Onoka finished developing, her figure was going to be pretty terrifying too, more than enough for him to regularly enjoy the blessings of the classic face wash treatment. Seeing that even the teammates stronger than himself had lost, Omoy immediately felt his future turn bleak. With a lollipop hanging from his mouth, he muttered, hey, are Konoha Genin really this strong? Am I gonna get beaten to death? Maybe I should just forfeit when it's my turn. Karui smashed a fist into his head. Idiot, could you have a little backbone? Right as the two were talking, the next matchup appeared on the electronic screen. Haruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. Omoy instantly let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it wasn't his turn. Just an internal Konoha match. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl and the blonde locked eyes, sparks practically crackling through the air. Their already flimsy sisterhood had now gone from plastic to glass. At this rate, it probably wouldn't be long before it shattered into pieces all over the floor. Hey, if you two keep staring at each other like that, you might get disqualified for forfeiting, Makoto reminded them. Humph, X2. Even after stepping onto the arena floor, the gunpowder-heavy tension between them remained intense. Oh my, who would have thought my opponent would be you, forehead girl? Ready to accept defeat, Sakura. Cut the trash talk, Ino pig. I definitely lost more when we were kids, but these past few years. Seems like I've been the one winning more often. But I've already figured out all your moves. There's no way you're beating me again. Same to you. After the trash talk phase ended, the two immediately launched into battle. Fun fact, Sakura and Ino's chakra natures were completely identical. Both of them had started training at Makoto's dojo from childhood onward. Every ninjutsu Sakura knew, Ino knew as well. And Sakura also had ways to deal with the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan. So while fighting, the two continuously provoked each other verbally until they both completely snapped. They abandoned every bit of technique and started talking purely with their fists. Techniques. What techniques? Wild swinging, random brawling, clawing at faces, yanking hair. What should have been a proper ninja battle somehow devolved into two middle-aged women fighting in a marketplace. Quite a few of Konoha's higher-ups looked unbearably awkward watching it. Asuma got so irritated he smoked several extra cigarettes. Makoto, however, was different. Like everyone else, he was watching with great enjoyment. Two beautiful girls who used to be close friends turning against each other and fighting over the same dream guy. It was genuinely entertaining. The rivalry between them over the years could easily be stretched into an 80-episode soap opera. But as the fight continued, the shinobi from the other villages gradually realized something was wrong. These two little girls seemed absurdly strong. Everywhere they passed, the stone floor tiles cracked beneath their feet. If those seemingly delicate little fists landed on them, they'd probably suffer fractures on the spot. That was mainly because Makoto's training system placed extreme emphasis on chakra control. He had also simplified the power release technique behind Tsunade's monster strength, and spread it as a brand new style of Konoha Taijutsu. Its versatility had been increased while its destructive power had been toned down, but getting hit by it was still extremely dangerous. Out of all the disciples who had trained at the dojo, Sakura had mastered the weakened version of monster strength the best. Deep down, she also had a rather violent side to her personality. Finally, during an exchange of punches, Ino exposed an opening. Sakura seized the opportunity and swung a hook straight at her best friend's face. But at the very last second, Sakura stopped. Ino froze for a moment, her expression turning complicated as she stared at the fist right in front of her face. No matter what, the sisterhood they had shared for so many years hadn't been entirely fake. Hey-8 finally couldn't take it anymore. To stop the two from continuing to wrestle each other around the arena, he directly announced the result. Winner, Haruno Sakura. Ino didn't care much about losing. Don't think I'm gonna thank you for that. Sakura snorted. I just didn't want to smash your face so badly that nobody would marry you. Humph, X2. The Konoha Jonin all wiped sweat from their foreheads. At long last, the beautiful girl war was finally over. The electronic screen flickered again, and the fourth matchup was freshly revealed. Tenten vs Temari. Makoto, Fate really is a mysterious thing. Minato, mysterious my ass. The people operating that electronic screen backstage are from Konoha too, aren't they? The other spectators thought, why is it two girls again? Luckily one's from Konoha, and the other's from Sunagakure. They probably don't have any hidden love-hate drama between them, so this shouldn't turn into another wild cat fight, right? The two beautiful girls instantly erased everyone's concerns with their stylish entrances. Temari spread open her giant 3-star fan, and floated down while sitting on it. Tenten went a step further, she floated down entirely under her own power, displaying extremely refined wind-release chakra control. The Jonin from the 4 great villages all frowned slightly, and raised their evaluation of this Konoha genin. Tenten's identity wasn't any secret. Everyone knew she was Higashino Makoto's foremost disciple. The only question was how much she had actually learned from the new god of shinobi. Heiate swept one hand forward. Begin. Tenten and Temari had no personal grudge against each other, so there was no need for trash talk to provoke one another. The instant Heiate's words fell, the battle erupted. Temari fully opened her 3-star fan. It was one of Sunagakure's famous weapons, specially designed for wind-release ninjutsu. The more star markings revealed, the greater the rank and destructive power of the technique. And now, facing Tenten, Temari was going all out from the very beginning. After all, she was that man's disciple. Wind release, Scythe Weasel. A visible current of air swept through the battle arena, inside the tower, carrying countless sharp wind blades as it surged toward Tenten. The stone tiles along the ground were directly shaved down by an entire layer. Tenten didn't dodge. She pulled a short blade from behind her back and slashed downward. A massive invisible wind blade instantly split Temari's ninjutsu cleanly in half from top to bottom. It was Makoto's self-created technique, Shadowless Sword. Temari reacted extremely quickly and leapt away at once. SHHK. A faint sound came from behind her. Turning around, she saw that Tenten's shadowless sword had left a slash mark on the wall. It was shallow, proving that Tenten possessed even more advanced chakra control, to the point where she could freely regulate the attack's range. Her opponent was also using wind release, and at a far higher level than she was. That casual wind blade had not only destroyed her ninjutsu, but still retained considerable killing power afterward. This was a battle between two wind release shinobi. A drop of cold sweat slid down Temari's forehead. Looking at the damaged ground, her mind raced furiously. For the honor of Sunagakure, she had to find a way to defeat her opponent. If one had to say whose combat style had changed the most because of Makoto's arrival in this world, then the answer would naturally be Tenten. The girl who originally could only become a walking ninja tool warehouse had now practically turned into a miniature Higashino Makoto. Wind release, net snare. Temari swung the 3-star fan again with full force. Sharp wind release chakra formed into a giant net that enveloped her opponent. Since she couldn't surpass Tenten in concentrated power, she would overwhelm her with a wider area attack instead. This time, Tenten didn't destroy the technique. Instead, she leapt high into the air, vaulted over the ninjutsu, and accelerated straight toward Temari. Clang! The short blade collided against the giant 3-star fan. Temari was forced backward by the overwhelming force of the slash, while Tenten only retreated half a step. She didn't even touch the ground before charging in again. Temari relied on the huge size of the 3-star fan to block left and right, while Tenten fluttered around her like a little bee trying to pluck a flower, appearing and disappearing unpredictably at her side. After being knocked back by another slash, Temari glanced at the cut marks left on the 3-star fan and felt a little pained. If it had been an ordinary weapon, it probably would have already been chopped apart. But this couldn't continue. Her opponent clearly possessed more chakra than she did. She had to end this quickly. Fortunately, after the destruction from their previous exchanges and the cutting winds from her techniques, the arena floor was now covered in broken stone and sand dust. Wind release, chaotic airflow dance. Wind release, scythe weasel, severing dance. Temari unleashed all her remaining chakra and swung the fan repeatedly. Chaotic airflow dance trapped 10-10 inside a storm of swirling air. The dust and shattered stone it kicked up didn't possess much attack power, but they completely obscured vision. The scythe weasel summoned by severing dance would continuously attack anything inside with its giant sickles. This was the best strategy Temari could come up with. If even this failed, then she could only surrender. She no longer had enough chakra left to continue fighting. Panting heavily, Temari stared intently into the turbulent airflow. Soon, the winds died down. The shattered stones fell back to the ground. There was nothing inside. What? Temari's eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, she looked upward. But suddenly felt the world spin around her before collapsing unconscious onto the ground. 10-10 withdrew her evil little fist. At some point, she had used Earth Release to tunnel behind Temari and casually knocked her out in a single blow. Winner, 10-10, Hey-8 announced. Yay! Sensei. Guy-sensei. I won. Both Makoto and Guy gave her a thumbs up. Guy flashed his signature gleaming white smile. Makoto, however, turned to glance at Shikamaru. Roughly speaking, the disciple he had trained had just beaten this kid's future wife into unconsciousness. Hopefully, if Sunagakure sent Temari over for diplomatic exchanges in the future, this kid's supreme simp techniques would still work. Makoto believed Shikamaru could manage it somehow. After all, the guy was only lazy, he was still ridiculously smart. Temari had a strong personality, could fight, could manage affairs, and was beautiful too. If he married her, he could leave everything to her and spend his days living the carefree dream of lying around watching white clouds drift through the sky. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, Preliminary Round 3. 1814 words. Kankuro, with his face paint still on, came down and took Temari away. Just like Atsui from Kumogakure earlier, Konoha's medical team gave her a quick examination and determined that her injuries weren't serious. Even if there had been a problem, the two villages probably wouldn't have wanted Konoha treating her anyway. Their teams had medical ninja accompanying them. That was just how ninja were, especially among the 5 great shinobi villages. Everyone was deeply wary of one another. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never rely on outsiders. Gaara showed no reaction at all to his sister's defeat, or even her injuries. He merely stared at Tenten's group with those murderous panda-like eyes, desperately suppressing the urge to charge over and kill them. Baki stayed beside him, silently praying that this troublesome brat wouldn't do anything reckless. In this world, they weren't carrying out any Konoha Crush plan, so there was naturally no need to release Shikaku. And even if it came out, it'd be useless anyway. At most, it would end up tied up and turned into somebody's pet. After her victory, Tenten lightly floated back up to the stands like a little bird. Makoto rewarded her with a head pat, instantly making the girl beam with satisfaction. After the first 4 preliminary matches, both Team 3 and Team 7 had already sent out 2 members each, and every single one had won. Now the pressure had shifted onto Naruto and Lee. Naruto looked completely confident, practically like a miniature Namikaze Minato. Lee, meanwhile, was still overflowing with passion and excitement. If the next match still isn't me, then today's training gets extended by another hour. And if the one after that still isn't me, I'll add another hour after that too. Guy gave him a gleaming thumbs up. Lee, I'll train with you. Makoto added dryly, if Lee ends up fighting in the last match, then neither of you is sleeping tonight. Just then, the 5th preliminary matchup was decided. Gaara vs Akimichi Choji. The moment Makoto saw Gaara's name, his eyelid twitched slightly. But after realizing the opponent was Choji, the chubby kid, he finally truly felt that the world had changed. Looks like the goddess of fate wasn't actually that stubborn after all. At Hi-8's signal, the two competitors stepped forward and faced each other. Gaara stared at the fat boy before him with open killing intent, leaving Choji completely baffled. Did I steal your chips or drink your milk tea or something? Soon, the battle erupted into something resembling a dump truck crashing into a sand dune. Choji was far stronger than he had been in the original timeline, but his combat style still relied primarily on taijutsu, meaning Gaara countered him perfectly. His non-Samui version human bullet tank carried terrifying momentum, like a massive heavy-duty truck capable of sending people straight into another world through reincarnation. After enduring several impacts with his sand shield, Gaara abruptly changed tactics. He spread sand all across Choji's charging path, and, at the critical moment, shifted the trajectory of his attack. The veteran driver's truck instantly lost control, drifting wildly across the arena, before smashing headfirst into the thick wall, leaving Choji dizzy and disoriented. Choji no longer had the strength to continue fighting, and Gaara claimed victory. But he wasn't satisfied. The sand still hadn't tasted blood. It was starving. Gaara raised his right hand, and the sand covering the ground surged upward under his control, forming a massive wave that wrapped around Choji, intending to crush him alive. Sand coffin. But Hay-8 moved even faster. Drawing his blade, he slashed out several wind blades that shattered the sand sphere apart and rescued Choji. Up in the stands, Asuma finally let out a sigh of relief before quickly jumping down to retrieve his student. Seeing that his opponent had so many people worried about him, the lonely, affection-starved kid instantly snapped. You meddling bastard, why did you save him? Hay-8 replied calmly, I already explained it before the match started. As both examiner and referee, if I determine that the winner has already been decided, then I'll intervene to prevent unnecessary casualties. Baki instantly appeared beside Gaara in a body flicker, placing a hand on his shoulder. That's enough, Gaara. Stop here. Gaara glanced at his Jonin instructor and Gecko Hay-8. The savage expression on his face slowly disappeared, returning to the same cold indifference as before, as though nothing had happened at all. Without another word, he turned and walked back toward the stands. On the other side, Asuma lit several more cigarettes in frustration. 2 members of his Team 10 had already been eliminated in a row, causing everyone's gaze to slowly drift toward Shikamaru. The lazy boy's current thought process was simple. If I announce my surrender now, my teacher will probably beat me to death on the spot before I even make it home. Preliminary Match 6, Rock Lee vs. Chojuro. The instant he finally saw his own name appear, Lee, who had still been busy restraining himself moments earlier, suddenly looked like he'd been injected with adrenaline. Guy-sensei. It's finally my turn. Guy grinned proudly. Go, Lee. The time has come to unleash your youth. Yes, sir. Lee leapt down in a single bound and landed in the center of the arena. On the other side, Chojuro saw that his opponent's enthusiasm was practically overflowing off the charts, immediately losing some confidence. I just hope I won't disappoint everyone. Zabuza, who had returned to Kirigakure, looked noticeably gentler than before. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. What the village values is your future. Haku watched the changed Zabuza-sama with a soft smile. Hurry up and get down there already, damn it. You talk too much. The arrogant teenager Soijetsu shoved his teammate straight into the arena. Hay-8 said, then the two of you may begin. The instant his words fell, the already impatiently exploded forward at high speed, and immediately kicked the still confused Chojuro flat onto the ground, knocking him out cold in a single blow. The currently was basically a plus version enhanced by natural energy. As for poor Chojuro, he still hadn't obtained his personal weapon yet, dual swords, Hiramakarei. His combat style mainly revolved around water release, and among Kirigakure's younger generation, whose talent pool had suffered a severe gap in recent years, he was already considered one of the best. Unfortunately, he didn't even manage to use a single jutsu before instantly getting GG'd. Nobody could really see the difference in raw strength but that combat experience. It was painfully lacking. Lee stared blankly. Ah, that's it. It's already over. Wait, I haven't even taken off my weights yet. I haven't even opened the 8 gates to unleash my youth. Chojuro, good thing I passed out fast. Suigetsu shouted from above, hey, Zabuza-sensei, is Chojuro actually a ninja? Zabuza didn't answer. He merely sighed inwardly. Konoha had become far too strong. It had already left Kirigakure, another one of the 5 great shinobi villages, far behind. Heiei announced, winner, Rock Lee. Although Lee still hadn't had his fill, he chose to return to his team. Now, all of his hopes were placed on the final tournament. He no longer had any expectations for opponents from the other villages. Tenten, Niji, Sasuke, and Naruto were the ones he truly wanted to defeat. Preliminary Match 7, Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Another all-Konoha matchup. The moment Makoto saw the pairing, he immediately perked up. Looks like the goddess of fate was finally putting in work. There was a chance this match might produce that legendary iconic scene, though the odds probably weren't very high. He forcibly suppressed the urge to smack Naruto into becoming mentally disabled on the spot. After all, the kid's father was sitting right there below the stands. It'd be awkward beating someone else's son in front of him. Down in the arena, Kiba's confidence was overflowing. Come on, Naruto. Let me see how much you've improved. I even prepared a secret move specifically for you. Naruto shook his head. Kiba, just forfeit. You're not my opponent. You bastard. Don't look down on me. The dog boy's rage instantly hit max level. At the same time, he casually fed his beloved dog Akamaru a secret pill. Secret technique, beast human clone. Akamaru transformed into Kiba's appearance, sprouting sharp fangs and long claws from both hands as the two launch a coordinated barrage of taijutsu attacks against Naruto. Unfortunately for Kiba, comparing numbers with Naruto was a losing battle from the start. Still, Naruto didn't use multiple shadow clone technique. Relying purely on the skill of his original body, he blocked Kiba's dual assault head-on. Then he suddenly leapt into the air and kicked both Kiba and Akamaru away simultaneously. Kiba immediately realized his old rival had become far stronger than before. Left with no choice, he changed tactics and had the transformed Akamaru jump onto his back while forming hand seals to cast Shadow Clone technique. The newly created Manan dog pair quickly circled around to Naruto's opposite side and coordinated with the original body to launch another attack. Secret technique, double Fong over Fong. Two spiraling torrents of claw strikes tore toward Naruto simultaneously. Naruto's expression didn't change in the slightest. The instant the attack reached him, he jumped into the air, with Kiba's attack pursuing him closely behind. Let's see how you dodge in midair now. And then he immediately found out exactly how Naruto planned to dodge. Although Naruto wasn't on Tenten's level, she had already trained her wind release to the point of achieving the early stages of true flight through levitation. He could still freely change direction in midair, and even boost his altitude a second time. After instantly shifting position to evade Kiba's attack, Naruto seized the moment when the double Fong over Fong trajectories converged. He slammed his right hand downward, and a massive Rasengan exploded outward, blowing apart Kiba and Akamaru's shadow clone, while also instantly making the originals themselves go GG. Heiei announced, winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Lying in the corner against the wall, Kiba angrily pounded the ground. Damn it. I lost again. Woof. Unfortunately, Akamaru wasn't a talking dog, so only Kiba could understand what he meant. Unlike Miko's partner Rocky, who could verbally roast people one moment and tear apart an entire house the next. Seeing his son win, the father watching from the audience, the fourth Hokage, nodded in satisfaction. Although Naruto lacked talent in the Flying Thunder God technique, as a ninja overall, he had already surpassed Minato himself at the same age. Makoto, meanwhile, looked somewhat disappointed. Sure enough, he still hadn't gotten to witness the legendary iconic scene of defeating an enemy with fart release. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 250, Preliminary Round 4. 1863 words. In battles between shinobi, if both sides were evenly matched and possessed massive reserves of chakra, the fight could last quite a while. Monsters like Hashirama and Madara were capable of fighting non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. But most people didn't possess chakra reserves on the level of those two. And among the contestants in this tournament, the differences in strength were fairly obvious. As a result, the preliminary rounds progressed rather quickly. The strength displayed by Konohagakure's genin had greatly exceeded the expectations of the other villages, filling them with growing unease and a sense of urgency. The battles continued one after another, and everyone remained focused on the matches. The 8th match, Aburame Shino vs Kankuro. This was a battle between Konoha's insect user and Tsunagekyure's puppet master. In the end, Shino decided to be a good person. Worried that his opponent's puppet joints might not move smoothly enough, he generously added a bit of lubricant free of charge. The lubricant just happened to be made of bugs. The cramped arena was actually ill-suited for both types of shinobi. They were both the kind who preferred to hide their real bodies in the shadows while manipulating external tools to kill their enemies. Once forced into direct combat, a puppet master's fragile real body became their greatest weakness, while Shino himself wasn't weak in taijutsu either. Still, he didn't recklessly approach his opponent, wary of being poisoned by the puppet master's traps. Instead, he simply had his insects drain all of Kankuro's chakra and claimed victory. The 9th match, Kurama Yakumo vs Haku. This was a terrible matchup for Yakumo. Although she had recovered enough to live as a normal shinobi after receiving treatment from Makoto, she was still young, and taijutsu remained her greatest weakness for the time being. Within Team 9, she formed a perfect combination with Sai and Shin. Aside from her own Kekkei Genkai Genjutsu that manipulated the 5 senses, her teammate Sai specialized in super beast imitating drawing, while Yakumo could take things one step further by temporarily turning the ink beasts from his paintings into real living entities. As for Shin, he excelled in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, acting as the team's MT standing in front of the other two. Together, the 3 of them formed a perfect squad capable of intelligence gathering, mobile support, and overwhelming combat power. But now, Yakumo was fighting alone. Although the Kurama clan had long since declined, Kirigakure was still fully aware of their expertise in genjutsu. Haku never gave her any opportunity to cast an illusion. From the very start of the battle, he spread ice release across the battlefield while hiding within it to launch sneak attacks, never facing his opponent head-on. Yakumo also possessed the ability to materialize illusions through her paintings, but she never even had the chance to use it before being defeated. At her current stage, she simply wasn't suited for one-on-one combat without prior preparation. No one had expected the preliminary rounds to begin immediately after the second exam ended, so she truly hadn't had time to prepare. Preliminary round, match 10, Sai vs. Hozuki Suigetsu. Suigetsu's arrogance was backed by real ability. He had mastered the Hozuki clan's secret technique, the hydrification technique, which completely countered Sai's super beast imitating drawing. And taijutsu was useless against Suigetsu. What he feared was internet addiction treatment therapy. With this, Kirigakure's team advancing into the 3rd exam surprisingly managed to secure 2 spots in the finals. After all, aside from Konoha, Kirigakure possessed the greatest number of bloodline and secret technique clans among the major villages. Even after the village leadership had ruined things once already, if they dug around in the forgotten corners long enough, they could still uncover a few geniuses. Makoto felt that Minato's deliberately obvious matchup choices were probably intended to give Konoha's younger generation a few setbacks and temper their overly arrogant mindset. At the same time, it also made the 3rd round finals more entertaining. After all, it would be pretty boring if the entire tournament turned into a Konoha civil war. The 11th match, Hyuga Hinata vs. Omoi. On Konoha's side, Kiba shouted excitedly, "Eh? A Kumogakure ninja." Hinata, our team's second victory is counting on you. That guy doesn't look as old as Atsui. He's about the same age as us. Just do what Niji did and you'll definitely beat him. Shino quietly added, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. And the reason is precisely because of Niji. The opponent will definitely be on guard now. Hinata nervously replied, I'll do my best. Takuma shot the two of them an annoyed glare. You two know perfectly well what your teammate's personality is like, yet you're still piling more pressure onto her. Are you trying to sabotage me on purpose? Hinata, don't overthink things. Just show your true strength. Believe in yourself, you're very strong. As her squad leader, he addressed her directly by name instead of calling her Sama. Meanwhile, over on Kumogaku's side, Omoi suddenly felt like the lollipop in his mouth wasn't sweet anymore. Hey, what's going on here? Konoha's definitely doing this on purpose, right? Why do they keep assigning Hyuga clan opponents to us? How about I just forfeit instead? You guys won't blame me, right? Karui snapped angrily, idiot. Your opponent's just a girl. If you dare forfeit, I'll kill you right now. Atsui added, just pay attention to the direction of her strikes, and don't make the same mistake I did. Go. Soon enough, the two equally unconfident contestants stood facing each other. The difference was that Hinata genuinely lacked confidence, while Omoi was simply pessimistic out of habit. Once the fight actually started, though, it wouldn't affect his performance at all. Watching his opponent activate her Byakugan, one palm drawn to her waist and the other aimed toward him, Omoi felt goosebumps rise all over his body. He really did want to forfeit, but that would be way too embarrassing. So he decided to fight anyway. Drawing his longsword, he used the body flicker technique to instantly close the distance. Cloud style, deceptive slash. The blade swept and slashed in an unpredictable motion, making it impossible to tell where the attack would land. The moment Omoi attacked, Hinata stepped backward and countered with a strike of 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm. But her attack missed. Omoi's deceptive slash really was meant for deception. In the middle of his high-speed movement, he suddenly withdrew his blade halfway through the attack and changed direction. At the same time, he secretly formed hand seals and created 2 shadow clones. Shadow clone technique wasn't exclusive to Konoha. It was simply too useful. After so many years, the technique had long since spread across the shinobi world, and plenty of ninja knew how to use it. Cloud style, reverse slash. Omoi moved extremely fast. Together with his shadow clones, he launched another assault. As they approached Hinata, their speed suddenly increased again, and they switched positions with one another, making it impossible to tell where the attacks were coming from. Or whether attacks were coming from everywhere at once. Faced with this unconventional sword style, Hinata, who lacked real combat experience, had no idea how to respond. So she simply used rotation directly, blowing away every incoming attack. Omoi's shadow clones exploded apart, while his real body was sent flying backward. Not wanting to remain on the defensive, Hinata immediately launched a counterattack. She dashed toward Omoi just as he regained his footing, and unleashed a rapid barrage of palm strikes. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 32 palms. But she was too impatient. The 8 trigrams palm relied on precise timing and surprise attacks. The idea was to wait until the opponent let their guard down, then suddenly burst forward at overwhelming speed and strike before they could react, completely dismantling any chance of resistance. If the opening strikes failed to land, however, the technique became far less effective. After all, opponents wouldn't just stand there like training dummies. Omoi reacted quickly. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward and launched a relentless series of sword attacks. He had a weapon. Against an opponent fighting barehanded, that naturally gave him an advantage. To avoid getting injured, Hinata was forced to turn her 8 trigrams palm into a defensive taijutsu style, using her palms to deflect the flat of the blade and neutralize the incoming slashes. From beginning to end, she remained trapped on the defensive. Even when she tried to attack proactively, she still ended up reacting passively instead. That was the consequence of lacking experience. Omoy noticed it immediately. And once he did, he mercilessly exploited it. After finishing one round of attacks, Omoy continued pressing forward without pause. He once again launched a sudden forward slash, only to withdraw the blade midway through the attack. While rapidly shifting positions, he created two shadow clones. Cloud style, reverse slash. Everything looked exactly the same as before. Hinata had no choice but to use rotation again to repel the indistinguishable attacks. But this time, she guessed wrong. What Omoy used wasn't reverse slash. It was my style, reverse haze slash, modified. The moment Hinata began spinning with rotation, Omoy created another shadow clone to remain in front while his real body leapt into the air. By the time Hinata realized what had happened, it was already too late. Omoy had perfectly timed his descent. He landed beside her, his blade resting against her neck. This method could only work once. It relied on using two identical attack patterns in succession to create conditioned thinking and deceive the opponent. Against the Byakugan, he might not normally get even a single chance to pull it off. But unfortunately for Hinata, he had already discovered her lack of combat experience. No matter what, the winner was him. Hey-8 announced, "Winner, Omoy." The dark-skinned boy finally let out a long sigh of relief. At least now, he could report back without problems. Hinata felt utterly dejected. As she walked back, she kept her head lowered the entire time, feeling as though she had disappointed everyone's expectations. As she passed Team 7, Naruto suddenly comforted her. "Hinata, it's fine even if you lost. Omoy's tactics really were pretty good. Just remember this lesson. Next time, there's no way he'll be able to trick you again." I understand. Thank you, Naruto-kun." The little girl immediately felt much better. Even the thought of being scolded by her father when she got home no longer seemed so frightening. Takuma let out a sigh. The future head of the main family had no problems when it came to talent. But personality-wise, she really was troublesome. Hopefully, one day, she would meet someone capable of changing her. Meanwhile, Makoto realized that this wiser version of Naruto no longer possessed talk no jutsu. Instead, he vaguely seemed to have the potential for light release. At such a young age, he already understood how to warm people's hearts with his own light. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, Men Are All Damn Horn Dogs. 1966 words. The 12th preliminary match, Shin vs. Yoro. The Root organization, originally founded single-handedly by that dead bastard Shimura Danzo, not only tricked children out of some of Konoha's clans, but also cultivated its own reserve forces. It even used the same, raise poison bugs in a jar, method. Its brutality was about on par with Kirigakure's bloody mist policy. The winner lived. The loser died. An absurd waste of manpower. Most of Root's reserves came from carefully selected gifted children taken from orphanages both inside and outside the village. Shin and Sai had been among the finest representatives of that system. After Root was completely dismantled, those children were finally granted official Konoha identities, and allowed to live normal lives under the sunlight. Now, Shin had become one of the outstanding civilian ninja trained by Makoto's dojo. He possessed considerable talent in ninjutsu, and with overwhelming strength, defeated Yoro from Takigakure. Watching from the stands, Kurenai finally let out a huge sigh of relief. At the very least, Team 9 had managed to get someone into the finals instead of getting completely wiped out. And now, the final pressure landed squarely on Asuma and Shikamaru. The two stared at each other. Shikamaru practically wanted to snatch the cigarette out of his teacher's hand and smoke a few himself to calm his nerves. Why did someone who hated trouble always end up running into the most troublesome situations? At this point, he could only pray he'd be the lucky one to get a bye. Otherwise, for Team 10's dignity, he'd have no choice but to seriously fight it out. The 12th preliminary match once again drew everyone's attention. Because only 3 contestants remained. Konoha, Nara Shikamaru. Kumogakure, Karui. Takigakure, Fu. One of them would automatically advance into next month's finals with a bye. But only Shikamaru was praying for it. The other 2 girls were fired up instead, and seeing that only made Shikamaru feel even more troubled. In the end, Fu laughed her way to victory. As expected, girls who smile a lot tend to have good luck. Or perhaps Konoha knew her identity and shamelessly stacked every possible luck buff onto her head. Even Fu herself felt helpless about it. During the written exam, she hadn't answered a single question, she'd only shared a few thoughts at the end, yet somehow passed anyway. During the second exam, 2 bodyguards escorted her through the whole thing. And now, in the preliminaries, she'd drawn the one and only by spot. She'd done absolutely nothing and still advanced into the finals without even getting a chance to show off. With things already at this point, Shikamaru had no choice but to head down and fight for the final slot. Fortunately, while he was lazy, his brain worked well. He had already analyzed Kumogakure ninja combat styles long ago, and devised a corresponding strategy in his head. So what was this? Unable to beat up his future wife, so he decided to throw heavy punches at his good buddy Choji's future wife instead. Both Karui and Omoi were disciples of Killer Bee, and their fighting styles were fairly similar. After a fierce battle, Shikamaru secured the victory, preventing Team 10 from becoming a joke. With the preliminaries concluded, the 14 genin participating in the finals were decided. They would face off one-on-one, with 7 matches determining the final 7 victors. Thankfully, this was the Chunin exams, not some Ninja World Genin Championship tournament. The 7 winners wouldn't need to keep fighting afterward to decide a top 3 ranking. Hey-8 stepped forward. Today's 14 winners are officially the participants of the 3rd round of this year's Chunin selection exams. We will now randomly determine the matchups. The electronic screen began flashing as the genin waited for the results. The final bracket was as follows. First match, Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Second match, Hyuga Neji vs. Omoi. Third match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Fourth match, Tenten vs. Haku. Fifth match, Shin vs. Hozuki Suigetsu. Sixth match, Aburame Shino vs. Haruno Sakura. Seventh match, Fu vs. Nara Shikamaru. With their opponents now decided, some were delighted while others were miserable. Both Sasuke and Naruto were quite satisfied. The 2 rivals who had constantly competed against each other would finally clash on the most important stage, before everyone's eyes, in a fated showdown. Lee was the happiest of all. Not only was he opening the finals, but his opponent was also the mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful Sand-Gourd Kid. His anticipation for the finals instantly shot through the roof. Shikamaru. Out of everyone present, he was probably the most depressed. After finally making it into the finals, he still ended up fighting last. His opponent was still a woman, and worse, one who had never revealed her abilities before. He genuinely felt like his own village was targeting him. Hey-8 continued, the matches will take place on August 1st. You have nearly a month to improve your strength, gather intelligence on your opponents, and formulate suitable strategies. So work hard. I hope all of you can put on an excellent match. That's all for today. As everyone left the central tower, Makoto noticed someone beside him repeatedly glancing his way. His passive perception was extremely sharp. The moment the other person stole another look at him, he suddenly turned his head. And immediately saw a breathtaking view. Makoto was about the same height as Asuma. Looking downward from above, the cleavage was deep and dramatic. As expected of Kumogakure's #1 beauty, someone capable of competing with Tsunade in bust size. Women saw it and couldn't stop flaunting it. Men saw it and their backs nearly gave out. From boys of 8 to old men of 80, no male creature was safe from looking. One extra glance and their whole bodies would tremble. They'd go home and silently swallow bitter drinks beside their yellow-faced wives, from then on letting their worldview follow those three measurements instead. But Makoto was a serious ninja, unmoved by beauty. "What? Did I beat you up on the battlefield before?" Samui replied, "No, we never met on the battlefield. But you did beat up one of my friends." "I've beaten up too many Kumogakure ninja. How would I remember? Man or woman?" The moment Omoi and the other two heard that, they instantly got pissed off, but none of them dared to do anything. Makoto was basically Kumogakure's nightmare incarnate. Samui, however, remained calm. "A woman? Don't tell me it was Yujito. Is her face okay? She recovered pretty well. She'll still be able to get married. You aren't planning to avenge her, are you? I can't beat you anyway, and I don't want my face ruined." For once, the woman revealed a faint smile after saying that. Then she quickly left with her subordinates, her swaying figure and perfect curves drawing the eye effortlessly. Makoto, Asuma, Takuma, stare. "Guy, what even are women? Are they more fun than Kakashi?" Kurenai snapped, "You three bastards, have you stared long enough or not?" Takuma immediately said, "Kurenai-senpai, you know me. The Hyuga clan has strict family values." Asuma added, "Kurenai, you know me too. My eyes only have room for you." Makoto followed up, "Kurenai-senpai, you know me. The bed at my house isn't that big. You three should learn from Guy." Kurenai glared at the trio of horny bastards, then suddenly seemed to remember something. "Makoto-kun, the other villages are absolutely drooling over your genes. Be careful they don't use a honey trap on you." "No, I need to go tell Yugao and Anoka to keep an eye on you." Makoto instantly surrendered. "Senpai, I was wrong. Please show mercy with your words." Guy suddenly asked, "Are you talking about Kumogakure planning to do something against Konoha?" Asuma and Takuma answered in unison, "Go play with your Kakashi." After returning to Konoha, each team was dismissed. The younger generation had struggled through an entire day in the Forest of Death, then immediately participated in the preliminaries afterward. At this point, everyone needed to go home and rest. The Forest of Death was not far from the dojo. Makoto originally planned to head straight home, but after his passive perception picked up a familiar chakra signature nearby, he changed his mind. Outside the Konoha hot spring baths, a certain white-haired old pervert was sneakily picking out a good spot, apparently gathering material for his novel updates. Without making a sound, Makoto appeared directly behind him. "Jiraiya-sama, do you know what all the Konoha kunoichi who know you have in common?" "What?" Jiraiya jumped in fright and turned around. "Oh, it's you, Makoto. Why the hell do you appear like a ghost? Answer my question." Jiraiya's old face reddened slightly. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "I'll just tell you directly then. The thing they all have in common is that none of them dare visit the hot springs whenever you're back in the village. Please try acting like a human being for once. No wonder you've never managed to win over your goddess. You know, the most important virtue a man can have is devotion. Women hate shameless perverts the most, especially strong-willed women." Jiraiya burst out laughing. "You dare say that to me? Would you dare go home and say the same thing to your two girlfriends?" "Why wouldn't I?" Makoto replied confidently. "I devotedly love my wings. You know, wings are only complete when they come in a pair." Jiraiya. "As expected of you, Makoto. In terms of shamelessness, I acknowledge you as the strongest in the ninja world. Thanks for the compliment. Anyway, serious business now. Jiraiya-sama, why did you suddenly come back? Did you discover some conspiracy targeting Konoha?" "Not exactly. But while investigating Orochimaru, I discovered he joined a mysterious organization. And that organization is gathering many infamous S-rank missing nin from across the ninja world. Their goal is probably huge. You mean the Akatsuki, right? Jiraiya looked genuinely surprised. How do you know that? I only uncovered that information recently. I haven't even told Minato yet. Simple. I have an inside agent. Don't tell me it's Orochimaru. That doesn't make sense. How did you convince him? Very simple. Orochimaru has already developed a form of immortality. And I'm one of the few people who can truly kill him, the kind where even impure world reincarnation couldn't bring him back. I see. Jiraiya's expression became complicated. So he's already reached that stage. Terrifying. You really should kill him. Do you honestly want me to kill him, Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya. Besides, he's more useful alive than dead. Fine. Maybe you're right. Jiraiya sighed. Did he tell you anything else? The Akatsuki's ultimate goal is to gather the tailed beasts and force permanent peace upon the ninja world through overwhelming violence and deterrence. A dangerous organization indeed. Looks like I'll need to investigate them thoroughly. Makoto immediately cut him off. No, Jiraiya-sama. I want you to stop here and not pursue the matter any further. Orochimaru's information is enough. Minato-senpai and I will keep watching this ourselves. If you investigate recklessly, you could disrupt our plans. And most importantly, it's dangerous. The leader of the Akatsuki is a man who calls himself a god. Orochimaru couldn't even fight back against him. We don't want anything happening to you, understand? Jiraiya considered it for a while before finally accepting. All right. Maybe I really am getting old. I'll leave troublesome matters like this to you youngsters. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, nothing will happen. You should just focus on searching for your child of prophecy. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 252, Chapter 252, The World Changes with Me. 2008 words. The task of searching for the child of prophecy was something Mount Myaboku had entrusted to Jiraiya. Though calling it a task wasn't entirely accurate. The great toad sage had spoken of fragments of the future he saw in his dreams, while Jiraiya hoped to find a path toward peace for the shinobi world. Their goals aligned perfectly. One wanted to give, the other wanted to receive. Hearing Makoto bring up the matter, Jiraiya let out a somewhat emotional sigh. The child of prophecy, ha ha. What's wrong? Don't tell me after all these years you've finally grown tired of searching and decided to give up. Not that. Let's talk tonight instead. I came back this time together with an old friend. Makoto instantly understood. Jiraiya was a full-blown stalking fanatic. If he wasn't tailing his best bro somewhere, then he was probably sniffing along the trail left behind by the goddess of his dreams. That so-called old friend could only be Tsunade. The strange part was why she had suddenly returned to Konoha. In this world, because of Kushina, Tsunade would occasionally come back to Konoha during the New Year holidays. But she usually disappeared again right after the celebrations ended, much less returned during ordinary times. Night fell. Inside the dojo, Tsunade leisurely took a sip of alcohol, glanced at the now-grown Karen and Naruto, then looked toward the distant lights of Konoha flickering beyond the forest. Naruto in particular reminded her a little too much of her long-deceased younger brother, Nawaki. If the brat were a little more hot-blooded and idiotic, and got rid of that Minato-style hairstyle, he'd resemble him even more. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, Kushina's son has already graduated from the Ninja Academy. Jiraiya, we really are getting old. Jiraiya replied, you're not old if you've never been married. Besides, just look at your face. How can you even say something like that? Feels like I'm the only one aging here. Back then, their teammate Orochimaru had probably already become some kind of monster, while Tsunade used the strength of 100 seal to keep herself looking forever young. Only he had turned into an old man, letting time carve the hardships of life across his face. Kushina nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Tsunade-ne-san doesn't look old at all. She looks about the same age as me. It's seriously unfair. Tsunade's gaze swept across her forehead. Quite a few of the women here were using the same technique she did, modified versions of the strength of 100 seal. There's nothing to envy. You'll all end up the same eventually. Makoto asked Tsunade-sama, what made you suddenly decide to return to Konoha? Brat, are you saying I'm not welcome here? Of course not. Makoto pointed at his own face. Besides, I'm already an adult now. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to keep calling me a brat? So what? You're still a brat in front of me. A little pervert too. Back then, the first time you saw me, your eyes were already wandering all over the place, just like that bastard Jiraiya. And sure enough, you grew up into a full-blown old lecher. Just look at the things you've done. Seriously, impressive work. Can you even handle your nights anymore? Want me to prescribe you some medicine to help? Makoto sighed. Fine. You win. Call me whatever you want. A victorious smile spread across Tsunade's face. The first joint Chunin exams in the history of the 5 great shinobi villages, huh? I heard there are even betting pools running around the event. There's no way I'd miss something this lively. That's the only reason. Of course not. The biggest reason is that if I stayed away any longer, someone would end up unable to get married, and resent me for the rest of her life for turning her into an old maid. Shizune lowered her head with a flushed face, and softly denied it. I wouldn't, Tsunade-sama. But I can't keep wasting your youth forever either. Tsunade shot a glare at Makoto. Brat, maybe I should just hand her over to you. You already have 2 wives anyway. One more would make things even livelier. Of course, judging from the look in Tsunade's eyes, she was speaking sarcastically, mocking a certain someone for living surrounded by beauties. Even so, Makoto could still feel 2 killing intents locking onto him. Please don't joke about things like that. He immediately declared his stance and rapidly changed the subject. Anyway, Jiraiya-sama, let's talk about what you mentioned during the day. The old lecher reluctantly tore his gaze away from the abyss. Huh? What thing? The child of prophecy. Oh, that. Jiraiya downed a cup of alcohol, sadness surfacing on his face. It's gone. The great toad sage said that for some unknown reason, the shinobi world has changed. The future he once saw in his dreams has become completely chaotic now. He can't see anything anymore. He, Jiraiya, had spent so many years searching. More than half his life pursuing this thing. And in the end, the client suddenly informed him the entire project had been cancelled. Was there anything more ridiculous in life than that? Makoto and Minato exchanged looks, both finding the situation increasingly interesting. Minato asked, Jiraiya-sensei, is that all the great toad sage said? Did he mention why things became like this? No. Nobody knows. But what Mount Mayaboku can confirm, is that the natural energy of the shinobi world has undergone enormous changes compared to before. And those changes are still accelerating. Tsunade added, the slug sage sensed it too. She doesn't know whether these changes are good or bad, but she's certain of one thing, the changes started from Konoha. That's probably one of the reasons I came back as well. She narrowed her eyes at Makoto. Brat, tell me honestly. Is this related to the senjutsu training system you developed? Of course it was related. The giant tree in the dojo courtyard only affected Konoha and the surrounding regions. But ever since Makoto's natural energy training entered naturalization mode, the thing being affected had become the entire world. It was a very strange kind of connection, one completely unrelated to where he himself was physically located. This transformation ignored spatial distance altogether. It was a change born from a far deeper level of connection. If the slug sage could sense that the source of the changes was in Konoha, then naturally Gamamaru could as well. He probably just found it difficult to explain directly to Jiraiya. Of course, Tsunade and Jiraiya had occasionally returned over the years, so they knew some things about Makoto's senjutsu already, though they had never told the sage regions about it explicitly. Makoto said, "It is related. You could even say that everything was caused by me. So, the two of you planning to report this to the summoning sage regions?" He had the confidence to say that now. The slug sage was extremely laid back and probably wouldn't care. And if Mount Myaboku had objections, then dragging Gamamaru out and beating him up once would probably make them behave. Tsunade drained her cup in one gulp. What does it have to do with me? I can't even learn sage mode anyway. Makoto replied, "You just can't learn Shikatsu Forest sage mode. But my sage mode system is far more universal, and especially suitable for humans. Tsunade-sama, want to give it a try?" Tsunade was visibly tempted. As a ninja, her strength had already reached its limit. If she wanted to go any further, then the path of natural energy was her only option. The problem was that Shikatsu Forest's path simply didn't suit her. Maybe Makoto's proposal really was a good alternative. Jiraiya suddenly said, "I'm too lazy to meddle in all this, but Minato, honestly speaking, you already gave up on Mount Myaboku's sage training a long time ago, didn't you?" Minato admitted it readily. "Yes, sensei. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. If this suits you better, then your choice was the right one. I'm just curious, have you succeeded yet?" "You could say I've entered the beginner stage. I'll show you." After speaking, Minato did not sit down in meditation, nor did he clap his hands together. A silver sage mode pattern naturally appeared across his forehead, somewhat similar to the one Makoto once had. Tsunade fell briefly into a daze. That pattern reminded her of her grandfather. Jiraiya looked stunned. Being able to instantly enter sage mode is only considered beginner level. Minato smiled. "Of course. According to Makoto's classification, I'm currently in the second stage, standard sage mode. If the sage markings could remain permanently active, then that would be the third stage, constant sage mode." Jiraiya. Why was it that he called himself a sage, yet couldn't understand a single word these people were saying? Tsunade glanced at Makoto's forehead. "Brat, why don't you have any sage markings? Don't tell me the system you developed yourself ended up worse than Minato's." Makoto replied calmly, "Because I'm in the fourth stage, naturalization mode. Otherwise, how do you think I'm able to influence the natural energy of the entire shinobi world?" Tsunade. Great. Now she couldn't understand anything either. But regardless of whether the two of them understood it or not, they both realized one thing. Aside from the three great sage regions, the shinobi world now possessed another sacred land where sage mode could be practiced. And this one was far more suited to human physiology. At last, they finally understood why Makoto called this place the true sage dojo. This was a sacred land that belonged exclusively to Konoha. Or rather, all of Konoha itself had already become a sacred land for natural energy training. As Konoha shinobi, the two of them naturally decided to learn it. Jiraiya thought silently. "Sorry, Great Toad Sage. It's not that I dislike Mount Myaboku's sage mode, it's just that Konoha's own sage mode is way too damn tempting. At the very least, it won't turn people into frogs. When three people walk together, one of them is bound to suffer." The two killing intents Makoto sensed earlier that night finally transformed into tangible revenge deep into the night. Yugao and Anoka joined forces to subject the unfortunate men beneath them to utterly merciless exploitation. If they didn't make their stance clear now, who knew whether this place would eventually turn into a full-blown harem? The fact that they could tolerate each other's existence was already the absolute limit. There was no way they would allow anyone else to join midway. Not even the slightest sign of it. This was something the two of them had decided from the very beginning. Love was greedy and selfish. Yugao softly said, Makoto nii, Shizenwani-san is really pretty too, you know. I actually think Tsunade-sama's suggestion was pretty good. Want to consider it? How is that even possible? Shizun is our senpai. She's several years older than me. There's no way I'd agree. Wouldn't that just make it more exciting? My life is already exciting enough as it is. Besides, excitement without any emotional foundation isn't any different from animals going into heat. Feelings can always be developed later. Sorry, but I only have two brains to think with, and both of them are already occupied. There's no room left. Anoka suddenly asked, does that Kyomogakure woman, Samui, have a good figure? Not as good as my Anoka's. But I heard certain parts of her are shockingly huge. Once she gets older, they'll sag all the way down to her belly button. Kurinawani-san said that woman always keeps an ice-cold expression, yet she smiled only at you. The two of you seem to have pretty good chemistry too. That's slander. Absolute slander. She's slandering me. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, The Five Kage Who Stood Above the Shinobi. 1872 words. In the nearly month-long period before the Chunin exam finals in August, the main purpose, aside from giving the genin who advanced to the final matches time to gather intelligence on their opponents and improve their own strength, was actually to give the important figures coming to watch enough time to prepare. Only joint Chunin exams involving multiple villages would be handled this way. In the Chunin exams hosted solely within Konoha, the gap between the second and third rounds would usually only be 3 to 5 days. Back when Makoto participated in his own exam, they had only been given 5 days of rest. This time, Team 7's situation in the finals was rather special. Unlike their other friends, all three of them were facing fellow Konoha shinobi. Sasuke's opponent was Naruto. The two had known each other since childhood, and had always been both friends and rivals. They understood each other inside and out. During this month, aside from coming to the dojo every morning for their usual training, the rest of their time was spent trying to come up with new tricks in hopes of surprising each other during the match. Sasuke needed to grow accustomed to his three-tomo Sharingan, while Naruto needed to prepare methods to defend against Genjutsu. He even ran off to seek guidance from Jiraiya, which worried Uzumaki Kushina so much that she nearly tore her own hair out by the handful. She was deeply concerned that her obedient and outstanding son might be influenced by some certain white-haired perverted old creep, and turn into an indecent little pervert himself. Sakura's opponent was Shino. What she needed to do now was maintain confidence in herself, and learn more about the combat style of the Aburame clan. Makoto had no need to give them special training. He had never liked the idea of cramming at the last minute. He believed far more in laying down a solid foundation, because once that foundation was strong enough, talented shinobi would naturally bear abundant fruit. Everything that needed to be taught had already been taught. Sasuke had long since mastered Kakashi's Chidori, and following Makoto's advice, had continued developing the lightning release technique further. Naruto had also long mastered the Rasengan. From here onward, being guided by his father was enough. Because there were simply too many people coming to watch, Konoha's primary task during this month had been renovating the circular arena and expanding the audience seating. Otherwise, there genuinely would not have been enough room for everyone. With ordinary construction crews working alongside Konoha shinobi, the project progressed at an astonishing pace with unbelievable efficiency. 2 days before the beginning of August, luxurious ox-cart caravans could frequently be seen entering the gates of Konohagakure. These belonged to nobles and even daimyo from various countries. They had come to watch the third-round finals and, at the same time, evaluate the strength of Konoha's shinobi through the battles of its genin. Of course, the more important reason was that after a month of build-up, the betting pools surrounding the 7 finals matches had become extremely lively, with many gambling businesses joining in. How could nobles accustomed to seeking entertainment possibly miss such an opportunity? Even the recently returned Tsunade had been studying the strengths and weaknesses of each contestant lately, intending to use this event to wash away her infamous reputation as a legendary sucker. As for ordinary tourists and merchants, they had already begun arriving since the first round of the exams, and had continuously been contributing to Konoha's economy ever since. As for the Kage of the various villages, their travel speed was extremely fast, and their movements were kept under absolute secrecy. Generally, they would only arrive on the very day of the event. The first ever joint Chunin exam involving all 5 great shinobi villages had caused an enormous stir throughout the shinobi world. Even the ordinary civilian world had been swept up in widespread discussion. This was an exceptionally grand festival. It demonstrated the overwhelming influence shinobi possessed in a world where they held absolute military power, while also opening an entirely new perspective for many people regarding how the world could be viewed. In some ways, it was similar to the Olympics or the World Cup from Makoto's previous life. The population of Konohagakure had exploded to unprecedented levels. Shinobi from every nation gathered together, allowing many people to witness an alternative form of ninja competition outside of warfare. On the morning of August 1st, a large group of Konoha's upper leadership stood waiting at the village gates. Even Hiruzen, who had long since retired to stay home and take care of children, personally came to participate. The 2 generations of Hokage appearing together fully demonstrated Konoha's respect toward its guests. The first to arrive was Konoha's ally, the 4th Kazekage, Raza. The man wore a stern expression. Accompanied by several elite guards, he exchanged a few simple greetings with the 2 Hokage before heading toward the accommodations prepared for Tsunagekyure's shinobi. Soon afterward came Kirigakure's 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. The captain of the Kage Guard unit behind her was none other than the famous Byakugan killer, Ao. Mei was a young and beautiful woman with a stunning figure, roughly the same age as Hatake Kakashi. Not only was she the first 5th Kage among the 5 great shinobi villages, she was also the first female Kage in shinobi history. According to Konoha's intelligence, Terumi Mei had played the decisive role in ending Kirigakure's internal turmoil and restoring order to the village. In order to participate in this gathering of the 5 Kage invited by Konoha, Elder Genji had directly elevated her to the position of 5th Mizukage ahead of schedule. Unlike Raza, Mei greeted everyone with a radiant smile and gave off an extremely approachable impression. After all, first impressions were based on appearances. And shinobi were no exception. After exchanging formal greetings with the 2 Hokage, Mei asked, "Hokage-sama, why haven't I seen Higashino Makoto-san from your village?" Minato smiled faintly. "Makoto isn't fond of occasions like this. Please allow me to apologize on his behalf, Mizukage-dono. Is there something important you wish to discuss with him?" "I merely wish to thank him for showing mercy last time, as well as for persuading Momochi Zabuza and Haku to return to the village. Makoto is a peace-loving shinobi. Everything he does is in accordance with Konoha's ideals. After the matches conclude, Mizukage-dono will have an opportunity to thank him personally. Then I thank Lord Hokage for the arrangement. In that case, we won't disturb your work any further." Led by Konoha shinobi, the Mizukage group admired the scenery of Konohagakure's streets as they headed off to reunite with Zabuza and Haku. Mei was in quite a good mood. Kirigakure had only sent 2 squads to participate in the Chunin exams, the fewest among the 5 great shinobi villages, yet 2 of their shinobi had still managed to enter the finals. Regardless of victory or defeat afterward, it had already demonstrated the formidable potential of Kirigakure's next generation. The third group of guests to arrive was Inoki and his entourage from Iwagakure. The old man's expression went beyond mere seriousness. It was downright ugly, like someone had force-fed him a mouthful of shit. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, he was currently the only remaining 3rd Kage still in office. He was an entire 2 generations older than Terumi Mei. And this time, Iwagakure had failed to get even a single shinobi into the finals. They hadn't even survived the second round survival trial. That only deepened Inoki's sense that the village lacked worthy successors. The old man had worried himself completely bald, with only a stubborn ring of hair around the sides of his head still desperately clinging to its post. The little old man looked displeased with everyone. After the required formalities were finished, he immediately began speaking venomously. Third Hokage, retirement must be awfully boring, Hiruzen cheerfully took a puff from his pipe. How could it be? Under the fourth Hokage's management, Konoha is flourishing more with each passing day. That lets me peacefully stay home taking care of my grandchildren. And whenever I get bored, I can always head to the academy and teach the children a few lessons. So, Inoki Dano, I suggest you learn from me and retire early yourself. After being Tsuchikage for so long, aren't you worried the people below you might start having opinions? Humph. That's none of your concern. The little old man flicked his sleeve and walked off, his stomach full of suppressed anger. Did he not want to retire? It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he couldn't. If the village had juniors like Namikaze Minato or Higashino Makoto, he would gladly slam that Tsuchikage hat onto their heads the very next second. And the only disciple with truly exceptional talent happened to be mentally unstable. 2 years ago, that brat had even run away from home outright. Yes, although Deidara called himself a rogue ninja, Iwagakure only acknowledged that on the surface. In truth, if the boy sincerely wanted to come back, he would still be Inoki's favorite precious brat. Unfortunately, reality rarely went the way people wished. At this moment, the old man had completely lost the mood to admire Konoha's scenery. Right now, all he wanted to do was head to the guest hall and beat his disappointing granddaughter Kuratsuchi until her face swelled like a pig's head. The last to arrive was the fourth Raikage, A. The tall, dark-skinned powerhouse looked directly at Minato. Hokage-sama, after all these years, we meet again. Minato smiled. Indeed. After our last farewell, I never expected it would take this long before we met again. By the way, how is your brother Killer Bee? Why didn't he come visit Konoha as well? I still fondly remember the scene of the three of us meeting back then. The village needs someone to protect it. He couldn't leave, so I'm afraid you'll have to be disappointed, Hokage-sama. After saying that, the Raikage also departed with his group. Did Killer Bee not want to come? No, he simply didn't want to see a certain bastard who had tied him up like a rice dumpling. Unless, of course, Konoha agreed to hold a personal concert exclusively for him after this unprecedentedly grand Chunin exam concluded. Walking through the streets and witnessing Konoha's prosperity only made the Raikage feel even more depressed. After welcoming the Kage of the four great villages, Konoha's upper leadership immediately began preparing for the third-round finals of the Chunin exams, and the matters that would follow afterward. Thus, ever since the first gathering of the five Kage in the Land of Iron decades ago under the initiative of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the five Kage had once again assembled together, this time in Konohagakure at Konoha's invitation. For a time, every other power in the shinobi world turned their gaze toward this place, speculating on what kind of profound impact this meeting might have on the future of the world. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Raza starts questioning his entire life the moment the finals begin. 1,772 words. From a little after 7 a.m., people throughout Konohagakure began making their way toward the circular arena. Since there were simply too many spectators, including Konoha residents, tourists, merchants from various countries, and more, tickets were being sold for the third-round finals of this year's Chunin exams. Fortunately, Konoha's people weren't short on money, and those who came to watch in Konoha were even less so. The ticket sales alone generated considerable revenue. The bigger source of income, however, came from the surge in consumer spending brought by the massive crowds. After a brief discussion, the other four great ninja villages all expressed envy and began considering whether they could replicate this competition model themselves. Times were changing, and the ninja villages could no longer cling to their old mystique and isolation. They had to keep pace with the era. In recent years, quite a few underground ninja arenas funded by private merchants had appeared throughout the shinobi world. These events treated ninja battles as gladiatorial entertainment. The format was crude, brutal, and reduced ninja to mere playthings, naturally earning the displeasure of the major villages. Unfortunately, despite repeated crackdowns, such arenas kept resurfacing because the profits were simply too great. Perhaps using legitimate tournaments to squeeze illegal competitions out of the market wasn't such a bad idea. Around 8:30 a.m., Makoto arrived at the arena with Anoka. The two leisurely took seats in the audience section to the right of the main platform. Their seats were near the front, offering an excellent view and an outstanding spectator experience. As for Yugao, she was an ANBU operative and a member of the 4th Hokage's personal guard unit. Her duties today were extensive, so there was no chance she could sit back and enjoy the matches as a spectator. Minato had originally wanted Makoto to sit on the main platform, but he had declined. The last thing he wanted was to spend the day playing political games with the 5 Kage. That sounded exhausting. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade had made the same choice, and both were seated beside him. The matches would officially begin at 9 a.m. Spectators continued filling the arena, and even the main platform was now occupied by the various Kage. They weren't sitting particularly far from Makoto. Ninja eyesight was generally excellent. Raza and Inoki gave Makoto polite nods of greeting. Makoto returned the gesture with equal courtesy. Though neither had met him in person before, information on a certain individual had long since become one of the highest priority intelligence topics in every village. The Raikage had his own grudge against Makoto, but even he wouldn't abandon proper etiquette in a public setting like this. The most enthusiastic by far was Terumi Mei. When their eyes met, she wore a charming smile, seeming highly interested in the mysterious and powerful man. More importantly, he was handsome. The 5th Mizukage had always been something of a face enthusiast. Anoka remarked, "I heard that's Kirigakure's newly appointed 5th Mizukage. She's also the first female Kage in shinobi history." "Makoto, she's very beautiful, isn't she?" Makoto replied, "With hair that long covering half her face, who knows what she actually looks like? Maybe she has a scar or a birthmark over her right eye." Jiraiya immediately shook his head. No, Makoto. With all my years of flower viewing experience, I can guarantee that Mizukage-sama is an absolutely peerless beauty. Makoto stared at him in disbelief. Jiraiya-sama, did you feed your entire emotional intelligence stat to Rocky the Husky? How could you say something like that right in front of Tsunade? This was definitely not the moment to show off your extensive experience. Honestly, it was just immature. No wonder he'd spent so many years failing to win the goddess's heart. Sure enough, Tsunade shot her old teammate a vicious glare. "Oh? Jiraiya, sounds like you've got quite the wealth of experience. From the looks of it, you haven't been seriously searching for the child of prophecy at all these years. You've just been drinking and chasing women." "Jiraiya. I'm such an idiot. Really, truly an idiot." Tsunade wasn't finished. "And you, brat, don't think you're innocent either. Why do you think she only smiled at you?" She snorted. "Anoka, don't worry. If he dares flirt with the Mizukage, I'll gouge his eyeballs out myself." Makoto. Setting aside the fact that, with his current physique, even if his eyes were gouged out they would regenerate instantly. The real question was, could a medic even beat him? Still, Makoto was an honest man. Honest men didn't argue with women. Remaining silent was the safest choice. At that moment, a man carrying a briefcase approached and quietly asked, "Higashino-sama, do you have any favorites for today's matches? Interested in placing a few bets?" Makoto pointed at Tsunade. "Talk to her. She's the real high roller." "You're absolutely right, sir, but this lady has already been one of our clients for quite some time." "Oh? Then my apologies. I'm not interested." After sending the bookmaker away, Makoto turned curiously toward Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, Konoha's genin are extremely strong. Their chances of winning are pretty high, and the results seem fairly obvious. What's there to bet on? Tsunade said, then you're mistaken. Leaving aside the 2 All-Konoha matches, for the other 5 fights, people aren't just betting on who wins or loses. They're also betting on how long each match will last. There's a different payout bracket for every minute. Makoto. All he could say was that he'd underestimated the gambling businesses operating on the organization's outskirts. He had thought Tsunade might finally shake off her reputation as the ultimate sucker through this event, but apparently that wasn't happening. May she remain a walking fat sheep for the rest of her life. That was good news for Konoha. Onoka asked worriedly, in that case, aren't you concerned that someone might threaten the contestants into throwing matches? Tsunade let out a cold laugh. Give them 10 times the courage, and they still wouldn't dare. Makoto added, don't worry, Onoka. The village already prepared for that possibility. Konoha didn't prohibit gambling. But interfering with the matches was absolutely forbidden. At exactly 9 a.m., the finals officially began. Gecko Hayate appeared in the center of the arena, with a body flicker technique. He was serving as both chief examiner and referee for the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. In the original timeline, the position had been taken over by Shiranui Ginma because Hayate had been taken out by Baki in a single move. But in this world, Hayate was alive and well. Everyone, welcome to Konoha and to this year's Chunin exams. I know what you're all here to see, so I won't waste time with a long speech. Let's bring down the contestants for the first individual match. He wasn't using a microphone. Through precise control of wind release chakra, he projected his voice directly into every spectator's ears. Although the arena itself had been designed with sound-amplifying acoustics, this display still revealed an exceptionally high level of ninjutsu mastery, and made the representatives from the other villages view him in a new light. The people of Sunagakure were especially impressed. After all, wind release was their specialty. The moment Hayate finished speaking, an already fired-up Rock Lee leaped out of the competitors' waiting area, and landed beside the referee. Gaara, on the other hand, simply took the stairs. Slowly. Unhurriedly. Everything happening around him was irrelevant. The spectators' impatient shouts meant nothing. The only thing he cared about was whether his opponent's blood would satisfy his sand. Enduring it any longer was unbearable. Today he had to kill his opponent and prove that his existence had meaning. Once both contestants were in position, Hayate spoke again. Well, I already explained the rules during the preliminaries, but for the benefit of today's audience, I'll go over them one more time. This is a one-on-one individual match. Any methods are permitted, including killing your opponent. However, if I, as chief examiner, determine that the outcome has already been decided, I have the authority to stop the match. The result of the battle does not have an absolute impact on promotion to Chunin. Even if you lose, you may still be promoted if you demonstrate sufficient ability. Now then, please introduce yourselves. Lee immediately blurted out, Me. Me first. I'm Rock Lee, a genin of Konoha. Gaara replied coldly, Gaara of the Sand. As he spoke, he cast an icy glance toward both his opponent and the referee. If the referee tried to stop him again this time, he would kill him too. Then, the first match of the 3rd stage of the Chunin selection exams begin. The instant Hayate finished speaking, he jumped away. Not too far away, though. After witnessing the preliminaries, he already knew that this sand brat was anything but well-behaved. Makoto was extremely interested in this fight. In the original timeline, this matchup had taken place during the preliminaries. Now it had been moved to the finals, and Lee had become the plus version. His expectations were high. The moment the match started, Rock Lee burst forward at high speed, and appeared right in front of Gaara. Then he leaped into the air and launched a spinning kick straight at Gaara's head. Leaf whirlwind. Gaara had already opened the gourd on his back beforehand. A massive amount of sand poured out and instantly formed a sand wall on the right side of his body to block the attack automatically. It was useless. Lee's physical abilities had been enhanced by years of natural energy training at the dojo. The power behind this kick far exceeded anything Gaara could have imagined. The sand wall exploded on impact, and the kick continued through, smashing directly into Gaara's face. In an instant, Gaara was sent flying. He tumbled across the ground like a rag doll, rolled several times, and lay motionless. It looked as though he had either been seriously injured or knocked unconscious outright. The spectator stands erupted in an uproar. That fast? Sunegakure's ninja are trash. Seriously. He looked so intimidating, and he went down in one move. Even Raza on the main platform was completely dumbfounded. Gaara was Sunegakure's ultimate weapon. The one-tail Jinchuriki. And this was it. Had Konoha become this absurd? One of their genin could kick his village's Jinchuriki around like a ball. Did this kid grow up eating chakra for breakfast or something? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, 1. 1,728 words. Quite a few people thought Gaara had been taken down in a single move the moment the match started, but those with sharp eyes could tell the kid was still fine. The Hokage, Raikage, and Mizukage remained expressionless. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, mocked that Gaara is the Kazekage's youngest son, isn't he? He certainly looked imposing, but to be caught off guard like that. It seems his combat experience is rather lacking. Raza snorted. Humph. He merely lost the initiative. Gaara will win. Is that so? Then I suppose I have something to look forward to. Inside the arena, Hayate did not declare Lee the winner, because his opponent was already being lifted back to his feet by a mass of yellow sand. Gaara felt his head buzzing, but he wasn't seriously injured. Only the skin on the right side of his face had cracked open, with sand constantly spilling from the fissures onto the ground. Only then did many people realize that he had been wearing a layer of sand over his body the entire time, using it as armor to protect himself. Gaara's emotions were clearly unstable. He hunched slightly, staring at the ground. His teeth trembled, his expression twisted, and he continuously muttered vicious words under his breath. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill all of you. Lee didn't care. Makoto had taught them long ago that the greatest respect one could show an opponent was to keep beating them until they were completely down. He increased his speed once more and rushed in front of Gaara, throwing a fierce straight punch. Whether Gaara had learned his lesson or his sand's autonomous defense had improved, a much thicker sand wall rose farther away from his body this time. The moment the wall shattered beneath the tremendous force of Lee's punch, the sand hidden behind it transformed into a curtain and swept rapidly toward him. Lee twisted aside and changed direction, avoiding the sand curtain while launching a continuous barrage of kicks around Gaara, moving so fast he was nearly a blur. Gaara's shield of sand was shattered again and again, only to reform again and again. Meanwhile, the sand curtain behind the shield reshaped itself under Gaara's control into a thick, flexible tentacle. It relentlessly chased after the constantly moving Lee, trying to catch the annoying fly buzzing around him. One side continuously attacked while evading pursuit. The other remained rooted in place, defending while controlling the sand tentacle to counterattack. After several exchanges, neither could do much to the other. Gaara couldn't catch Lee, whose speed was simply too great. Lee, meanwhile, couldn't break through Gaara's defensive perimeter and reach his actual body. After shattering the sand shield once again, Lee performed several backward flips, widening the distance between them. He knew this wasn't sustainable. As a pure taijutsu specialist, he was at a disadvantage. Before Gaara ran out of chakra, his own stamina would likely fail first. His opponent could freely manipulate sand for defense, and the sand armor covering his body greatly reduced the force of Lee's attacks. He needed to break through with even greater speed, and deliver even more devastating blows. From the spectator stands, Guy shouted loudly, "Lee, release yourself." "Yes, Guy-sensei." Lee flashed a dazzling grin and, in a few swift motions, removed the heavy training weight strapped to his arms and legs. They crashed to the ground with a tremendous thud. Only then did many people realize that he had been wearing absurdly heavy training equipment the entire time. What the hell kind of monster was this? With the weights removed, Lee felt as light as a swallow. After bouncing in place a few times, his figure blurred and vanished. Not even a shadow remained visible. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gaara. Leaf whirlwind. One kick sent his opponent flying. Only after Gaara had already been launched did the shield of sand begin to form. It was completely incapable of keeping up with Lee's attack speed. It had protected absolutely nothing. But Lee wasn't finished. Moving even faster than before, he overtook the airborne Gaara, intercepted him mid-flight, and delivered another vicious kick that sent him hurtling in a different direction. Then he repeated the process over and over. Within the arena, Gaara bounced through the air like a ball, kicked back and forth repeatedly by his opponent. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of Lee's afterimage. The shield of sand trailed behind Gaara the entire time, always one step too late. Like a useless husband, it couldn't protect anything. The sand armor covering Gaara's body began crumbling away under the relentless barrage. Large sections fell off one after another. Before long, it would lose its protective function entirely. With one final vicious upward kick, Lee launched Gaara high into the sky. Then he leapt after him. Leaf rising wind. Positioning himself beneath Gaara, Lee unleashed a series of spinning kicks. Using the momentum, he vaulted even higher than his opponent, and brought down a devastating axe kick from above. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. Gaara slammed into the ground like a cannonball. The gourd strapped to his back had completely transformed into a mound of sand, cushioning the impact beneath him. Even so, Gaara suffered heavy damage. Every part of his body ached as though it had been torn apart, and his face was filled with disbelief. He had actually been beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back at all. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Ayah! With a shrill roar, the sand around Gaara rapidly flowed back and condensed into a massive, hardened sphere, sealing him safely inside. Countless sand tendrils extended from beneath the sphere and burrowed deep into the ground, like the roots of an ancient tree. It stood as immovable as a mountain. Lee rushed forward and delivered several heavy kicks in succession, but he couldn't break through the sand sphere. Not only that, the sphere automatically retaliated. Long, sharp sand spikes erupted from its surface, forcing Lee to retreat and widen the distance. His opponent had hidden himself inside a turtle shell. How was he supposed to fight that? The battle reached a stalemate. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange. An ominous chakra spread throughout the arena. On the main viewing platform, every Kage except Raza wore a grave expression. None of them had expected Sunagakure to send a Jinchuriki to participate in the Chunin exams. How shameless could they be? It was just a Chunin exam. Was that really necessary? By now, they had naturally figured out Gaara's hidden identity. Anoki remarked pointedly, who would have thought Sunagakure's Jinchuriki would be the Kazekage's youngest son? You're quite the father, Kazekage Dano. You've got nerves of steel, bringing him all the way to Konoha. Aren't you afraid you'll lose him? Minato. The ever-gentle Sunshine Boy looked somewhat awkward. Not because Anoki was subtly trying to sow discord and imply that Konoha might steal the One Tail. Everyone knew that was highly unlikely. No, it was because his own son was also a Jinchuriki. By that standard, he wasn't exactly father of the year either. Raza replied, there's no need for Tsuchikage Dano to concern himself with that. Konoha is Sunagakure's ally and worthy of trust. If it were Iwagakure, however, that would be another matter. Humph. Do you really think we'd be interested in a mere one tail? Nobody believed him. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, aside from Konoha, the credibility of the other 4 combined wasn't enough to buy a single popsicle on credit. The Kage turned toward the 4th Hokage. This was Konoha, after all. They wanted to see whether the host had any objections. Minato said, as long as they're genin and have met the minimum mission requirements, they're qualified to participate in the Chunin exams. Jinchuriki are no exception. It doesn't violate the rules. Konoha voiced no opposition and made no attempt to halt the match. They seemed entirely unconcerned about a Jinchuriki appearing in the exams, nor did they appear worried about the safety of their own genin. Minato's thoughts were simple. Calling off the match was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everything was within the rules, and he was merely enforcing them. More importantly, Naruto was a Jinchuriki too. If Jinchuriki were prohibited from competing, he probably wouldn't even be allowed back into his own house. At that moment, the sand sphere surrounding Gaara suddenly exploded. Something inhuman emerged from within. The cold, relatively handsome boy had completely transformed into a half-human, half-monster existence. The entire upper right side of his body, including part of his face, had become a grotesque beast made of yellow sand. A massive tail swayed behind him. The sand covering his body was etched with mysterious violet wind god markings. One-tail Shikaku possession mode. In this state, Gaara became even more violent. Drool dripped from his mouth as he stared fixedly at Lee, the person who had forced him into such a hideous form. Then he lunged forward. Before he even reached his target, his right arm, now transformed into a massive claw, suddenly stretched outward and smashed into the ground. Boom! The impact was like a shell exploding. Broken earth flew everywhere. Dust billowed skyward. A huge crater appeared where the strike landed. Lee reacted instantly, leaping high into the air to evade it. Landing inside the crater, Gaara swept his right arm and tail in a crossing motion, launching a dense barrage of sand projectiles at Lee while he was still airborne. Sen Shuriken. Lee pulled out 2 kunai and gripped them in reverse. His arms blurred as he swung them, shattering every Sen Shuriken in front of him. Even so, the tremendous force behind the attack pushed him all the way to the edge of the arena. There was nowhere left to retreat. If Gaara continued using this technique, he could wear Lee down to death. But in this state, Gaara's mind was no longer functioning normally. Seeing that his opponent could do nothing but defend himself filled him with exhilaration. He laughed maniacally. Come on. Keep going. Is that all you've got? Not enough. Not even close. If you can't give me more enjoyment, I'll kill you. I'll kill everyone connected to you. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Shikaku, I won't interrupt, I'm leaving, okay. 1,792 words. At that moment, Lee finally realized what his opponent really was. This wasn't just some ordinary shinobi from Sunagakure. This was Sunagakure's one-tailed Jinchuriki. Good thing Makoto-sensei taught them everything and stocked the dojo library with comprehensive materials. Otherwise, Lee might not even have recognized it. Looks like he had to go all out and finish his opponent in one decisive burst. He couldn't allow Gaara to continue transforming. If he reached his complete form, things would get troublesome. Lee was a pure taijutsu specialist. His 8 gates training wasn't yet complete, and he had no particularly effective way of dealing with a giant-tailed beast. Taking advantage of Gaara's taunting, Lee made up his mind. No more hesitation. He instantly unleashed his full power and activated the 8 gates formation. Gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, open. After being strengthened by natural energy, this plus version Lee could already open 5 gates in succession. But that still wasn't enough. Not enough. Still not enough. I haven't reached my limit yet. Gate of view, open. This was the strongest state he could currently achieve. Because his body was still immature, he couldn't maintain it for long. He had to end the fight quickly. In an instant, tangible chakra erupted around him. His hair flew upward. His muscles swelled. Veins writhed across his body like snakes. He looked like a war god descending upon the battlefield. The moment his feet touched the ground, he vanished. Then he appeared beneath Gaara. Shadow of the dancing leaf. Crouching low, Lee launched a powerful upward kick directly into Gaara's chin. Gaara never even reacted. Like a kite with its string cut, he soared high into the sky. Lee flashed above him. The gourd boy's eyes filled with terror, but there was nothing he could do. That single strike had already numbed his entire body. He couldn't move. He couldn't understand it. Why could this Konoha ninja unleash such terrifying combat power? Sixth gate, gate of view, morning peacock. His fists blurred as they moved at incredible speed. The force of his punches compressed the air, generating intense heat that blossomed into countless flames. Every strike landed on Gaara. Morning peacock could attack from a distance. The two never made contact. Gaara was blasted all the way from the sky back to the ground. Under the relentless barrage, the sand armor covering his body completely shattered and fell away. Then the real body took the full force of the storm-like assault. By the time he hit the ground, he had been beaten so thoroughly that he looked like a swollen piglet. Completely unconscious. For once, the little panda slept peacefully. That was only because Lee had held back. Had he aimed for vital points instead, he could have beaten Gaara to death right in front of his entire family. After landing, Lee panted heavily. Opening the sixth gate was still pushing him beyond his current limits. Just as both of his teachers had said, his body still needed time to mature. Still, he had won. Hay-8 thought so too. He was already preparing to announce the result. Only Raza, Baki, Temari, and the others silently cried out in alarm. This is bad. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. Massive amounts of chakra erupted from the unconscious Gaara. The chakra transformed into tangible sand, rapidly gathering into a gigantic fat tanuki. Or maybe a giant raccoon dog. The one-tail, Shikaku. Gaara's loss of consciousness had allowed it to emerge. Though admittedly, it looked kind of dumb and adorable. The moment it appeared, it let out an excited cry like an overgrown husky. Yaha! I'm finally out. Woohoo! And I immediately found so many people to kill. This is awesome. Its enormous size made the arena feel cramped. The audience saw the monster appear and were instantly terrified. They wanted to run. But their legs wouldn't move. The tailed beast chakra became a tangible pressure that crushed down on them. Ordinary people went weak all over, unable to move a muscle. The shinobi immediately flashed in front of the spectators, drawing their weapons and forming a protective line. As for Shikaku standing in the middle of the arena, as long as the big boss stepped in, everything would be fine. Makoto appeared before Shikaku in a flash. He casually condensed a gigantic chakra hand, and gave the frolicking beast a head pat. You're celebrating too early, Shikaku. So what's it going to be? Are you going back obediently on your own? Or do I beat you half to death and send you back afterward? Shikaku. After finally escaping the seal, of course it wanted to make the most of its freedom. Only an idiot would willingly go back. But when it tried to move, it discovered that it couldn't. What was even more unbelievable was the overwhelming pressure radiating from Makoto. A pressure so crushing it filled Shikaku with despair. What the hell is going on? Why does this guy's presence feel even more terrifying than the old man's? Why do I have to face a monster like this the moment I get out? Can this world still be saved? I just wanted to come out and get some fresh air. Shikaku immediately made up its mind. Fight him. Fight my ass. Its instincts were screaming that it would die. Anyone who possessed power beyond that old man's could kill tailed beasts like them with ease. Time to bail. Without saying a word, Shikaku shrank back into the seal on Gaara's body. As it left, it even took a moment to gloat. Poor stinking fox. Living in the same place as a monster like that must be miserable. Shikaku's enormous body collapsed into cascading quicksand. Before it even reached the ground, it had already dispersed. The sand was formed from the One-Tail's chakra. With a casual wave of his hand, Makoto gathered up all the scattered tailed beast chakra, and sent it to the giant tree in his dojo as a snack. When the audience saw the giant monster suddenly disappear, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It's Lord Makoto. We're saved. Before long, under the enthusiastic recommendations of those who knew better, all the visiting shinobi and civilians from outside Konoha learned the identity of the man floating above the arena, the one who had turned a tailed beast into a pet with a single hand. The legendary figure of Konoha. The shinobi world's universally acknowledged second god of shinobi. Konoha's younger generation had never seen Higashino Makoto fight before. Only now did they finally realize that the teacher who had been instructing them all this time was operating on a completely different level from them. Shinobi weren't supposed to be like this. The moment Shikaku appeared, Raza knew there was trouble. But he found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. If he intervened, this was Konoha. Acting on someone else's turf was already awkward. More importantly, if he could quickly suppress Shikaku, it would be a perfect opportunity to display the Kazekage's strength before everyone. But if he failed to suppress it, then he wouldn't be showing off his skills. He'd be showing off his ass. If he didn't intervene, things weren't any better. The One-Tail belonged to Sunagakure, and the Jinchuriki was his son. It would look very much like Sunagakure had brought a Jinchuriki to Konoha to cause trouble. The Reikage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage, however, remained completely at ease. None of them believed Shikaku could accomplish anything. Just looking at the calm expression on the Hokage's face was enough. Sure enough, Shikaku merely came out, took a couple breaths of Konoha's sweet air, and was promptly chased back into its seal. What surprised everyone wasn't the result. It was the process. There had been no battle. No destruction. The tailed beast hadn't even resisted. It had been petted like a household animal, and then immediately fled. The whole thing had been absurdly easy. A shadow settled over everyone's hearts. If even the tailed beasts, the so-called ultimate weapons of the villages, could be treated like this, what purpose did they still serve? The current Konoha, or rather, Higashino Makoto himself, was becoming absurdly powerful. The balance of power among the 5 great shinobi villages had already been shattered. It felt like the world had returned overnight to the era before the villages were founded. No. It might actually be worse. Makoto was far too young. And unlike Senju Hashirama, he didn't exactly look easy to talk to. As the yellow sand dispersed, the unconscious Gaara was revealed. The gourd boy was sleeping soundly. In all 12 years of his life, he had probably never enjoyed a night's sleep as peaceful as this one. So how should the match be judged? Heiei had no choice but to look toward the main viewing platform. Minato asked, "What do you all think? How should the outcome of this match be decided?" The tailed beast is part of the Jinchuriki, but Lee wasn't the one who defeated it. Raza immediately spoke up. Gaara was already unconscious before Shikaku emerged. Therefore, victory should rightfully belong to the genin named Rock Lee. Anoki nodded. That's correct. The Reikage said, agreed. The Mizukage added, no objections here. What objection could Terumi may possibly have? If she wasn't mistaken, the taijutsu Lee had just used was the very technique that had turned Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordmen into a complete joke during the last war. Minato nodded to Genma behind him. Genma immediately used the body flicker technique and appeared in the arena, relaying the decision to the chief examiner. After hearing the verdict, Hayate announced, "The winner of the first match of the third round of the Chunin exams is Rock Lee of Konoha." Ha! Ha ha ha. Makoto-sensei, I did it. Makoto smiled. Yeah. Well done. Go get some rest. Lee happily ran off to celebrate with Guy. Meanwhile, Temari came to collect her younger brother. Without that murderous aura surrounding him, the sleeping Gaara looked strangely peaceful. The sight felt unfamiliar to her. But it also made her wonder. If my little brother could always be like this, that would be wonderful. With the first match concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The very first fight had already been this incredible. How amazing would the matches after this be? If the rest of the tournament stayed this exciting, then even if they got caught in the crossfire and died, or if another giant monster appeared and swallowed everyone whole, it would still be worth the price of admission. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, The Generous and Selfless Higashino Makoto. 1,777 words. Although the first match had run into a small mishap, it ultimately ended without any real danger. The audience was left wanting more, eagerly anticipating even more exciting battles to come. Reality, however, was likely to disappoint them. Jinchuriki were not exactly common. Only 3 of them were participating in this Chunin exam. Whether the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, would use her tailed beast's power was anyone's guess. As for Naruto, he certainly had no intention of exposing his identity for the time being. Gaara? That was simply because Sunagakir's sealing techniques were too terrible. The gourd-carrying kid couldn't control his emotions at all. Whether he used the tailed beast's power or not was something even he couldn't fully control. With the incident resolved, Makoto vanished from sight and instantly returned to Anoka's side, allowing Hayate to continue presiding over the tournament. His Flying Thunder God technique no longer required seals to provide coordinates. Everything within his perception was effectively a marker, allowing him to travel freely wherever he wished. Jiraiya openly envied that ability. He couldn't help but imagine how convenient it would be if he could learn it. Then, whenever he was out gathering research material, people wouldn't be able to chase him down and beat him up anymore. Of course, the old pervert only dared think such things to himself. What he actually said sounded perfectly respectable. Back then, it took both Makoto and me working together to subdue the 4 tails. Who would have thought that now, tailed beasts don't even have the courage to resist when they see him? Someone's definitely going to lose sleep after returning home. Makoto shrugged. That just means they're overthinking things. I'm not one of those dark-skinned brutes from Kumogakure. I have no interest in stealing other people's property. Tsunade shook her head. It won't matter. Shinobi only trust the power in their own hands. They'll never trust an enemy's moral character. Even when Grandpa distributed the tailed beasts to them back then, they still didn't trust Konoha. Terrified by the power of wood release, they expanded their military forces like mad. Then the moment Grandpa died, war broke out soon afterward. Everyone understood that principle. In truth, it wasn't just Shinobi. The same thing happened in every world. It was practically a universal flaw shared by all intelligent life. Down below, Hayate continued his duties. The contestants for the second match, please come forward. Inside the competitors' waiting room, Niji and Omoi rose silently to their feet and hurried toward the proctor, greeted by the cheers of the crowd. Please state your names. Konoha, Hyuga Niji. Kumogakure, Omoi. Excellent. Then, Hayate chopped his right hand downward. Begin. Instantly, Niji and Omoi each leapt backward a step, their eyes locked on one another. The battle was about to begin. On the main viewing platform, Inoki suddenly spoke up. I heard that during the preliminaries, all of Kumogakure's opponents happened to be members of the Hyuga clan. And now it's happened again. He turned toward Minato. Tell me, Hokage-sama, there's really nothing wrong with Konoha's electronic lottery system, is there? Minato's expression remained unchanged. There's nothing wrong with it. Konoha has no need to resort to tricks. Perhaps the Hyuga and Kumogakure simply have a special affinity for one another. The Raikage thought. Yeah, right. As if I'd believe that. But outwardly, he remained firm. It doesn't matter. Our people don't care who their opponents are. Anoki said nothing more. Throwing out little provocations had become second nature to him. It didn't matter if they succeeded or not. As long as they annoyed Kumogakure, he considered it worthwhile. Down in the arena, Omoi studied his opponent carefully. During the past month, he had gathered basic intelligence on him. The man standing before him was nothing like the girl he had faced in the preliminaries. This was the true genius of the Hyuga clan. Even if he came from the branch family. That meant close-quarters combat was out of the question. He would have to use a hit-and-run strategy, wearing his opponent down while searching for an opportunity to land a decisive blow. With that in mind, Omoi activated lightning release chakra to stimulate his body. Drawing several kunai, he coated them with lightning release chakra, and began circling Niji at high speed, hurling them from multiple angles. Such attacks were useless against someone with the Byakugan. Niji shifted his footing swiftly and effortlessly evaded every kunai. At that moment, Omoi charged forward. Yet before he even reached his target, he swung his blade down fiercely. Lightning release, lightning flash slash. A crescent-shaped arc of lightning shot from the blade at tremendous speed. Niji shattered the attack with a single 8 trigrams vacuum palm, and immediately rushed toward his opponent. He intended to end the fight as quickly as possible. But Omoi had already created 3 shadow clones, surrounding Niji from all sides. The clones charged forward as well. Yet they had no intention of giving Niji a chance to engage in close combat. Halfway through their advance, all 4 figures stopped simultaneously and swung their swords together. Cloud style, triple crescent lightning slash. Unlike the Gecko clan's Konoha sword technique, crescent moon dance, triple crescent lightning slash was not a combination of swordsmanship and genjutsu. It was a pure lightning release ninjutsu. 3 crescent-shaped arcs of lightning sealed off Niji's avenues of movement. Yet Niji showed no sign of panic. He leapt into the air and, without even looking, struck upward with a palm. A tactic that had worked against Hinata was useless against him. This time, however, Omoi had changed his approach. The figure descending from above was not the real body, but a shadow clone, which exploded with a single strike. On the ground, a victorious smile spread across Omoi's face. Got him. The real Omoi and his 2 shadow clones formed a triangular formation, their ninja swords held horizontally. Lightning release, gathering thunder assault. Unlike scattering thunder assault, which unleashed a wide-area lightning release attack outward in all directions, this technique compressed the lightning into a tiny area at the center of the encirclement, focusing entirely on a single target. The 3 streams of lightning released from their blades merged with the still lingering lightning flash/slash arcs, creating a small pool of crackling lightning on the ground. As long as Niji came down, there would be nowhere to run. The moment he landed, he would get to enjoy the wonderfully numb and tingly sensation of a full internet addiction treatment therapy. Niji's expression remained unchanged. He allowed himself to fall directly toward the lightning pool. The instant he made contact, chakra erupted from every tenketsu in his body, driving him into a high-speed spin. Rotation, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. The all-encompassing defense of rotation dispersed the lightning release the moment Niji's feet touched the ground. But it didn't stop there. Under his precise control, the chakra he had released suddenly flowed back into his hands. It then transformed into more than a dozen 8 trigrams vacuum palms, instantly blowing apart the 2 shadow clones. Omoi's real body received special attention as well. He was struck simultaneously by the force of four vacuum palms. His chakra pathways were damaged by the attack, preventing him from gathering chakra for a brief moment. As he was sent flying backward, his body locked up in a fatal bout of stiffness. Niji flashed in front of him with a body flicker technique, and unleashed a sequence of 8 trigrams 16 palms, finishing the fight on the spot. Omoy lay on the ground, his beloved lollipop still hanging from his mouth, looking utterly helpless. As expected of a genius of the Hyuga clan, the strategy he and his teammates had painstakingly developed had been completely useless. He had lost that quickly. Hopefully Lord Raikage wouldn't blame him. And if punishment did come, what kind of punishment would it be? Would it be terrible? Would he die? His pessimistic thoughts immediately began spiraling out of control again. After checking his condition, Heiei announced the result. The winner is Hyuga Niji. In the audience, Hyuga Hizashi wore a complicated expression. His son truly was a genius. To think Niji had managed to draw back the chakra released during rotation and transform it into multiple streams of force for 8 trigrams vacuum palm, successfully combining the two techniques into a true union of offense and defense. A pity he had been born into the branch family. Hyuga Hayashi's expression was equally complicated. Compared to Niji, his daughter, the heir of the main family in this generation, was somewhat lacking in strength. More importantly, there was her personality. At that thought, his gaze shifted toward his younger daughter, Hyuga Hanabi. Fortunately, he and his wife had successfully started a second save file. Though she wasn't a son, Hanabi surpassed her sister by 5 years in both temperament and talent. Perhaps it was time to reconsider the choice of clan heir. 7-year-old Hanabi looked excited. Father, Niji Nizan is amazing. Hayashi nodded. Niji's talent is indeed exceptional. That's why you must work even harder. When you're at the dojo, make sure to learn properly from your sensei. Yes, father. I will. On the main viewing platform, the Raikage's face had darkened, though, admittedly, it was already dark to begin with. Omoy possessed the best talent among Kumogakure's younger generation. He had even developed a specialized strategy with the help of his teammates. Yet he had been defeated so decisively. Were Konoha's younger generation all monsters? Beside him, Inoki couldn't resist speaking again. Hokage-sama, I've heard that quite a few of Konoha's children are able to train under that man. Is that true? Minato replied with a smile. That's right. Makoto is a generous and selfless person. Anyone willing to come to his dojo and learn, adult or child, will receive his sincere guidance. Inoki raised an eyebrow. Anyone, you say? What if Iwagakure sent a group of children over? Minato looked directly at him. If you're willing to send them, Konoha is willing to teach them. Inoki. He had only been speaking casually. He hadn't expected Konoha to actually agree. But the real question was, could he really send them? And even if he did, would he dare use them after they returned? If those exchange students spent several years immersed in Konoha's dazzling world, who knew where their loyalties would end up? The Raikage and the Mizukage had similar thoughts. They were tempted. Very tempted. But they didn't dare. If they sent over perfectly good young talents, those kids would probably be reshaped into Konoha's image inside and out before long. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, Naruto's personality has nothing to do with the sexy technique. 2093 words. Niji and Omoy's match had been short and lacked any giant monsters to get the audience's hearts racing, but the spectators still enjoyed it immensely. Ordinary civilians usually ran as far away as possible whenever shinobi fought. Otherwise, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to survive. As a result, most people never had the chance to see what a battle between ninja actually looked like. Today they got more than their fill. In the arena, Heiei waved toward the waiting room. The contestants for the third match, it's your turn. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a glance filled with rivalry. The two stood up at the same time. Instead of jumping directly from the viewing platform into the arena, they followed Gaara's example, leaving through the door and walking down the stairs toward the battlefield. With every step, the excitement and fighting spirit in their hearts steadily rose. Before this massive audience, before the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages, they would prove through battle that they were superior to the other. Before Hayate could even speak, both had already introduced themselves. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. One was the son of the Uchiha clan head, the most prestigious clan in the shinobi world. The other was the son of Konoha's 4th Hokage. Their backgrounds alone were enough to excite every spectator, especially the people of Konoha. Hayate declared, "Then the third match begins now." Unlike the first 2 matches, this Konoha vs Konoha showdown started in a very shinobi-like fashion. The two knew each other too well, so naturally they began with verbal attacks. Sasuke smirked. "Naruto, are you ready for another defeat?" Naruto flashed a mysterious grin. "Sasuke, talking big won't help you. I prepared a brand new trump card just for you." Sasuke remained unimpressed. "Really? I'm looking forward to it. If it's just the same old tricks as before, then today's victory belongs to me. I won't disappoint you." Once the trash talk was over, both launched into motion simultaneously, circling one another at high speed. At the same time, their hands reached toward the ninja pouches at their waists. A moment later, kunai and shuriken filled the air, perfectly matching the audience's stereotypical image of a ninja battle. Clang! 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 Metal rang continuously as the projectiles collided between them. As members of the Uchiha clan were masters of thrown weapons, Sasuke held the advantage in this area. Before long, Naruto was reduced to defending himself with a kunai in hand. Naruto was very familiar with this style of combat. Knowing he couldn't compete head-on, he formed hand seals before the next volley arrived and created a large number of shadow clones. A small portion intercepted the incoming weapons while the rest charged toward Sasuke. The taijutsu battle began. A crowd against a single opponent. Sasuke showed no fear whatsoever. His 3-tomo Sharingan darted left and right, effortlessly tracking every punch and kick coming at him from all directions. He even had enough spare attention to counterattack and steadily reduce the number of clones. When it came to dynamic vision, the Sharingan had never feared anyone. Throughout the close-quarters fight, both Naruto's real body and his shadow clones kept their heads slightly lowered, completely avoiding eye contact with Sasuke. Against an Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan, looking directly into their eyes was practically suicide. Naruto understood that very well. Of course, even if he did look, it wouldn't be a problem. As the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and currently on fairly good terms with the Big Fox, he wouldn't be easily caught in a genjutsu. But Sasuke didn't know that. Information like that was best saved for a crucial moment, when it could be used for something underhanded. Shinobi weren't righteous heroes. Using dirty tricks in battle was practically routine. Poof. 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 Naruto's shadow clones exploded one after another. An ordinary person would have collapsed long ago from the accumulated pain, but Naruto was completely fine. His nerves were absurdly resilient. In the end, Sasuke used a spinning kick to destroy Naruto's final 2 clones. But at that moment, Naruto's real body suddenly burst up from underground behind them, and unleashed a move he had learned from Lee. Shadow of the Dancing Leaf. The kick shot straight toward Sasuke's vulnerable chin. Sasuke crossed his palms to block, but the tremendous force still launched him into the air. Naruto didn't wear bandages and couldn't use the lotus techniques, so instead he drew the short blade from his back and swung it several times in rapid succession. Wind release, vacuum sword. The shadowless sword demanded extremely precise chakra control. Among the younger generation with wind affinity chakra, only Tenten could currently use it. However, Naruto could still perform vacuum sword, its precursor version. The wind chakra within Vacuum Sword wasn't nearly as condensed. The distortion in the air was obvious, making it easy to see and far less suited for stealth. The airborne Sasuke wasted no time either. He drew the short blade at his waist. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. A crescent-shaped blade of fire sliced through the incoming vacuum sword with perfect precision. The two attacks exploded in midair, scattering sparks through swirling winds and creating a spectacular display. Normally, among the 5 elemental chakra natures, fire countered wind. But Naruto possessed what was essentially chakra on a whole other scale. He played by the principle of overwhelming force. By simply pouring in more chakra, he brute-forced his way through the elemental disadvantage. The moment he landed, Sasuke charged straight at Naruto and slashed. Naruto refused to give an inch, raising his own blade to meet the attack. Clang! 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 The battle shifted from taijutsu into swordsmanship. Cold flashes of steel filled the air as their weapons collided again and again. Wind and fire attribute chakra poured wildly from their blades, scattering in every direction like fireworks. The audience watched the dazzling spectacle with great excitement. As they fought, Naruto casually pulled out his favorite tactic again. Human wave tactics. A whole crowd of Narutos surrounded Sasuke and hacked away at him from every direction. Sasuke knew that when it came to chakra reserves, he was nowhere near Naruto's level. If the battle continued like this, he would inevitably lose once his chakra ran dry. Just like all those matches he had lost to Naruto over the years. So after driving back the shadow clones with a sweeping strike, Sasuke sheathed his short sword and rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A stream of fire erupted from Sasuke's mouth. The moment it met the wind, it expanded dramatically, quickly turning into a massive sea of flames that covered nearly half the arena. Normally, their sparring matches had no battlefield restrictions, allowing them to run wild wherever they wanted. But the arena had limited space. Sasuke was using a battlefield clearing tactic. There would be nowhere for Naruto to run. The tournament had rules. Leaving the arena counted as a voluntary surrender. The proctor could move out of the way. Naruto could not. His shadow clones exploded one after another within the inferno, leaving only the original standing behind them, desperately looking for a way to avoid the attack. The sky. Underground. But Naruto didn't want to dodge. Nor could he use water release. Forming hand seals, he puffed out his chest and poured out the maximum amount of chakra he could muster, forcibly turning the C-rank wind release, great breakthrough into something resembling a typhoon. The tremendous gale blasted the sea of flames backward. It swept past Sasuke and surged toward the spectator stands. If that attack landed, the result would be catastrophic casualties. Konoha would become the biggest joke in the shinobi world. The ninja in the stands were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? This is supposed to be a fight between genin. Since when are genin this ridiculous? What does that make the rest of us chunin and jonin? Regardless, they had to stop the attack. They couldn't exactly let the civilians behind them get roasted alive. However, before anyone could act, Makoto casually pointed forward. A massive curtain of water enveloped the flames, carried them high into the sky, and then burst apart into a gigantic firework. The spectacular display added a festive touch to the grand Chunin exams. After the flames subsided, the arena fell quiet. Aside from a slightly winded Naruto and Hayate standing off to the side, Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. It was as if the fire had reduced him to ashes. But that was impossible. Naruto remained on guard. He didn't believe Sasuke could die so easily. With so many experts watching, dying would be harder than surviving. There was only one explanation. The bastard was hiding somewhere, waiting to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, a faint chirping sound echoed from beneath his feet. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He instantly leaped away while rapidly condensing a Rasengan in his hand and thrusting it forward. The moment he left the ground, Sasuke burst out from beneath the earth. Bright lightning crackled around his right hand. Enhanced by lightning release stimulating his cells, his speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Naruto. Chidori collided head-on with Rasengan. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Both were blasted away, tumbling across the ground several times. By the time they struggled back to their feet, both were gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Naruto stared at him. How the hell did you get over there? You shouldn't have developed Earth affinity yet. Don't tell me you dug a tunnel like a mole. Sasuke didn't bother hiding it. I trained specifically for this match. I can't use powerful Earth release techniques yet, but digging a tunnel isn't a problem. Is that so? Pretty clever, Sasuke. The problem is, do you still have enough strength left to beat me? Sasuke snorted. Aren't you in the same situation? To counter my strongest fire release, you burned through all your chakra, didn't you? Sorry, but I've still got a little left. Just enough to beat you. Naruto wasn't lying. He genuinely had some chakra remaining. And beyond that, he still had the Nine Tails, his personal rechargeable battery. However, he had been specifically warned before the match. There was no way he would reveal his status as a Jinchuriki in public. As Naruto approached, Sasuke could only grit his teeth and force himself back to his feet. Naruto looked directly at the rival who had challenged him since childhood and formed hand seals. Two shadow clones appeared beside him. Do you still have enough strength left to deal with human wave tactics? 3 against 1. The advantage is mine. Sasuke laughed. Human wave tactics. 3 people. Looks like you're almost out of chakra too. And besides, did you forget something important? What? You idiot. You forgot to avoid looking into my eyes. Damn it. Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan spun as he fired off a genjutsu. Naruto froze instantly. Sorry, Naruto. Looks like I win this one. The seemingly dazed Naruto suddenly smiled. Oh? Really? The moment he spoke, both shadow clones formed hand seals simultaneously. Transformation technique, Uchiha Seiko technique. The 2 clones abruptly transformed into female versions of Sasuke. They wore revealing outfits. Curvy figures. Voluptuous chests. Dangerous levels of fan service. One on each side, they rushed forward, wrapped their arms around Sasuke, and began acting spoiled. Sasuke-sama. Sasuke-nii. Sasuke. His brain crashed. Unable to process. His entire life entered a state of confusion. Absurd thoughts flooded his mind. A female version of me is actually really pretty. If I had a little sister, she'd probably look like this. Taking advantage of the opening, Naruto gathered the last of his strength and charged forward. A rising uppercut slammed directly into Sasuke's chin. The punch launched both Sasuke and the 2 shadow clones into the air. Before the clones even landed, Naruto dispelled them. Only poor Sasuke remained. He crashed to the ground in a daze, completely incapable of resisting. Gekko Hayate stepped forward. The winner, Uzumaki Naruto. The final announcement brought a little clarity back to Sasuke's mind. Lying on the ground, he ground his teeth furiously. Damn you, Naruto. I'm going to kill you. Naruto grinned. No problem, Sasuke. But I'm taking this victory with me. You shameless bastard. Using such a filthy ninjutsu. You're dead. Naruto suddenly realized something. When he got home today, he was probably... No. Definitely dead. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, the Chunin exams conclude. 1863 words. One of the great mysteries of the shinobi world that old perverts care about most, can shadow clones, or other types of physical clones, be used for certain, unusual activities? If they can, then in theory, a kunoichi with enough chakra who falls from grace could, combined with the transformation technique, run an entire top-tier hostess club by herself. Likewise, a male shinobi with enough chakra could single-handedly support an entire host club. On this matter, Makoto, who had spent more than 20 years living in the shinobi world, felt highly qualified to speak. Physical clones might be usable for lewd things, but actually using them for lewd things was highly unlikely. The primary purpose of physical clones was to assist in combat, gather intelligence, and deceive opponents. They couldn't withstand excessive damage or intense mental stimulation. If they really could be used for that sort of thing, then the shinobi population's birth rate would have plummeted off a cliff long ago. If I can already produce and consume my own supply, why would I bother marrying someone of the opposite sex? Therefore, using clones for a bit of temptation was fine. Once things got serious, though, they'd pop. Naruto had made excellent use of the temptation aspect during today's match, directly crowd-controlling Sasuke for several seconds and securing victory in the third round. The consequences, however, might have been a little severe. The ordinary spectators didn't really understand what had happened, but they felt that if shinobi could all turn into adorable tsundere girls with long black hair or cheerful blonde twintails, then maybe they weren't quite as terrifying as they had imagined. The shinobi from every village, meanwhile, stared in shock, as though this shameless tactic had opened the door to a strange new world. As Naruto left the arena, everyone looked at him differently. Perhaps even he knew that the sexy technique had gone a little beyond the bounds of common decency, because he kept his head lowered the entire time. On the spectator platform where Makoto sat, Kushina, seated in the same row, stared blankly into space. She felt that this son of hers might be beyond saving. Then she turned toward Jiraiya, killing intent practically pouring from her eyes. "Jiraiya-sensei, you're the one who taught him such a shameless tactic, aren't you?" Jiraiya replied with a perfectly serious expression, "But it's effective, isn't it? Besides, I wouldn't really say I taught it to him. I just offered a suggestion." Naruto's intuition for this sort of thing is surprisingly sharp. On that point, Makoto absolutely believed him. As a mother, however, Kushina definitely did not. "My Naruto has always been such a good boy. There's no way he'd come up with something this crooked on his own. This has to be your fault." "No. If Naruto is going to grow up healthy, then he absolutely needs to stay far away from someone like you." Tsunade nodded immediately. "That's right. This bastard has always had a filthy mind." Jiraiya. He suddenly felt as though he had become the public enemy of all women. Even Anoka and some of the others were looking at him strangely now. In their hearts, they had already made up their minds that future juniors under their care must never be influenced too easily by this man. On the main viewing platform, Minato exerted every ounce of willpower he possessed to keep a straight face and maintain the dignity of the Hokage. Fortunately, the other four Kage didn't comment on it. In their eyes, the essence of combat between shinobi was deception. As long as it led to victory, any tactic was acceptable. Especially during intelligence-gathering missions, transforming into a beautiful woman was already a common method. Down in the arena, Hayate had already begun calling in the contestants for the next match. Tenten vs. Haku. Konohagakure vs. Kirigakure. To the spectators, who knew nothing of the truth, this appeared to be a battle between two beautiful young women. What they didn't know was that Haku was actually a pretty boy. He favored loose, gender-neutral clothing. You couldn't even judge his sex by looking for curves on his chest. Impossible to distinguish between male and female, capable of turning heads wherever he went, the Yuki clan truly did have a habit of producing walking disasters. The four Kage on the main platform, however, weren't interested in appearances. What they wanted to see was the performance of Tenten, Higashino Makoto's foremost disciple. Once the battle began, Tenten proved her strength through action. She was proficient in wind release, earth release, and water release. Her swordsmanship was exceptional, and her movements were incredibly fast. She could even use the defensive ninjutsu developed by Higashino Makoto. Earth release, one-horn great wall. And water release, one-horn tranquility. Haku's ice release simply couldn't contain her. Even when he finally erupted with chakra and unleashed ice release, ice spear hell, covering the ground with countless razor-sharp ice spikes, it made no difference. Because Tenten could fly. After using the shadowless sword to cut every ice release construct into shattered fragments scattered across the arena floor, she successfully defeated Haku, who had exhausted all of his chakra. Terumi showed no disappointment on her face. Having two genin reach the finals was already enough for Kirigakure to demonstrate the village's potential. The thoughts running through the minds of the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage were exactly the same. This young girl's fighting style was remarkably similar to her teacher's when he was younger. She was practically a miniature Higashino Makoto. And according to the records, Tenten was merely the child of an ordinary civilian family. There hadn't even been a single shinobi among her ancestors. That meant Makoto was not only unimaginably powerful himself, but also an exceptional teacher. Furthermore, he taught all of Konoha's shinobi without discrimination. He was a ninja god completely different in style from Senju Hashirama. The fifth match of the third stage of the Chunin exams. Sai vs Hozuki Soijetsu. Another clash between Konoha and Kirigakure. Terumi had somewhat higher expectations for this member of the Hozuki clan. After all, according to reports, Soijetsu had defeated his preliminary round opponent with ease. It didn't take long for her to realize she had been overthinking things. Just as Sai was countered by Soijetsu, Soijetsu happened to be perfectly countered by Sai's ninjutsu. Sai was a ninjutsu-focused shinobi with both lightning and water chakra affinities. Much like how Sasuke had put Soijetsu in his place in the original timeline, this spirited young man of the Hozuki clan was electrocuted into complete helplessness when facing Sai, collapsing into a limp, soggy heap. The sixth match. Aburame Shino vs Haruno Sakura. A Konoha civil war. Unfortunately, Sakura lacked any fire release techniques capable of countering insects. Her combat IQ and experience were also far behind her opponents. Shino used insect clones to toy with her endlessly. Unable to locate Shino's real body, Sakura found both her monster strength punches and genjutsu completely useless. In the end, her body was covered by countless Gekkeichu, which drained away all of her chakra. The sight of that dense swarm of insects left an indelible trauma in the young girl's heart. She swore that she would never fight a member of the Aburame clan again. The final match. Nara Shikamaru vs Fu. Theoretically, Shikamaru had no chance of winning. Although he was much stronger than he had been in the original timeline, his opponent was still the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. Perhaps because the Takigakure leader had instructed her not to reveal her status as a Jinchuriki in front of the other four great shinobi villages besides Konoha, Fu refrained from using too much of the tailed beast's power throughout the match. At most, she used the scales powder concealment technique to paralyze pursuers and hide her presence. Relying on his brilliant mind, Shikamaru dragged his partially paralyzed body around the battlefield and exhausted every trick at his disposal before finally trapping Fu with the shadow sewing technique. By then, however, he had already run out of chakra. And even if he hadn't, it wouldn't have mattered. Fu was a Jinchuriki, a chakra monster. There was no way he could keep her restrained for long. So before Fu could break free, Shikamaru raised his hand and surrendered. Rather than get beaten by a woman, he chose to lie flat in advance. The young girl stood there looking completely bewildered. She had just been getting ready to put in some effort when her opponent surrendered first. Once again, she had somehow won a match without understanding how. And she ended up being the only victor not from Konoha. That caused everyone to regard Takigakure a little more highly. As expected of what had once been the sixth great shinobi village. Even in decline, it could still produce promising members of the next generation. On the main viewing platform, all of the Kage except Minato had already formed suspicions regarding Fu's identity. However, no one discussed the matter openly. Thus, the first Chunin selection exam jointly organized by the 5 great shinobi villages officially came to an end. Whether the participants would actually become Chunin was now up to their respective villages. After returning home, each village could decide for itself whether or not to promote its genin based on their performances during the exam. Having enjoyed several exciting battles in succession, the spectators left in an orderly fashion, thoroughly satisfied. As for those who had participated in the side betting, some returned home to celebrate with a relaxing hot spring bath, while others headed for rooftops to jump off them. Everyone had a bright future ahead. Judging by the dark look on Tsunade's face, however, Makoto suspected she had failed to overcome causality, and had once again lost every last bit of cash she possessed. He had even heard that she borrowed a substantial amount of money from Kushina and Jiraiya. If she hadn't been capable of earning money herself, and if the Senju inheritance hadn't been so substantial, she might have ended up taking a trip to a rooftop as well. Exactly how much Tsunade owed Jiraiya remained a mystery. One thing was certain, though, this woman had never once considered repaying the debt with her body. When it came to keeping a simp wrapped around her finger, she had truly mastered the art. On the main platform, Minato still wore his trademark sunny smile. The exams have concluded, and the timing is perfect. Konoha has already prepared a banquet. I hope none of you are in too much of a hurry to leave. Ever since the first Hokage convened the 5 Kage summit, it has been many years since everyone last gathered together. This seems like an excellent opportunity. Anoki snorted. Humph. I was thinking the same thing. The Raikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage voiced no objections either. After traveling such a long distance, none of them had come merely to watch a Chunin exam. Sitting down together to discuss the future of the shinobi world, that was the true reason these leaders had taken the risk of coming in person. Chapter 260, the Second 5 Kage Summit. 1875 words. Ever since the shinobi world adopted the system of one nation, one hidden village, and entered the era of mutual deterrence and rivalry among the 5 great shinobi villages, there had only ever been 2 circumstances under which a 5 Kage summit would be convened. The first was when an existence beyond the established power scale appeared, someone like the first Hokage, capable of effortlessly crushing an entire village single-handedly and completely shattering the balance of power among the 5 great villages. The first summit, and now this second one, had both been called for exactly that reason. As for the second circumstance, it was naturally when the entire world faced invasion from an external enemy, and its very survival was at risk. Fortunately, that had never happened, at least not yet. After losing the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, decades ago, Konohagakure had now produced a second god of shinobi, Higashino Makoto. The other 4 great villages had no choice but to sound him out and determine how they should respond moving forward. Back then, after Hashirama's battle with Uchiha Madara, he had died not long afterward. What followed were 3 successive shinobi world wars, each bloodier than the last. Some people speculated that if another great war broke out, the balance among the 5 great villages might change completely, with 1 or 2 villages being permanently removed from their ranks. Fortunately, the emergence of a second god of shinobi had temporarily eliminated that possibility. Makoto was still very young. In the eyes of the other 4 Kage, the man likely had many decades left ahead of him. As long as Makoto remained alive, no one could expand their interests through war. Since that avenue was closed, the only option left was to sit down and talk, to gauge both Konohagakure's intentions and Higashino Makoto's stance, and find a way to ensure their village's survival and continuity in an era dominated by a single supreme figure. Inside a secluded conference room in Konohagakure, everything had already been prepared in advance. The 5 Kage had gathered. Naturally, Makoto was also present. Only 6 people occupied the room. None of the Kage had brought their bodyguards. This was Konohagakure, and Makoto was sitting right there. If he wanted to kill them, bringing a few extra people wouldn't change the outcome. The atmosphere inside the conference room was solemn and quiet. As the host, the Hokage spoke first. Everyone here has lived through at least one shinobi world war. Sachikage-sama is the most senior among us, he's even experienced all three. Each time, we were enemies. We fought one another to the death. Family members, friends, comrades, subordinates, countless familiar faces disappeared in the flames of war. Old hatreds remain unresolved, while new ones continue to accumulate. Must shinobi remain trapped in this hellish cycle forever? Anoki looked displeased. What? Are you making fun of me for being an old man, Hokage? Minato smiled. Not at all. I'm merely seeking guidance from a respected senior. Anoki snorted. Humph. A shinobi village is no different from a shinobi's training. If you don't advance, you fall behind. No village wants to watch itself weaken until it disappears. If you want to protect yourself, you have to grow stronger. If you want to grow stronger, you have to secure benefits. War isn't something you can avoid simply because you don't want it. The Raikage crossed his arms. Hokage, just say what you're really getting at. Don't beat around the bush. The Kazekage nodded. Agreed. We didn't come here to listen to a speech. Minato smiled faintly. What do you all think of this joint Chunin exam? Perhaps we could make this model permanent and commercialize it as well. Once a year, with each village taking turns hosting. It would allow every village to showcase its image to the outside world, increase revenue, strengthen exchanges between shinobi, improve mutual understanding, and reduce hostility. But most importantly, competition through the Chunin exams could help ease the resentment between villages and prevent tensions from building to the point where war becomes the only solution. The Mizukage immediately raised her hand. I agree. The Kazekage nodded as well. I think it's an excellent idea. Ever since arriving in Konoha, I've been considering the potential of such a system. The Raikage spoke next. I agree too. But I think Hokage-sama is being overly optimistic. Anoki chuckled. Overly optimistic. That's putting it mildly. It's downright naive. You think war is that easy to prevent? Minato remained calm. I know it isn't. But it's worth trying, isn't it? If we want lasting peace, we have to make an effort. Even naivete is better than doing nothing at all. Anoki nodded. I agree with the proposal as well. But let me offer a piece of advice, young Hokage. Don't cling to overly beautiful illusions. In this world, shinobi have always been only a small fraction of the population. Ordinary people are the true majority of humanity. And sometimes, whether war happens or not has nothing to do with hatred. It's determined by the unequal development of nations. Minato naturally understood that point, so he did not continue the discussion. The goal of establishing a permanent joint Chunin exam had already been achieved. Now it was time to move on to the next topic, one that would be inconvenient for him to raise personally. Makoto spoke up. Sachikage-sama. Among all of us, you're the eldest. In your opinion, when comparing the shinobi and ordinary people of the 5 great nations with those of the smaller countries, are there really significant differences between them in terms of race, language, customs, or culture? Anoki shook his head. Not really. The shinobi world uses a common language and writing system. As for race, the only real difference is that the brutes from the land of lightning have darker skin, but that's just the result of their environment. Fundamentally, we're all the same. As for customs and culture, every region has its own local characteristics, but they all share the same cultural roots and celebrate the same traditional festivals. Makoto nodded. Then why do we distinguish ourselves from one another? Why do we divide ourselves into different shinobi villages, fight endless wars, drown ourselves in slaughter, and remain trapped in a cycle with no end in sight? Anoki immediately understood where he was going. Young man, that's a very dangerous line of thinking. The Raikage fixed both Makoto and Minato with a hard stare. So that's Konoha's plan. To use force to suppress every shinobi village and unify the entire shinobi world. The Kazekage frowned. So you really aren't the peaceful sort that the first Hokage was. Even Terumi-Mae was no longer in the mood to admire handsome men. Higashino Makoto-sama, I'm just as interested in your intentions as the Raikage is. Makoto waved a hand dismissively. There's no need to worry. In Konoha's name, I can assure all of you that we have no such intention. Although, for me personally, it would be entirely possible. Today, I'm merely offering everyone a new direction of thought. Could shinobi, at the appropriate time, abandon the outdated system of one nation, one village and establish a unified shinobi alliance instead? Terumi-Mae tilted her head. You mean without resorting to war? Only if every village agrees voluntarily. Exactly. Makoto nodded. Unification through war would work as well, but it would create far too many complications. And I've always hated trouble. Anoki let out a dry chuckle. How youthful. All I can say is that it's impossible. Even if we agreed, the daimyo and the nobility of every nation never would. Makoto smiled. Sachikage-sama, are daimyo and nobles really necessary in the first place? If shinobi can unite into a single alliance, why should ordinary people remain divided into so many separate countries? Shinobi shouldn't exist merely as blades of slaughter. They should become the guardians and guides of human civilization. They should guide ordinary people toward the creation of a unified government. The foundation of Makoto's worldview came from the education he had received in his previous life. He had always believed that daimyo and nobles served no meaningful purpose. They were nothing more than parasites living off society. The shinobi world was not some backward ancient age. Especially in recent years, technological development had accelerated rapidly, and social attitudes had begun to change. Voices opposing the daimyo system had already started to emerge. Unfortunately, this was still the shinobi world. Shinobi possessed overwhelming military power, and they served the daimyo. Anyone bold enough to openly oppose the system tended to disappear soon afterward. The sort of person who ended up with 8 kunai in their back, and was officially ruled a suicide. In that respect, shinobi had ironically become an obstacle to social progress. The Mizukage stared at him. Higashino Makoto-sama, do you realize what you're saying? The Raikage snorted. He's talking about overturning the entire world. The arrogance is unbelievable. The Kazekage sighed. Thankfully, only the 6 of us are present today. Let's all hear it and forget it. Under no circumstances should something like this be allowed to spread. Anoki, however, remained far calmer than the others. Hokage-sama, are you aware of these ideas of his? Minato nodded. Of course. Makoto and I have discussed them many times over the years. The future of shinobi. And the future of the shinobi world. If shinobi wish to break free from the cycle of fate, and if the shinobi world wishes to develop into something better, then the existing order must change. Suddenly, Anoki changed the subject. Higashino Makoto-sama. If the rest of us selected a group of children and sent them to Konoha, would you truly be willing to teach them without discrimination? I would. Makoto answered without hesitation. But the real question is, would you dare? As long as we belong to different camps, stand on different sides, and wear different forehead protectors, suspicion and distrust will always remain the dominant mindset. Anoki did not argue. Instead, he simply sighed. Ah, youth is wonderful. You can afford to be radical. And even if you're wrong, you still have time to correct your mistakes. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara used overwhelming power to create the system of one nation, one village. And now it seems that you intend to go one step further. You want to dismantle that system and reshape the entire world. But it's far too unrealistic. If your promise is genuine and you truly refuse to use military force, then I see no possibility of success whatsoever. Makoto smiled. Which is why I said at the appropriate time. Everything must follow the natural course of events. Only then can the risks of unification be minimized. Anoki narrowed his eyes. And what exactly do you consider an appropriate time? Makoto answered calmly. For example, when the entire world faces a catastrophic invasion. The kind of war that drags every single person into it. Terumi-mae laughed. Hee. You're quite the comedian, Higashino Makoto-sama. As long as you don't suddenly lose your mind, I can't imagine anyone possessing that kind of power. Hard to say. Makoto shrugged. The shinobi world is a very strange place. Anything can happen. Chapter 261, The Mysterious Duo Visiting Konoha. 1,656 words. With the Chunin exams over, Konohagakure returned to its usual peace and quiet. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. It was now August, during summer vacation, and Makoto's dojo was noticeably quieter than before. After more than 8 years of development, Makoto's training philosophy had spread widely throughout Konoha. Compared to the past, the Ninja Academy's curriculum had undergone major changes. Children no longer needed to come to the dojo for their foundational education. After all, he couldn't spend the rest of his life running a kindergarten. These days, aside from Makoto's family and friends, only children recommended by old acquaintances or particularly promising students from the Ninja Academy came here for advanced training. He had already transformed Konoha's training system and put it on the right track. From here on, the village itself would naturally continue refining and improving it. There was no way he could spend his entire life babysitting children. An individual's strength had limits. One should never underestimate the motivation a shinobi village could unleash when striving to become stronger. Thanks to the giant tree in the courtyard constantly converting energy day and night, the environment throughout Konoha's barrier had become virtually indistinguishable from that inside the dojo. Even people without the aptitude to train in natural energy would undergo subtle, passive improvements to their bodies simply by living in such an environment year-round. Konoha was gradually transforming into a secondary white natural energy training sanctuary. However, the giant tree's influence extended no farther than that. Once those secondary white natural energy particles drifted beyond Konoha's barrier, they were quickly assimilated back into primordial natural energy that ordinary people could not effectively utilize. At present, the only way to change that would be for Makoto to expend his own life force and travel across the shinobi world planting special trees with would release. But that was never going to happen. He wasn't that noble. He had no intention of sacrificing his own lifespan just to reshape the entire shinobi world into a better training environment. Morning. Today, only Team 7 remained at the dojo. As their jonin instructor, Higashino Makoto naturally spent time with them whenever they weren't on missions. Normally, aside from Ten, his chief disciple, many of the first generation of students who had trained here also visited frequently. However, they were all active shinobi now and usually had missions to complete. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke were sparring in the plaza using pure taijutsu. Nearby, Sakura was practicing medical ninjutsu on injured animals while simultaneously serving as the two boys' personal healer. Whenever either of them got hurt during their fight, she would provide treatment immediately. Before long, the match came to an end. "What's wrong, Sasuke?" Naruto grinned. "Have you already given up on your obsession with defeating me?" "Humph." Sasuke snorted. "It's pointless. We know each other too well. Continuing to fight won't improve my strength any faster." "You feel the same way, don't you, Naruto?" "You've got a point there." Naruto nodded. "But why do I get the feeling you're just making excuses for failing the exam?" "Shut up, idiot. That was just an accident." Sasuke's eye twitched. "Try using that stupid jutsu again, and see if I fall for it a second time." Naruto. Of course he wouldn't. The sexy technique only worked on the same person once. The second time, it lost the element of surprise. Though there were exceptions. Super perverts like Jiraiya, for example. More importantly, Kushina had strictly forbidden him from using that tactic again. If he dared do it another time, she'd probably break his legs when he got home. Ignoring Naruto, Sasuke looked toward Makoto, who was sitting atop the roof immersed in natural energy. "Sensei, can't you get us some higher-level missions lately? I need real combat." Makoto opened his eyes. "Sorry, Sasuke. We can't take higher-level missions." "Why not?" "Because you're still Genin. But we clearly passed the Chunin exams. Why haven't we been promoted yet?" Makoto laughed. "Who told you passing the Chunin exams automatically makes you a Chunin? And besides, Konoha isn't short on manpower these days. There's no need to promote a bunch of brats like you to Chunin. Your job right now is to train hard and keep growing. Konoha no longer needs underage shinobi risking their lives on dangerous missions." Perhaps this was the ideal state Senju Hashirama had always envisioned for the village. All missions would be handled by adults. Children would only take the occasional assignment to familiarize themselves with the world, while spending the rest of their time safely training, studying, and growing up within the village. A childhood free from the shadow of war. Sasuke looked unwilling to accept it. Damn it. If this keeps up, how am I supposed to catch up to my brother? How am I supposed to catch up to Shisui Nizen? Makoto shook his head. The times are different now, Sasuke. Shisui grew up during an era of war, just like I did. Even though Itachi only saw the battlefield once, he still had to deal with the complex political situation of both the village and the shinobi world after graduation. But this is an era of peace. So cherish it. Train hard. Don't be in such a hurry to fight. Building a solid foundation is the most important thing. From the side, Sakura couldn't help teasing him. "Sensei, I think you just don't want to leave the village. Isn't it because taking us on missions is too much trouble?" "Nonsense," Makoto replied. "Sakura, how can you slander your sensei's good name out of thin air?" Naruto immediately chimed in. "So that's how it is, sensei. Tell me, do you even have a good name left to slander?" Makoto was just about to explain himself when he suddenly sensed a strange spatial disturbance somewhere inside Konoha. It wasn't caused by the flying thunder god technique. Nor was it Obito's Kamui. This disturbance felt deeper, as though something had arrived from beyond the world itself. After extending his active perception, Makoto quickly discovered something extremely interesting. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura. Present. ×3. The three answered on instinct. Then Sakura blinked in confusion. "Huh? Sensei, why are you suddenly being so serious? Didn't you want a mission?" "Very well. I'm assigning you an S-rank mission right now. A moment ago, I sensed intruders entering Konoha. There are 2 targets. 1 adult and 1 child. The younger one is around your age and fairly average in strength. The older one is very powerful. So, do you have the confidence to capture them and bring them to me?" Sakura stared at him. "Sensei, you're messing with us, aren't you? You have to be. There's no way something this convenient could happen. We complain, and suddenly a mission falls from the sky." Makoto smiled. "Sakura, do you really think I'd joke about something like this?" "Oh, right. The barrier team has already detected the spatial anomaly and reported it to the ANBU. If you don't hurry, the ANBU will take over the mission. I think Itachi is on duty in the village today. Looks like he's about to earn himself some merit. To prevent Obito from treating Konoha like his personal living room, and casually coming and going whenever he pleased, the village-wide barrier had long since been modified by Makoto. One of its functions was detecting fluctuations caused by spatial transportation. The moment Sasuke heard Itachi's name, he was instantly fired up. "Sensei, which direction are the enemies in?" Naruto followed up immediately. "Which way are they moving?" "Northwest section of the village, approximately 2 kilometers from the Hokage Tower." "They haven't left the area yet." "I understand." Sasuke turned and headed out at once. "Leave it to us, Sensei." Watching the three of them rush off to carry out the mission, Makoto's smile widened. This was going to be fun. Northwestern Konoha, above the forest surrounding one of the village training grounds. A spatial distortion rippled through the air. A sphere of light suddenly appeared in midair. When the glow faded, two figures emerged, one large, one small. Then gravity reminded them how the world worked. The larger figure reacted quickly, adjusting his posture in midair, and landing smoothly on both feet. The smaller one let out a scream and introduced his face directly to this unfamiliar world. Fortunately, they hadn't fallen from very high up. And ninja were notoriously hard to kill by falling. The kid climbed back to his feet, brushed the dirt off his face, and looked completely unharmed. The two newcomers were none other than the adult Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto, who had traveled here through time. One was the genuine weathered veteran whose life had been filled with hardship. The other was none other than the pineapple-haired Boruto, who wasn't exactly his father's biggest fan. Using the faces carved into the Hokage monument, they quickly confirmed that this was indeed Konoha. The number of faces on the mountain also gave them a rough idea of what era they had arrived in. Soon afterward, they consulted Karasuke and learned the basic information they needed, including the rules and restrictions governing time travel. Only then did they begin a more detailed investigation. The two swiftly crossed the forest and entered Konoha's residential district before leaping onto a rooftop. To adult Sasuke, this version of Konoha felt both familiar and strangely alien at the same time. Fortunately, he knew the village's streets well enough to identify the era through certain buildings and landmarks. After surveying the village panorama, Sasuke finally nodded. "That's right. This should be around the time I graduated from the academy. But why do some parts of Konoha look different from what I remember?" I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 262, Chapter 262, What kind of crazy world is this? 1825 words. The moment he thought about meeting his father as a teenager, around the same age as himself, Boruto could barely contain his excitement. After hearing Sasuke's words, he asked skeptically, "Sensei, is it possible that so much time has passed that your memory is getting fuzzy?" "Impossible. I'm not that old yet." "Really?" "Because if this is supposed to be around the time you graduated, Sarada told me that the Uchiha clan in Konoha had already been wiped out by then, and you were the only one left, right?" A trace of sadness crossed Sasuke's face, but he still nodded. "That's right." That only confused Boruto even more. He pointed toward two shinobi walking down the street below. "Then how do you explain that guy?" Hearing that, the adult Sasuke withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked down. The moment he saw them, he completely froze. The two shinobi had their backs to him, so he couldn't see their faces. But the uniforms they wore were burned into his memory. They were public security force uniforms. And on the back of one of them was the unmistakable Uchiha fan crest. The problem was, how was that possible? At this point in time, his beloved older brother should have already massacred the entire Uchiha clan. There shouldn't have been any clan members left. Although the police force had continued to exist afterward, there was no way the village's replacement recruits would still be wearing uniforms embroidered with the Uchiha emblem. And if this were somehow before the night of the Uchiha massacre, then a number of landmark buildings scattered throughout Konoha didn't line up either. Sasuke clearly remembered that those structures had all been built after the massacre. The more he looked around, the less anything made sense. Too many streets and buildings failed to match his memories. More and more, he began to suspect that this wasn't the world he knew at all. Could something have gone wrong with the time travel? Boruto didn't understand any of that. He was simply fascinated by everything around him. Sensei, where are you right now in this time period? If this is before the Chunin exams, then I might be out on a mission. Or I might still be in the village. If it's after the Chunin exams, I'm not in Konoha. Sasuke deliberately left out the fact that he had defected from the village after the Chunin exams. That wasn't exactly a glorious chapter of his life. No need to tell his student about it. I see. Then this should be sometime after you and Dad graduated, but before the Chunin exams. Granny Tsunade probably hasn't returned to become the 5th Hokage yet. How can you be so sure? Boruto pointed toward 3 figures sprinting through a street to the southeast. That person should be you, right? And next to you is Sakura. The blonde guy has to be my dad. So Dad was actually this handsome when he was young. He doesn't look anything like the photos at home. Your dad was a complete knucklehead back then. Undersized, poorly groomed, dressed like a walking fashion disaster, and totally incapable of making himself look presentable. Handsome my ass. But Sasuke didn't have time to make fun of him. Because when he followed the direction Boruto was pointing, he saw the familiar Team 7 from his memories. The lineup was correct. The people were not. Sakura hadn't changed much. Her hair was longer than he remembered, but that could still be explained. If she hadn't gone through the second stage of the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death yet, she wouldn't have cut it off. But what was going on with Naruto? Where was that hideous orange outfit he loved so much? And those longer blonde sideburns, was he trying to imitate his father? The problem was that at this point in time, Naruto shouldn't even know who his father was. He certainly shouldn't know what Minato looked like. The most outrageous part, however, was himself. Back then, he definitely didn't own a set of clothes that looked this good. And there was no way he would have had a ninja sword hanging from his lower back. His swordsmanship habit hadn't developed until after he began training under Orochimaru. This definitely wasn't the Konoha he remembered. Something was seriously wrong here. Let's go, Boruto. Something isn't right. We need to learn more about this place before we can decide what to do next. Boruto looked reluctant. But Sensei, aren't we here to protect Dad? Since we've already found him, why don't we just go over there? Idiot. Did you forget Karasuke's warning? If we recklessly make contact with people we know from this point in time, it could create temporal distortions and put the very existence of our world at risk. Oh. Right, Sensei. Boruto had plenty of complaints about his father and loved arguing with him. Oddly enough, though, he always listened to Sasuke. The two of them leapt down from the rooftop and headed back toward the forest the way they had come. Sasuke planned to avoid Team 7, who were clearly heading this way, find a place to change clothes, and disguise himself. He couldn't let anyone recognize at a glance that he was the future Sasuke. Especially the forehead protector on Boruto's forehead, it absolutely couldn't stay on. A non-Konoha shinobi wearing a genuine Konoha forehead protector was practically asking the ANBU to invite him in for a chat. As for the rest, the plan was naturally to gather intelligence while secretly protecting Naruto. No matter what, there was no mistake about one thing: before long, Otsutsuki Urashiki would come to steal the Ninetales chakra. Karasuke had already confirmed that Urashiki would arrive in the near future. Even if this Konoha wasn't the Konoha from his memories, and this Naruto wasn't the idiot he remembered, Sasuke still wouldn't allow Urashiki to succeed. Unfortunately, his plan fell apart almost immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the adult Sasuke and Boruto emerged from the opposite side of the small forest near the training grounds, they found themselves instantly surrounded by 3 ANBU operatives who had been tailing them. Earlier, the two intruders had remained in heavily populated areas, making it difficult for the ANBU to act. Now that they had returned to the training grounds, the ANBU no longer had any reason to stay hidden. They were ready to capture the pair. Not good. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat as he rapidly considered his options. He had been careless. His battle with Otsutsuki Urashiki during the time-space jump had nearly exhausted all of his chakra. Because of that, he had completely failed to notice that someone had been following them the entire time. Boruto, on the other hand, wasn't worried in the slightest. Anbu. He'd seen plenty of them. They were basically all under his dad's command. What was there to be afraid of? The ANBU captain was none other than Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, his eyes stared fixedly at the two intruders through his mask. After receiving a report from the barrier team, they had rushed to the location where the spatial disturbance had occurred. Given the current state of the shinobi world, the only person Itachi could think of who might trigger the barrier with an unfamiliar space-time disturbance was Obito. He just didn't know why that guy had come to Konoha again. But when he arrived with his team, Obito was nowhere to be found. Instead, while searching the surrounding area, they had unexpectedly discovered two suspicious strangers. Honestly, the two idiots had practically announced their presence. They had been standing openly on a rooftop, acting as if they were merely sightseeing around Konoha. They were so conspicuous that Itachi would have had to be blind to miss them. Still, something about them was strange. One looked like an adult version of Sasuke. The other resembled Naruto somewhat, even sharing similar whisker-like marks on his face. He was even wearing a Konoha forehead protector. And neither of them showed any chakra fluctuations associated with a transformation technique. Perhaps they simply looked similar. Or perhaps they were using some kind of disguise. Either way, from Itachi's perspective, anyone who entered Konoha through a space-time ninjutsu without permission was unquestionably an enemy. Who are you two? What business do you have entering Konoha? Inside Konoha, Itachi wasn't disguising his voice. Naturally, Sasuke immediately recognized who was speaking. Uchiha Itachi. The brother who had long since died in his own world. A different Team 7. An Uchiha clan that still existed within Konoha. And now, his beloved older brother standing before him as well. There was definitely something wrong with this place. No matter how similar the details appeared, this was not the Konoha he remembered. Keeping his expression perfectly calm, Sasuke replied, "Sorry. We accidentally ended up here while experimenting with a jutsu. We have no hostile intentions toward Konoha, and will leave immediately." Itachi wasn't about to believe such nonsense. Is that so? Then why is he wearing a Konoha forehead protector? Trying to impersonate a Konoha shinobi. And you call that having no hostile intentions? Sasuke felt his thoughts becoming increasingly tangled. But he knew there was no way he could explain the situation clearly. At this point, forcing a breakthrough might be the only option left. Boruto's quick thinking kicked in. Pointing at his forehead protector, he said, "Oh, this. I bought it because it looked cool. All the major villages sell forehead protectors outside, don't they?" Itachi nodded slightly. "That's true. But you've overlooked one detail. The souvenirs sold outside are different from the custom-made forehead protectors issued by the villages themselves. The one you're wearing is a genuine model complete with anti-counterfeiting markings. So tell me, where exactly did you get it?" "Boruto. Where else could I have gotten it? My teacher gave it to me after I graduated from the Ninja Academy. 20 years in the future. Right now, that same teacher is only 12 years old and happily playing with bugs somewhere in Konoha." Itachi didn't bother asking any further questions. The two of them clearly had no intention of talking. But that was fine. Uchiha Itachi had always been very good at making people tell the truth. Activating his Sharingan, Itachi immediately prepared to pull Boruto into a genjutsu. Compared to adults, children were usually much easier to extract information from. Besides, he only needed a single second. The moment Sasuke sensed the fluctuation of ocular power, he knew exactly what this unfamiliar version of his brother intended to do. Instantly, he appeared in front of Boruto. His Mangekyo Sharingan activated as he blocked the invading genjutsu. And then Itachi saw it. Within the mysterious shinobi's right eye was an equally strange pattern. That familiar ocular power. There was no mistake. It was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, Adult Sasuke chickens out because he's running on empty. 1846 words. His right eye bore a non-standard Mangekyo Sharingan pattern, and he had infiltrated the village by posing as a Konoha shinobi and using a space-time ninjutsu. In this world, Itachi had never joined the Akatsuki or worked with Obito, so he did not yet know the secret of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he did know that Orochimaru had obtained samples of his younger brother's and Naruto's cells during the Chunin exams. And according to Makoto, Orochimaru was also a member of the mysterious organization Obito belonged to, while Obito's Mangekyo ability just happened to be space-time based. So Itachi's first thought was that these two strangers who resembled Sasuke and Naruto might be experimental subjects created by Orochimaru and Obito. In other words, the two standing before him were enemies. And if they were enemies, there was nothing more to discuss. After his genjutsu was blocked, Itachi used the body flicker technique to appear in front of adult Sasuke, and immediately drew his sword to attack. Adult Sasuke felt rather helpless. Being beaten up by his brother was something he was very familiar with. He had suffered through it since childhood. Even after awakening the three-tomo Sharingan, he had still been pinned to the ground and thoroughly humiliated by the other men. In the end, he had only managed to achieve victory because Itachi had been deliberately holding back, and his body had already collapsed from illness. Later, he learned that his beloved brother had never intended to kill him at all. He had been playing that twisted version of brotherly affection where the beatings were the love language. Unlike the Itachi in front of him, who clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. Now, his left eye was a Rinnegan and his right eye an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In terms of strength, he could completely overwhelm his brother. But he was exhausted. Even without Urashiki stealing his chakra during their journey through time and space, he was still running on fumes. The temporary cheat code the old sage of six paths had given him during the Fourth Shinobi War had long since expired. Still, no matter how drained he was, his base stats were what they were. Adult Sasuke drew his sword, blocked Itachi's attack, and then forced him back with even greater strength. The two ANBU accompanying Itachi seized the opportunity to attack from both sides. Adult Sasuke moved after they did but arrived first. With superior speed, he sent both of them flying back to where they had started with a kick each. He controlled his strength carefully, and did not injure the ANBU. He had no desire to harm Konoha's people, even if this was not the Konoha he knew. The Sasuke of today, whose mindset had changed completely, was no longer the arrogant and rebellious boy he had once been. His heart was now filled with warmth thanks to a certain best friend. Taking advantage of the moment Sasuke drove back his teammates, Itachi quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot straight toward adult Sasuke, and Boruto behind him. Adult Sasuke responded with the same technique. He did not even form hand seals. In fact, he could not. Poor adult Sasuke was disabled. He only had his right arm left. Boom! The two enormous fireballs collided, erupting into a shower of sparks that filled the sky. The instant Itachi and the ANBU's vision was blocked, adult Sasuke grabbed Boruto and prepared to escape. At the moment, he had no way to explain who he was. Nor did he want to become too entangled with familiar faces from this time period. If this dragged on any longer, more and more people would surround them. They had to leave immediately and come up with a new plan to protect Naruto. But just as he and Boruto leaped toward the forest, Team 7 arrived. Fire release, great fireball technique. Young Sasuke descended from above and launched a fireball straight at them. Adult Sasuke's only remaining hand was still occupied holding Boruto, leaving him unable to counterattack. The two could only shove each other away and separate, each landing in a different location. Although they avoided the great fireball technique, they were forced apart. The moment adult Sasuke landed, he immediately jumped away again. Boom! The ground where he had been standing exploded into a massive crater under the punch of a pink and red blur. Adult Sasuke's eyelid twitched involuntarily as he stared at the familiar figure. Had Sakura of this world already learned monster strength? If that punch had connected, it would not have been a matter of a few bruises. Several ribs would have snapped on the spot, making his already exhausted condition even worse. Boruto, who had been thrown to the other side, was not particularly nervous. If things really got out of hand, he could always perform the ultimate move and acknowledge his father on the spot. Once that happened, everything would sort itself out. But then he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Turning around, he discovered that he had become a hostage. Naruto, who had not participated in the attack, had appeared behind him and pressed a kunai against his shoulder. With the slightest movement, Boruto could die at the hands of the younger, more handsome version of his father. Naruto called out to adult Sasuke. "Surrender. If you still care about your companion." Adult Sasuke looked at the unfamiliar Naruto and felt a headache coming on. Damn it. This world really is weird. Naruto was taking hostages. This was nothing like the idiot he knew, the one who only knew how to charge straight ahead without thinking. After the fighting temporarily stopped, Sakura suddenly noticed something extremely interesting. Her eyes darted wildly between the two Sasukes, Naruto and Boruto. "Hey Sasuke, don't you think this guy looks a lot like you? And Naruto, you look a lot like the blonde one too. This is so weird. What's going on here?" Young Sasuke glanced at adult Sasuke and felt as though he were looking at his future self. An odd sense of dissonance immediately rose in his heart. Mainly because the guy's hair was way too flowing and stylish. He swore he would never wear that kind of hairstyle when he grew up. Naruto looked at Boruto and for some reason, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This boy, who was around the same age as him, really did resemble him. More importantly, he had whisker-like markings on his face too. Now that was interesting. At that moment, Itachi suddenly spoke. "What are you three doing here? Take the younger one and leave. The remaining man is very dangerous. He's not someone you can handle." Young Sasuke was no longer the obedient little brother he had been as a child. "Are you looking down on me, brother? This time, I'll be the one dealing with the enemy. This isn't the time to fool around, Sasuke." "I'm not fooling around. Sensei told us to come." "Is that so?" Itachi paused for a moment, then looked at the two matching pairs and began forming a hypothesis. "What else did Makoto-senpai say?" Young Sasuke replied, "Nothing. Sensei just said that enemies had entered the village through Konoha's barrier and told us to bring them to him." Hearing that, Itachi began analyzing the situation. With Makoto's sensory abilities, it was impossible for him not to know how strong these intruders were. Since he had sent Sasuke to bring them in, that meant the enemies would not try to kill Sasuke and his teammates. That made things very interesting. There was clearly some secret here that he didn't know about. In that case, let's do as Makoto-senpai instructed. After saying that, Itachi did not leave with his team. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on adult Sasuke. He wanted to see how the man would react, and at the same time prevent him from harming his beloved little brother. Listening to their conversation, adult Sasuke felt a complicated surge of emotions. So this was the future where the Uchiha clan had never been wiped out. How wonderful. He could have lived happily in Konoha with his brother and parents. Young Sasuke folded his arms. "Hey, long-haired guy. Are you coming with us now, or do I have to beat you up and carry you there myself?" Adult Sasuke glanced at Boruto, who was still being held at knife point by Naruto. He was so drained that he could not even use a Menodajikura right now. And even if he could, it wouldn't help. For Boruto to end up in Konoha's hands with his strength. The Team 7 of this timeline was far stronger than the one from his own era. There was no way Boruto could beat them. Not to mention that Itachi was still standing right there. He absolutely could not let Boruto face Itachi. Otherwise, the truth about the two of them would be dug out completely. So he asked, "You're Sasuke, right? The sensei you mentioned earlier, is he your team's Jonin instructor?" "That's right. So what's your decision?" "Fine. I'll go with you." It seemed that Team 7's Jonin instructor in this timeline was not Kakashi, but the Makoto senpai Itachi had mentioned, a person whose name he had never once heard in his own timeline. Judging from Itachi's tone, he seemed to respect the man greatly. Which meant that the differences in this timeline were very likely connected to this so-called senior Makoto. Since escape clearly wasn't an option anymore, he might as well go meet this person and find out who he really was. Seeing the situation resolved, Naruto lowered his kunai. Even so, he stayed beside Boruto. He knew this kid was the weak point of the mysterious duo. Boruto had no intention of running away either. Instead, he smiled back at Naruto, his eyes full of curiosity. Watching the five of them leave, Itachi instructed his teammates to continue their patrol. As for himself, he needed to return home and ask his father about a few things concerning the Mangekyo Sharingan. Along the way, adult Sasuke finally couldn't help asking, "Sasuke, your parents, are they doing well?" "Humph. That's none of your concern." "What about Kakashi?" "Oh?" Young Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "You know quite a bit. But don't waste your breath. Getting information out of me won't be that easy." Adult Sasuke looked up at the Hokage rock. "One last question. Who's the current Hokage?" "Obviously the fourth Hokage-sama." This time, young Sasuke didn't hide anything. After all, it wasn't exactly a secret. At the same time, he found it strange that the man didn't even know something as basic as that. What a weird guy. "I see." Adult Sasuke asked no further questions. Instead, he glanced at the very differently dressed Naruto beside him. No wonder he dressed like that. So in this bizarre timeline, Naruto's father hadn't died after all. He was still Konoha's fourth Hokage. Chapter 264, Chapter 264, A Meeting Across Three Worlds. 1637 words. As they leaped across the rooftops, the older Sasuke carefully observed Konoha. Unlike when viewing it from above, now that he was deep inside the village, surrounded by Konoha's countless residents on the streets, that sense of incongruity seemed to have disappeared once again. The older Sasuke found himself recapturing the feeling he had back when he first graduated and walked through Konoha's streets. Only Boruto continued curiously looking around at everything. This was what Konoha had looked like 20 years ago. The urban area had not yet expanded, making it seem rather outdated, lacking the modern feel of neon-lit skyscrapers everywhere. The terrain was also higher. After all, the Konoha Boruto came from had been rebuilt almost entirely on top of a massive crater. Before long, Team 7 led the two of them into the forest behind the Hokage rock. Walking along the stone-paved path beneath the trees, they could see a large complex of buildings standing quietly at the foot of the mountain in the distance. In their timeline, there was no forest behind the Hokage rock. That entire area had long since been covered by a vast expanse of high-rise buildings. It was a residential district established after Konoha repeatedly expanded in size. Boruto didn't notice anything unusual in the forest, but Sasuke did. This entire region was covered by an extremely powerful barrier. Ordinary people would probably find it nearly impossible to break in. As they approached the dojo, Sasuke and Boruto spotted a figure standing at the edge of the plaza, seemingly waiting for their arrival. He was tall and young-looking, appearing only around 20 years old. His aura was mysterious, yet at the same time completely ordinary. There wasn't the slightest chakra fluctuation coming from him. He didn't look like a shinobi at all. As for his appearance, the older Sasuke's assessment was simple. This man was no less handsome than himself. Makoto looked at the authentic, thoroughly worn-down Optimus Prime, and the pineapple-headed boy whose face was full of innocence. Memories that had lain dormant for 2 or 3 decades gradually resurfaced. The Konoha of this world had already been changed beyond recognition by him. Even Naruto's personality had changed thanks to a good family upbringing. Many iconic scenes from the original timeline could never happen here. Yet somehow, one day he was still able to see the middle-aged Sasuke from the original timeline, as well as the son of the hot-blooded Naruto. Of course, the 7th Hokage, now a father, was no longer the idiot he had been as a child. The problem was that he was too earnest, eventually becoming a tool known as the Hokage. In his previous life, Makoto had watched Naruto when he was still young. As for Boruto, he had only learned about some of the general plot and memes online. For example, the one about things that couldn't burn. He resisted the urge to throw a fire-release jutsu at Boruto just to verify whether the kid was actually flammable. Welcome, guests from afar. I am Higashino Makoto, the master of this dojo. Higashino Makoto. The older Sasuke repeated the name in his mind, certain he had never heard it before. How did you discover us? Konoha's barrier system has spatial intrusion alerts. Didn't you know? Sasuke and Boruto didn't know a damn thing about that. The Konoha they came from didn't have such a convenient feature. Why did you have us come here? Weren't you the ones who illegally entered Konoha? That's the question I should be asking you. The ANBU already questioned you earlier. Don't you have anything to say for yourselves? The older Sasuke shook his head. Sorry. I can't tell you our purpose. But please rest assured, we absolutely won't threaten Konoha's security. Makoto smiled. If you were me, would you believe that? I'd suggest being a little more honest. Mutual trust starts with honesty. The older Sasuke glanced at Naruto beside him, and considered their current situation. In the end, he made his decision. We're here to protect him. Naruto pointed at himself. Protect me. But I'm just a genin of Konoha. And why should I believe you? Boruto immediately panicked. My sensei isn't lying. You're in danger right now. In a few days, a super terrifying guy is going to come and steal the 9 tails inside you. Naruto's expression changed. He turned toward Makoto. The younger Sasuke and Sakura looked completely bewildered. Something wasn't right. Wasn't Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki Naruto's mother? That wasn't exactly a secret in Konoha, or even across the shinobi world. After all, the 9 tails incident had shaken the entire shinobi world back then. Konoha had never tried to suppress the spread of information, so the identity of Konoha's Jinchuriki was basically public knowledge. Makoto laughed. I don't know whether what this kid is saying is true, but you've gotten one thing wrong. Who said the 9 tails is inside Naruto? Boruto. The older Sasuke. Boruto had completely bought it. But Sasuke didn't believe it for a second. He had the Rinnegan. He had fought the 9 tails, imprisoned it, and even tamed it. More importantly, he had spent years as Naruto's closest friend. Although Naruto's personality had changed in this timeline, the chakra he carried felt exactly the same. There was no doubt that he was a Jinchuriki. As for this team leader Jonin named Higashino Makoto, his ability to lie with a straight face was no different from Kakashi's. One look was enough to tell he was the type who loved fooling people. Still, Sasuke didn't expose him. Is that so? In that case, even better. The one coming for the 9 tails doesn't know that. We can use it to mislead him. Naruto asked, who is this super terrifying guy? The younger Sasuke snorted. Humph, Naruto, are you scared? Don't worry. I'll protect you. Naruto rolled his eyes. You're so full of yourself, Sasuke. Who needs your protection? Beat me first, then we'll talk. The older Sasuke said, his name is Otsutsuki Urashiki. He's not from this world. A mysterious smile appeared on Makoto's face. Aren't the two of you the same? By the way, you still haven't introduced yourselves. My name is Boruto. The older Sasuke replied, sorry. It's not convenient for me to reveal my name. And using a fake name would be pointless. Makoto said, actually, your concerns are unnecessary. You've already noticed how different Konoha is, haven't you? Is this really the place you think it is? The older Sasuke. Had the other man figured out his identity and origins? If so, then this Jonin named Higashino Makoto might know far more than he did. Mysterious. That was the only impression Makoto gave him. Like the Konoha before him, this person, who didn't exist in his timeline, was shrouded in a dense fog. Makoto shrugged. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I'll believe your story for the time being. Since the enemy won't arrive for another few days, the two of you can stay here until then. No objections. The older Sasuke nodded. Then we'll be in your care. Not at all. It'll liven the place up a bit. Come with me. As they crossed the plaza and entered the courtyard, the older Sasuke glanced up at the signboard overhead. True Sage Dojo. He pondered the meaning of the name. In the shinobi world, those capable of using sage mode never called themselves sages. As far as he knew, only the rulers of the three great sage regions referred to themselves that way. He couldn't help speculating about Higashino Makoto's true strength. As if hearing his thoughts, Makoto grinned. So. Pretty impressive name for a dojo, isn't it? The older Sasuke. Whether it sounded impressive or not, he couldn't say. But shameless. Definitely. Still, he was already a middle-aged man, and a mature shinobi. He kept those thoughts to himself. After entering the courtyard, Makoto called out, Anoka, we've got guests. Make lunch for 2 more people. Oh wait, make that 5 more. Naruto and the others are here too. Anoka poked her head out of her room and glanced over. Got it. Boruto thought to himself, her hair looks just like grandma's in those photos. The eyelid of the older Sasuke's exposed right eye twitched slightly. He recognized Anoka as a member of the Uzumaki clan, but in his own timeline he had never seen her before. Sakura blinked. Huh? Sensei, are we involved too? Not really. But something very interesting might happen this afternoon. It concerns Sasuke. If you're not interested, you can always go home. The moment she heard it involved Sasuke, Sakura perked up. Since it's about a teammate, I should be concerned. I'll go help Anoka Nizan with lunch first. The older Sasuke and the younger Sasuke. Watching Sakura run off with a flushed face, both of them suddenly felt a bad premonition. Finally, Makoto looked at Boruto. Kid, let me borrow your toy for some research. I'll give it back before you leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from sight. Boruto blinked. Huh? Toy? What toy? The older Sasuke suddenly realized. Idiot. Karasuki. Boruto immediately reached into his ninja pouch. Sure enough, it was completely empty. Oh no, sensei. Karasuki's gone. The older Sasuke didn't answer. The mystery in his heart had only deepened. For someone to take it without even him noticing, it had to be some kind of special jutsu. Combined with the instant disappearance just now, it meant that this Jonin named Higashino Makoto was a master of freely manipulating space-time. Just like the members of the Otsutsuki clan. Things were becoming more and more troublesome. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, The Older Sasuke's Family Reunion. 1853 words. Inside the dojo's guest room, the older Sasuke stood by the window, carefully observing the towering tree in the courtyard. Its trunk was exceptionally tall, while its canopy wasn't particularly large, allowing plenty of sunlight to reach the buildings below. The dojo had running water, but from the layout of the pipes outside, the older Sasuke could tell that all of the facility's water supply ultimately came from the well beneath that tree. After watching for quite some time, he noticed something else. Unlike the trees in the surrounding forest, this one shed almost no dead leaves. The courtyard remained clean at all times. That was completely inconsistent with normal plant growth. Boruto asked, "Sensei, this may be Konoha, but it's completely different from the one I know. So many things have changed." The older Sasuke nodded. "Yeah, it's definitely different. Based on the timeline, this should be right after the Konoha crush, around the time Tsunade became the 5th Hokage. Your grandfather, Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage, should have been dead long ago. But here, he's alive and well." Boruto immediately perked up. "Then doesn't that mean I can meet my grandparents while they're still alive?" "You probably can. But don't let anything slip. Remember Karasuke's warning." "Is that really necessary, Sensei? This doesn't even feel like 20 years in our world anymore." Sasuke didn't fully understand it either, but he still replied, "It's always better to be cautious. What if we came to the wrong place?" "I don't know. But I think the owner of this place probably knows more than we do." "You mean Dad's Jonin instructor? He's such a weird and mysterious guy. Perhaps the changes in this timeline are connected to him. He also took my Karasuke. How are we supposed to get back now? Judging from how he treats the people around him, he doesn't seem unreasonable. He'll probably return it to us." After a pause, Sasuke added, "And if he doesn't, then I'll just have to find an opportunity to take it back." Boruto felt this mission had gone terribly. Not only had they failed to complete their objective, they had also ended up in a bizarre world. The time was correct. Konoha was not. He flopped backward onto the bed and hugged his blonde head. "Ah, what a pain, Sensei. So what do we do now?" The older Sasuke replied, "We wait for Urashiki to show up. Eliminating him was our objective from the beginning. What if he doesn't come? What if only we ended up here while he got sent somewhere else? That would be the real problem." Sasuke paused before continuing, "But I still trust the information Karasuke provided." Meanwhile, in another bedroom, Makoto activated a barrier. In his hands was the very Karasuke the two had been talking about, the Otsutsuki artifact used for traveling through time and space. It looked like a turtle. Its body was pink on top and white underneath, encased within a blue-green shell marked by circular white stripes. A red ribbon was tied horizontally around the shell. It appeared to be a living creature, but in reality, it was merely a highly autonomous tool created by the Otsutsuki clan. A truly fascinating object. Makoto knew that in the original story, Karasuke possessed the ability to travel through time, and had brought Sasuke and Boruto back 20 years into the past. What he couldn't understand was why it had brought the two of them into his world instead. After a single use, Karasuke's energy reserves had been completely depleted. It was currently gathering stray chakra from the atmosphere on its own. Ever since the older Sasuke and Boruto arrived, Karasuke had remained within Makoto's perception. Although the artifact had exhausted its energy after performing a space-time jump, it had still been capable of communicating with people, and had explained various prohibitions regarding time travel to the two travelers. The strange part was that it had now entered a state of complete dormancy. No matter what Makoto tried, he couldn't wake it up. Even threatening to destroy it had no effect. Karasuke was merely a highly intelligent tool. It had no concept of fear. Not only that, Makoto couldn't inject chakra into it. With the amount of chakra he possessed, refilling Karasuke and restarting it should have been easy. Yet he simply couldn't do it. The energy Karasuke required was completely incompatible with Makoto's chakra. So where exactly was the problem? Makoto quickly arrived at an answer. Most likely, it was because he was a unique existence. The source seed of every person's chakra in the shinobi world ultimately originated from Otsutsuki Kagaya, and therefore contained information belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. Makoto was different. He had long since purged that source seed entirely. His chakra now belonged solely to himself. Because of that, Karasuki showed no response to him whatsoever. It wasn't even willing to communicate. Makoto had no solution to that problem. He couldn't exactly destroy it. If he did, the older Sasuke and Boruto would never be able to return home. For now, the only thing he could do was devote himself to sensing the artifact's operating principles, hoping to analyze some useful knowledge from it and deepen his understanding of space and time. Before long, the entire afternoon passed, and it was time for dinner. The environment within Konoha had become increasingly similar to that of the dojo, so Higashino Jiro and his wife only came over regularly for meals. At night, they still preferred sleeping in their own home. Yamato and Heiei normally lived here full-time, and Yugao was now effectively the lady of the house. The older Sasuke also spotted many familiar faces. He had never expected that in this timeline, Yamato, the future second Jonin leader of Team 7, would actually be Higashino Makoto's younger brother and even carry the Higashino surname. They weren't blood-related, but it was still absurd. Gekko Heiei, who had died long ago in his memories, was alive and well. He looked energetic and healthy, nothing like the short-lived man Sasuke remembered. As for Yuzuki Yugao, his impression of her wasn't particularly deep, but he at least knew who she was. What truly surprised him was that Yugao was one of Makoto's wives. The other was the Uzumaki woman he had seen at noon, Anoka. Boruto only recognized Yamato among them. Heiei had died before Boruto was born, while Yugao had largely retired after the Fourth Shinobi World War, and had almost no interaction with him. Boruto was equally shocked that Makoto had two wives. He exchanged a glance with his sensei. The meaning in both their eyes was exactly the same. Could Konoha in this timeline really play things this wild? As members of the ANBU, Yugao, Yamato, and Heiei had already been informed of some details regarding the guests. They weren't surprised by the arrival of the two strangers, merely curious. Like Jiro and his wife, they all found themselves secretly speculating about the pair's true identities. Anyone with functioning eyes and average intelligence could see the resemblance between the older Sasuke and the younger Sasuke, as well as between Naruto and Boruto. Was it merely a coincidence? Or was there something else going on? After dinner, the dojo became even livelier. Minato and Kushina arrived first, followed by Karen, who had come specifically to watch the excitement. The older Sasuke had already confirmed that this timeline was different, so seeing Karen didn't surprise him much. He simply rested a hand on Boruto's shoulder while shooting him a warning look. The kid was so excited at seeing the grandparents he'd only known from photographs standing alive before him that, had his sensei not stopped him, he probably would have dropped to his knees on the spot and performed a full ancestral recognition ceremony. As always, Minato wore his bright, sunny smile. After glancing at the older Sasuke and Boruto, he walked over to stand beside Makoto. Makoto, it seems you trust them quite a bit. In that case, they probably aren't what Itachi's report speculated they were, Orochimaru's experimental subjects. Care to explain? Minato-senpai, do you remember the topic we discussed years ago? You mean the possibility of traveling through time. After hearing that, Minato quietly considered the matter and quickly arrived at a negative conclusion. The reasoning was simple. If these two truly came from the future, Makoto would never have allowed everyone to meet them so casually. Doing so could easily create temporal paradoxes, perhaps even cause the future timeline to collapse and erase the two people standing before them. Yet they were still here. Perfectly fine. That meant they were not from the future. At the very least, not from the future of this world. While Minato was carefully analyzing the situation, Kushina took a far simpler approach. She immediately reached out and began kneading Boruto's face, as if checking whether he was using makeup or a transformation technique. He really does look a lot like Naruto. Same hair color, same eye color, even the whisker marks are almost identical. He's just missing one on each side. Boruto laughed awkwardly, his face turning red. Not only did he fail to resist, he actually seemed to enjoy it a little. But after noticing his sensei's gaze, he stammered, maybe, it's just a coincidence. Kushina shook her head. That's way too similar. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were my grandson. Boruto thought. My dear grandmother, your guess is frighteningly accurate. Naruto immediately protested. Mom, what are you talking about? How could I possibly have a son that old? Then maybe he's your younger brother. You don't know how many kids you gave birth to. Kushina actually spent several seconds thinking seriously about it. I don't know. It hurt so much back then. How would I know how many I had? Maybe they were twins and someone stole one. Naruto covered his face. Having an airhead mother could be incredibly exhausting. The older Sasuke was starting to feel that things were becoming troublesome. Perhaps he should have dragged Boruto away at all costs back then. Staying behind to investigate the differences in this world now seemed like a terrible decision. But soon, he encountered an even bigger problem. Two pairs of eyes were staring fixedly at him. They belonged to two figures who had appeared only in his dreams ever since the destruction of the Uchiha clan. They were deeply familiar. And unbearably missed. He often wished he could see them one more time, and let them see the man he had become. He never expected that fantasy to suddenly come true today. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto had arrived, accompanied by Itachi and Shisui, at what could only be described as a massive family recognition gathering. At this moment, the older Sasuke had officially unlocked the achievement. Full family reunion. His deceased parents. His older brother. And his future wife. All gathered together under one roof. It should have been an emotional and joyous day. Yet the older Sasuke could honestly say that he wasn't happy at all. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Sasuke and Naruto lose their mother's love. 1572 words. Mikoto took a few steps forward and stopped in front of the older Sasuke, her eyes unusually bright. A mother's instincts told her that the person standing before her was her son. But the rational mind she had developed as a shinobi told her that such a thing was impossible. The contradiction left her momentarily confused, and the words in her heart slipped out before she could stop them. Sasuke, is that you? The older Sasuke desperately wanted to say yes. More than that, he wanted to call her mom once again. But reason overcame impulse, and he remained silent. Everyone present, however, was a shinobi skilled at reading subtle expressions. Even with half his face concealed, they could clearly detect the flicker of emotion that had crossed it. The younger Sasuke immediately became displeased. Mom, you've got the wrong person. I'm right here. Only then did Mikoto snap back to her senses. Quickly pulling herself out of her emotional state, she grabbed the younger Sasuke and smoothed down the hair sticking up on his head. My apologies, Sasuke. Don't be angry with your mother. The younger Sasuke shot the older Sasuke a smug look. Humph. The older Sasuke. The version of himself who had never experienced the destruction of his family was certainly happy, but he truly understood nothing. Just an immature little tsundere brat. In fact, the older Sasuke found himself feeling a bit of envy and resentment toward this world's version of himself. Still, he couldn't seriously get angry at a child. So he could only glare at Mikoto with one eye. This is all your fault. Mikoto, family dramas are my favorite. They're way more entertaining than Jiraiya's trashy books. Kushina pulled Boruto closer and said, Hey, Mikoto, don't they look really alike? Mikoto glanced at Boruto and Naruto. They do look alike. It's really amazing. But it's probably just a coincidence, right? Kushina snorted. Humph. Since when are there that many coincidences? Maybe that's your future son bringing my future grandson back to the present. At this point, everyone already had similar suspicions. But because of a shinobi's natural caution, and the possible consequences involved, no one dared voice them openly. Only Kushina, carefree and utterly unconcerned, bluntly shattered the unspoken understanding. Minato and Naruto could only sigh helplessly. That was just how Kushina was. Fugaku was much calmer. Time travel is impossible, isn't it? Makoto, what do you think? Makoto. I've been watching the whole thing from my seat. It's been very entertaining. The older Sasuke still didn't dare look at his parents. Instead, he shot a warning glance at Makoto. Everyone understood that, aside from the two unexpected visitors themselves, if there was anyone here who might know more, it was probably Higashino Makoto, whose strength had long surpassed anything they could comprehend. Higashino Megumi spoke up. Makoto, you know something, don't you? Is it something you can't talk about? Higashino Jiro immediately replied, Megumi, if that's the case, then don't ask. Kushina frowned. What's there that can't be said? I seriously don't understand what everyone's so worried about. Makoto was completely certain that Sasuke and Boruto were not from the future of his own world. Neither of them knew who he was, which was obvious from their reactions. More importantly, after spending the entire day studying Karasuki, he had already begun sensing faint space-time fluctuations connected to an entirely different timeline. The signal was incredibly weak, but it unquestionably existed. That was the world where the older Sasuke and Boruto truly belonged. There's nothing inconvenient about saying it. Ignoring the older Sasuke's warning stare, Makoto continued, Kushina-sensei, you're surprisingly perceptive. This gentleman really is Sasuke from the future. As for the blonde brat, I have no idea what his identity is in the future, but I'm willing to bet he's related to your family somehow. Everyone. Even though they had already suspected it, hearing it confirmed still left them stunned. The older Sasuke suppressed his anger and said, Higashino Makoto, do you even realize what you're doing? Of course. I'm exposing your identity. And do you understand the consequences that could cause? Nothing may happen to your timeline, but my disciple and I could disappear completely. Not die, vanish entirely. Along with everyone else. Our entire world could cease to exist. Then may I ask? Makoto looked at him. Have either of you disappeared yet? Seeing that both he and Boruto were still perfectly fine, the older Sasuke relaxed slightly. Even so, he remained uneasy. Know when to stop. Maybe things haven't gotten bad enough to change the future yet. No, this older Sasuke. Makoto looked at him. I believe that from the moment you recognized Itachi, you had already realized it, hadn't you? This isn't the world you once lived through at all. Did you ever meet me when you were a child? If we're talking about changing the future, then the moment you appeared in this world, took your first breath, and met the first person here, the future was already altered irreversibly. The older Sasuke. He felt the logic made sense, but he had no idea how to explain the current situation. Boruto asked in confusion, then where did we come from? Minato replied gently, I discussed this with Makoto before. The place you came from and this world of mine are probably similar worlds, parallel worlds. Perhaps they share the same history, but because of certain factors, they eventually diverged into different futures. Parallel worlds. Something like that really exists. Aren't you the answer yourself? By the way, what's your name? Boruto glanced at his teacher. Seeing no objection, he answered, my name is Uzumaki Boruto. Kushina's eyes widened. Ha! Uzumaki. Then you really are my descendant, aren't you? Are you Naruto's future son? Naruto. Who am I? Where am I? What am I looking at? How did I suddenly end up with a son my own age? Who did I have him with? Who even is my wife? The entire Fugaku family was stunned. The younger Sasuke in particular couldn't understand what the parallel world version of himself had gone through to end up like this. Mikoto asked with a pained expression, "Sasuke, life must have been very hard for you in that world, hasn't it?" The older Sasuke didn't answer. He also stopped Boruto from speaking. "My apologies, everyone. Even if what you've said about parallel worlds is true, I won't reveal any more information. Because there's no meaning in it. Some things in this world are destined never to happen. And I don't want information from my world to influence this world's future." Even though he refused to say more, some things had already been settled. At the very least, Kushina had completely embraced Boruto, and was already treating him as her grandson. "Naruto, before I even have a wife, before I've even become an adult, I've already lost my place in the family because of my son. Where am I supposed to file a complaint about that?" Minato nodded. "That's right. Knowing those things serves no purpose. Everyone should stop asking." As Hokage, he naturally wanted to know what wars and dangers awaited the future shinobi world. Even if the two worlds were different, such information could still serve as a useful reference. But he understood that the older Sasuke probably wouldn't reveal anything unless force was used. And that was obviously impossible. It also went against his ninja way. The other man wasn't an enemy. Boruto, meanwhile, was thrilled. Now he'd never have to envy Inogen, Shikadai, and the rest of his buddies again. He, Uzumaki Boruto, had now been hugged by his grandmother too. The only problem was that the look his bargain bin dad kept giving him was extremely unsettling. But he soon had no time to worry about that. The moment he thought of his friends, his intelligence briefly spiked, and he suddenly realized a very serious problem. "Sensei, how are we supposed to get back?" Karasuki said it could travel through time, but it never said anything about traveling between different dimensions. The older Sasuke. "How should I know? I'm in the same mess myself." Makoto took Karasuki, sensed it for a moment, then tossed it back to Boruto with a smile. "Kid, time and space are inseparable. I can sense your world through this thing, and it's still there perfectly intact. Getting back shouldn't be a problem." Boruto stared at him. "You're kidding, right? You can actually sense my world from here." The younger Sasuke snorted arrogantly. "Humph. What would you know? Sensei's strength is beyond anything you can imagine. Why do you think this place is called the True Sage Dojo?" Boruto. No wonder Sensei was so annoying when he was young. No wonder he eventually left the village. The older Sasuke said, "If that's the case, then all the better. We only came here for one reason. Once we've dealt with it, we'll leave immediately." Mikoto looked disappointed. "So soon, Sasuke?" Itachi kept the distinction clear in his mind. His own little brother was doing just fine. The older Sasuke standing before them was merely someone from another world. Still, seeing the worry on their mother's face, he asked, "With that tool's help, wouldn't it be fine to stay a little longer?" The older Sasuke lowered his eyes. "I'm sorry. This place doesn't belong to me." Chapter 267, Chapter 267, Determining a Response Plan. 1667 words. Quite a few people could tell that the older Sasuke was somewhat tempted by Uchiha Itachi's proposal. However, after weighing it carefully, he ultimately chose to refuse. It was clear that he had grown into a strong-willed shinobi. Even under these circumstances, he was still able to let reason overcome emotion. That, however, led everyone to a troubling speculation. In the older Sasuke's world, the fate of Konohagakuru's Uchiha clan was probably not a good one. At the very least, Sasuke had certainly lost his family. Otherwise, he would never have been tempted by Itachi's offer. Because of chakra, shinobi tended to be emotionally intense, and this was especially true for the Uchiha. family occupied an exceptionally important place in their hearts. Itachi, Shisui, and Fugaku all understood this. If not for Makoto's intervention and the fact that the fourth Hokage was still alive, then with the prejudice that Hiruzen's faction held toward the Uchiha clan, their clan's fate would probably have been no different from the one in the older Sasuke's world. Sasuke, Fugaku asked, how is the Uchiha clan in your world now? The older Sasuke looked at his father, whose stern and rigid demeanor was exactly as he remembered. Sorry. It has nothing to do with this world, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't ask any further. Fugaku let out a sigh. I see. Understood. Seeing that things would only become more difficult for the older Sasuke if this continued, Minato asked, Sasuke, would it be convenient for you to tell us the purpose of your visit here? I've already explained that to this Jonin Higashino Makoto. Besides, fourth Hokage, are you sure you want to drag so many unrelated people into this? Sounds like it's something serious. My apologies. I wasn't thinking. Makoto spoke up. All right, everyone, go get some rest. Minato-senpai and I can handle this matter. Also, everything you've seen today is confidential, so please keep it to yourselves. Everyone present was a shinobi. Naturally, they understood the importance of confidentiality and had no objections. Makoto, are you sure you don't need our help? Shisui asked. No need, Shisui. It's not like a shinobi alliance is marching on Konoha. There's nothing to worry about. All right then. We'll head back first. Makoto still couldn't help but feel heartache for this son from another world. Sasuke, after your mission is over, remember to come home for a visit. The older Sasuke didn't dare look at her again, but he still responded. Yeah. I will. The younger Sasuke was extremely unhappy about this, but he was mature enough not to throw a tantrum. After all, that guy would eventually leave. His mother and brother belonged to him forever. No one could take them away. Once no one else continued questioning the older Sasuke, Sakura suddenly ran up to him. You're Sasuke too, right? I want to ask something. In your world, am I doing okay? I'm alive. Who do I end up marrying? That was the true objective of this love-struck little girl's question. The older Sasuke wasn't particularly eager to answer. Sakura really was a good woman, but he himself had never been a competent husband. Because of his desire for atonement, he spent most of his time away from Konoha. Sakura had practically become a single mother, having to earn a living while raising their daughter on her own. But that was merely how things had developed in his world. Judging from appearances, the Sasuke of this world would almost certainly not walk down the same miserable path. While asking her question, Sakura's eyes had secretly drifted toward the younger Sasuke. The older Sasuke understood. The Sakura of this world hadn't changed either. But with entirely different life paths ahead of them, whether the two would end up together was anyone's guess. So in the end, he simply said, in my world, Sakura got her wish. Ah. The little pink-haired girl, who had looked somewhat gloomy during his brief silence, instantly let out a squeal. Her face turned bright red, and she covered it before running away. The younger Sasuke looked completely bewildered. Makoto wore a warm, ant-like smile. Itachi, meanwhile, remained calm. He felt that different worlds would naturally produce different outcomes, so the older Sasuke's words couldn't necessarily be taken as fact. Fugaku had no objections either. The Uchiha clan had never forbidden marrying outside the clan, and Sakura was Makoto's disciple. She was certainly qualified to become his daughter-in-law. The moment she saw that the older Sasuke was willing to reveal a little information, Kushina grew anxious. Hey, what about our family? Who's Boruto's mother? The older Sasuke replied, sorry. Even if I told you, it wouldn't mean anything. Just let things take their natural course. Kushina refused to give up. Grabbing Boruto by the shoulders, she continued, Boruto is such a good boy. Tell grandma, who is your mother? Boruto. What would be the point of saying it? With this world being so completely different, whether he could even be born successfully was still a huge question mark. Minato said, "All right, Kushina. Take Naruto and Karen home." Sasuke is right, it's best to let things take their natural course. Knowing in advance might even produce the opposite effect. Kushina. I just want to know who my future daughter-in-law is ahead of time. Is that really so wrong? Inside one of the dojo's training chambers, Makoto, Minato, the older Sasuke, and Boruto gathered together. The older Sasuke began his explanation. The reason we came here really is to protect Naruto. A terrifying enemy will arrive before long to steal the Nine Tails from Naruto's body. His name is Otsutsuki Urashiki. He's not from the shinobi world, he comes from beyond it. His clan feeds on chakra, and since the tailed beasts are massive concentrations of chakra, they are their targets. From beyond the world? Minato asked. An alien, Makoto explained. Since intelligent life had evolved on the shinobi world's planet, it was only natural that other planets in the universe could produce intelligent life as well, provided the conditions were suitable. Minato was not particularly surprised. How strong is Urashiki? Very strong. The Otsutsuki clan is the source of chakra in the shinobi world. Ordinary ninjutsu is ineffective against them. Only taijutsu, senjutsu, and fuinjutsu can truly affect them. Hearing that, Minato felt somewhat reassured. He specialized in senjutsu and sealing techniques. He was not an ordinary shinobi. At the same time, from the fact that the clan was the source of chakra in the shinobi world, he quickly realized that the hidden truth behind his own world was probably connected to the Otsutsuki clan as well. Minato asked curiously, from the moment you arrived in Konoha until now, you haven't had any opportunity to investigate anything. Yet you've been completely certain that the Nine Tails is inside Naruto. In your world, is Naruto the Jinchuriki as well? That's right. Isn't it the same in this world? The older Sasuke pointed at his eyes. My eyes are somewhat special. The moment I saw Naruto, I knew. Though what interests me is that Naruto's mother also seems to have the Nine Tails sealed inside her. Naturally, that was the result of Makoto's two-form seal. In addition, several years ago the Nine Tails had willingly made a deal with Makoto. Since it had become much more cooperative, it had lent Kushina quite a bit of chakra as well. As a result, she appeared very similar to a Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and could briefly unleash tremendous combat power. The downside was that it couldn't last long. It was more appearance than substance. Wait, what? Boruto exclaimed. So not only is Dad the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Grandma is too. Minato smiled. When Kushina was giving birth, we encountered a rather unusual enemy. That's why things ended up this way. Faced with a question from his grandson from another world, Minato neither confirmed nor denied it. The Nine Tails incident, the older Sasuke said. That happened here too. So the Nine Tails incident occurred in your world as well? Minato asked. What was the outcome? The older Sasuke did not answer directly. Naruto grew up an orphan. I see. Minato sighed softly. Then the Naruto of your world must have had a very difficult childhood. But seeing that Boruto has already grown up so much, I suppose Naruto is doing all right now. Minato couldn't help thinking back. If Makoto hadn't preserved Kushina's life with his sealing techniques back then, he really might have resorted to the final option, sealing the Nine Tails into Naruto, and then following Kushina into the Pure Land himself. Had events unfolded that way, everything would have become exactly like the older Sasuke's world. Almost immediately, Minato reached a conclusion. It seemed that Makoto's existence was what had caused the two worlds to diverge and head toward different futures. Dad is the 7th Hokage now, Boruto said. The Hokage, huh? Minato smiled. Then I can rest easy. There's no need to dwell on unrelated matters, the older Sasuke said. In short, our objective this time is to eliminate Urashiki and protect Naruto. Once that's done, we'll leave. Minato nodded. The information about Naruto's mother is public knowledge. Most people believe she's the only Ninetales Jinchuriki. What if Urashiki changes his target? After thinking for a moment, the older Sasuke replied, that's unlikely. Urashiki is extremely confident, arrogant even. He views the people of the shinobi world as inferior life forms. I believe that after arriving, he won't bother gathering intelligence through others. He'll simply begin searching for Naruto immediately. I see. Minato turned toward Makoto. Then starting tomorrow, take Team 7 on missions around the outskirts of Konoha. We can't allow the battlefield to be inside the village. Whatever happens, we need to deal with this threat outside. If the enemy does the unexpected and shifts his target to Kushina, I'll send up a signal immediately and call for your support. No problem. Makoto replied. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, The older Sasuke becomes a whole man again. 1922 words. Seeing that Makoto and Minato had settled on a way to deal with Urashiki after only a few exchanges, the older Sasuke raised no objections. Ninja battles were information wars. Even when fighting godlike beings, that saying wasn't completely useless. Without knowing the enemy's specific abilities, there was little point in devising an elaborate strategy. The best they could do was adapt as things unfolded. As for the Otsutsuki clan, aside from Kaguya, Makoto knew very little about its other members. He didn't have a god's eye view of them, since he had never watched that non-canon sequel. The older Sasuke said, when the time comes, Team 7 will carry out their mission as usual. Boruto and I will protect them from the shadows. Even though the boy in front of him wasn't this world's Minato's grandson, Minato still objected. Boruto is still too young. Sasuke, are you sure you want to bring him along? Boruto. This grandpa wasn't lovable at all. He was obviously calling him a scrub. I'm sure. He might produce some unexpected results. The older Sasuke wasn't lying. Urashiki treated Boruto differently, and there was another important reason as well. If Boruto stayed in Konoha, it wouldn't take even half a day before every bit of information in his head was squeezed out by his grandmother. It wasn't that Sasuke distrusted Konoha. He simply didn't want this world's future to be influenced too heavily by information from his own world. Makoto didn't know much about the Otsutsuki beyond Kaguya, but he did know that members of that clan were notoriously difficult to kill. Before dying, they would often package all of their information and implant it into a suitable host, creating something called a kama to carry out a resurrection process. They were practically like viruses. And Makoto happened to know that Otsutsuki Momoshiki had been killed by Boruto. After hearing Sasuke say that bringing Boruto along might produce unexpected results, Makoto glanced at the boy and suspected that Momoshiki might be residing within him. But after examining him with his senses, he found nothing unusual. It seemed that before the resurrection process began, a kama remained deeply concealed and was extremely difficult to detect. Makoto-senpai, do you also think I shouldn't come? Boruto asked. No. I think neither you nor Sasuke should come. What? My sensei is as strong as my dad. He's one of the... The older Sasuke cut him off. Boruto, be quiet. Makoto knew what Boruto wanted to say. One of the saviors of your world, right? So what? Power-ups were temporary. Once they were gone, they were gone. At this point, his account was practically on the verge of being banned. Just look at how worn out he was. I can sense that your sensei really was incredibly powerful in the past. He pushed his Yin chakra to its absolute limit. Both of his eyes possessed dojutsu power far beyond an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, especially the left one. But I don't know what happened afterward. Perhaps some kind of protective mechanism failed. Now that extreme Yin chakra is actually producing the opposite effect. It's dragging down his entire body. Sasuke's Rinnegan was different from Madara's. It hadn't awakened through the fusion of Indra's and Azura's chakra. The Hashirama cells that Kabuto used to heal Sasuke didn't contain sufficiently pure Azura chakra either. His eye had been awakened directly through the Sage of Six Paths Een power, resulting in a single Six-Tomo Rinnegan. It was powerful but not sustainable. The older Sasuke frowned. What do you mean by dragging down my entire body? It means your Yin and Yang are out of balance. Your Yin chakra has become too powerful, and is suppressing your Yang chakra. That's why you're so weak now and unable to bring out your full strength. An imbalance of Yin and Yang, huh? What could he say? All he could say was that Higashino Makoto had astonishing insight. Back when he and Naruto fought Kaguya, and later when he battled Naruto himself, he had been unbelievably powerful. Who would have thought that only a few years later he'd end up this rundown? Makoto-senpai, since you can see what's wrong with Sensei, can you fix it? Boruto asked. Of course. Did you not know that I'm actually a medical ninja too? Sasuke, would you like me to treat you? Boruto thought, how the hell would I know? Nobody ever told me. The older Sasuke didn't believe medical ninjutsu would be of much use to him, but he wanted to see Makoto's abilities. Sure. Makoto raised his left hand. No green medical chakra appeared in his palm. Instead, the skin instantly transformed, revealing a brilliant white sun. It even emitted a faint radiance. The older Sasuke exclaimed in shock, the Sage of Six Paths Yang power. After traveling the shinobi world for so many years, Sasuke had seen almost everything. But this was definitely new. How was this medical ninjutsu? The man standing before him looked more like a living Sage of Six Paths. Makoto shook his head. Wrong. It's true Yang power. It has nothing to do with the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Also, would you like me to restore your missing left arm? Sasuke had never regenerated his lost arm the way Naruto did. It wasn't because Konoha lacked the means. He had deliberately left it that way as a reminder of the mistakes he had made. It was a form of self-atonement. But now he had to face the Otsutsuki clan. And who knew what even stronger enemies might appear in his world in the future. It was time to recover his full strength and protect his world once more. Protection was also a form of atonement. Will this consume too much of your energy? Of course it will. But don't worry, I'll be fine after a night's rest. Then let's do it. I'll be in your debt. After saying that, the older Sasuke removed the bandages from his left arm, revealing the healed stump where it had once been severed. Beside them, Minato sighed inwardly. He couldn't imagine what kind of enemy their world had faced to leave Sasuke so badly injured. Fortunately, he didn't ask. Otherwise, Boruto might have told him. Your wonderful son, my wonderful dad, did it. Makoto stepped in front of the older Sasuke and pressed his left hand, imbued with that miraculous Yang power, against the area over his heart. Instantly, a torrent of vitality surged through Sasuke's entire body. The older Sasuke felt as though he had stepped out of a freezing winter and into warm sunlight. Every cell in his body seemed to burst into celebration as his strength rapidly returned. And that wasn't all. His missing left arm began to regrow. Bone emerged first, extending from the wound and quickly restoring itself to its complete form. Then chakra pathways, nerves, blood vessels, and the rest of the circulatory systems intertwined and took shape. Muscle regenerated and finally everything was covered by newly formed skin. Within a matter of minutes, the missing arm had been completely restored. This wasn't a prosthetic grown from Hashirama cells. It was his own flesh and blood regenerated from scratch. As a result, there was no obvious difference in color. The new skin was slightly paler for now, but after some time it would become indistinguishable from the rest of his body. In Makoto's previous life, this kind of severed limb regeneration would have been nothing short of divine. But in the shinobi world, there were many ways to accomplish it. For Makoto, who had successfully mastered yin-yang release and obtained yang power, it was even simpler. All it required was chakra. Although Minato already knew Makoto possessed this ability, every time he witnessed it, he still found it unbelievable. Boruto was even more direct. Amazing. Is this really something a human can do? Makoto-senpai, are you sure you're still human? Makoto rolled his eyes. You little brat. Why are you insulting people? The older Sasuke flexed his newly restored arm. Aside from feeling slightly unfamiliar, it was no different from before. From now on, he was no longer that worn-out old dog. He could stand proudly in front of his wife again. Thank you. I feel like I've returned to my former condition. Not quite, Makoto replied. You'll only be fully recovered once you've gotten used to the arm. The older Sasuke touched his right eye with his regenerated left hand. Your power, it won't cause any changes to my eyes, will it? Of course not. I've only temporarily restored your strength and repaired your arm. Everything was rebuilt using your own cells as the foundation. If you want to completely solve the yin-yang imbalance, you'll have to continue training on your own. I see. This is enough for now. Late at night, in Makoto's bedroom, three silhouettes intertwined beneath the dim light. Tonight, Yugao and Onoka were unusually enthusiastic, as though they possessed endless energy. For a moment, Makoto found himself lost amid rolling mountains, unable to find his bearings. Did you two take the wrong medicine today? Onoka pouted. Even Naruto has a child now. How can we not work harder? That's Naruto from another world. How old is Naruto here? Then we should learn from that world's Naruto. Exactly, Yugao agreed. Damn it, we've been together for years and still nothing has happened. Our mothers are already running out of patience. You want to be a mother that badly? Of course I do. So keep working hard, you bastard. Makoto could only sigh. He had been working hard all along. If his wife's stomach still showed no signs of change, what was he supposed to do? Sometimes, having a life level that was too high wasn't necessarily a good thing. The gap between his constitution and that of Yugao and Onoka was simply too great. That was probably why no new life had been conceived despite all these years. He couldn't help wondering how the Sage of Six Paths had dealt with the same problem back in his day. In the end, Makoto had to expend every last bit of his divine power before both wives were finally satisfied. During the quiet afterglow, Onoka suddenly asked, "Today was the first time I learned that parallel worlds exist. It's incredible. I wonder what the other me is doing right now." Dead, Makoto answered. She never even made it to adulthood. Yugao blinked. Then what about me, Makoto and I? Ruined. A flower that no one ever picked. Humph. You're lying again. I don't think so, Onoka said. At least in my case, if you two hadn't appeared on Summoning Island back then, I definitely would have died. See? Makoto said. So when have I ever lied to you? Humph. Even if the other Onoka's story is true, how do you know about the other me? Did you secretly ask Sasuke? No. There was no need. In their world, I don't exist. And besides me, who else would marry a woman like you? You bastard. Have you no shame? What do I need shame for? Having the two of you is enough. If it was true, Yugao felt that her counterpart in the other world had lived a miserable life. What exactly had happened to leave her ruined? The more she thought about it, the more grateful she became for her current life. And if the seeds planted tonight happened to sprout, that would be even better. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, Urashiki, I got careless and didn't dodge. 1610 words. 3 days later, in a forest beside a village outside Konohagakure. Whoosh. 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 Several kunai suddenly shot out from both sides of a large tree, accurately piercing the vulnerable eyes and ears of a wild boar, robbing it of both sight and hearing. Squeal. Even though the boar was massive, nearly the size of a half-grown water buffalo, a sudden crippling blow to its vital points still sent it into a panic. It went berserk and began charging wildly in every direction. The other members of the boar herd saw their leader attacked and immediately turned tail and fled deeper into the forest. Rescue the boss. Unite against the enemy. Sorry, they were just boars. Even if chakra had made them unusually large, they were still mindless beasts. The 3 members of Team 7 rushed out from behind the trees. Naruto drew his short blade and used a vacuum blade to kill the wounded boar leader in a single strike. He then worked together with his teammates to pursue the herd and wipe out most of it. Only 2 large boars and several piglets managed to escape. That had been the client's request. When boars became too numerous, they had to be culled, otherwise, the village's crops would be destroyed. But they couldn't all be killed. Some had to be left alive to reproduce, allowing the village farmers to occasionally supplement their diets through hunting. Sakura said, "Mission complete." That was easy. Sasuke grumbled, "Damn it. It's always these simple D-rank missions. There's no challenge at all." Naruto replied, "Your patience really sucks, Sasuke. Come on, let's head back and inform the villagers so they can collect the boar carcasses. They're worth quite a bit of money." After carefully wiping his ninja blade clean, Sasuke followed his teammates toward the village. Hidden within the nearby forest, the adult Sasuke and Boruto continued their covert protection detail. But several days had passed in complete peace and quiet. Urashiki still hadn't appeared. Makoto's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Boruto asked, "Makoto-sensei, why is your flying thunder god different from Grandpa's? Did you leave technique markers on us or something?" After spending several days together, the boy had started calling him Sensei, just like Naruto and the others. He also constantly referred to Minato and Kushina as Grandpa and Grandma. Thanks to that relationship, nobody in Konoha restricted their movements. Naturally, the two had gathered quite a bit of information around the village, and learned a great deal about Higashino Makoto. Makoto said, "Boruto, you really don't need to worry. Just like hand seals become unnecessary once you've mastered a ninjutsu, when you eventually reach the end of the ninja path, and begin exploring space itself, you'll naturally be able to do this too." Boruto sighed. If only it were that easy. In our world, nobody developed a human-compatible senjutsu training system like you did. No rush. Maybe someone will in the future. Speaking of which, do you think Urashiki might have gone to another world instead? Another world? Now that we've confirmed there are 2 parallel worlds, why can't there be 3, 4, or even more? Boruto couldn't wrap his head around it. The adult Sasuke said, "Only Karasuke probably knows the answer to something like that." At that moment, Makoto sensed a slight fluctuation in space somewhere in the distance. "Oh? Looks like we won't need to ask that annoying little turtle after all. The target has arrived." Team 7 was walking back toward the client's village. Suddenly, the space ahead of them distorted. A figure appeared high above the team. He didn't descend. Instead, he simply floated there in midair. Sasuke and Naruto reacted instantly, drawing their blades and taking up defensive positions while shielding Sakura behind them. The newcomer had pale white skin. His eyes and clothing were white as well. His light blue hair was tied into a high ponytail, and a carefree smile rested on his lips. Exactly as the adult Sasuke had described. The newcomer was none other than Otsutsuki Urashiki. Sakura said, "So it's this guy. He can fly just like Sensei too." Naruto felt a bit annoyed. He still couldn't fly freely, which naturally put him at a disadvantage. Sasuke, on the other hand, couldn't care less. His 3-tomo Sharingan spun to life as fighting spirit surged from him. Looking at his target, Urashiki smiled brightly. My, Uzumaki Naruto. You were quite difficult to find. Sasuke said, "You're Otsutsuki Urashiki, aren't you?" Oh? You all know who I am. It seems those two arrived here ahead of schedule after all. What a nuisance. I should have gotten rid of them when I had the chance. Sasuke snorted. So you're all talk after all. Urashiki wasn't angry. Surprisingly, he remained calm. You're the Sasuke of this space-time node, aren't you? What a weak little existence. You're nowhere near the other Sasuke. My apologies, but I have no interest in you or the little girl. Would you mind handing Naruto over to me? He has something inside him that I need. Sasuke's expression darkened. Quit looking down on people. Naruto grinned. You're after the nine tails, aren't you? Then come take it yourself. Oh? You're willing to give it to me? Then I won't be polite. As he spoke, Urashiki swung the crimson glowing rod in his hand downward. The red energy line extending from its tip reached the three of them in the blink of an eye. Naruto and Sasuke leapt to opposite sides. Sakura jumped backward to evade. She knew she wasn't as strong as her teammates, and had no intention of arrogantly joining the front line. Right now, her job was simply to protect herself and support her teammates from the sidelines. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, vacuum blade. Earth release, heavenly cover. The moment Naruto and Sasuke landed, they launched ninjutsu from opposite flanks. A blazing fireball and a massive wind blade formed a pincer attack. Even Sakura, while retreating, chose the perfect moment to provide support. She summoned a gigantic earthen lid that had been prepared in advance with earth release, causing it to descend from the sky and block Urashiki's escape route. The three worked together seamlessly. It was obvious they had planned this battle strategy beforehand. But it was useless. Urashiki had no intention of dodging. He allowed the attacks to strike him directly. Yet they failed to harm him in the slightest. Instead, he absorbed every bit of the ninjutsu. However, after absorbing them, his expression briefly twisted. It was as if he had eaten something bad, and was suffering from indigestion. After a moment of discomfort, Urashiki took a deep breath, and put away his smile. Something's wrong with this space-time node. It doesn't feel like 20 years ago. There's something wrong with the ninjutsu you three are using as well. Just like the outside world, they contain something I dislike. Sasuke smirked. That just means this world doesn't welcome you. Urashiki's carefree smile returned. That's fine. I wasn't planning to settle down here anyway. Naruto said, Sasuke, ninjutsu isn't very effective against him. Use taijutsu. I know. I don't need you to tell me. Despite his words, his coordination with Naruto was flawless. The two charged almost simultaneously, blades raised as they rushed toward the airborne enemy. Urashiki flicked his rod, knocking away a kunai Sakura had thrown. Then he reversed the swing and brought it down. The slender crimson rod looked light and delicate, but the force behind it was tremendous. Sasuke was smashed straight into the ground. Boom. A huge crater formed beneath him. Sasuke. Sakura cried out and immediately rushed over. Looking into the crater, she found the pitiful Sasuke curled up on his side. He looked like a famous painting. Fortunately, before being sent flying, he had already created an opening for his teammate. Naruto appeared behind Urashiki. His short blade drove viciously toward the enemy's heart. Die. Urashiki didn't turn around. The smile remained on his face. At some point, however, his Byakugan had transformed into a blue Rinnegan. Just as Naruto's blade struck him, Urashiki's body dissolved into a flock of crimson paper cranes that scattered in every direction before disappearing completely. Naruto couldn't understand what kind of ninjutsu this was. He had clearly felt his blade pierce the target. Yet an instant later, it felt as though he had stabbed empty air. His instincts suddenly screamed danger. While falling from the sky, he reflexively used wind release, light as the wind, shifting his body sideways. A crimson streak shot through the space he had occupied a moment earlier. Only then did Naruto notice that the end of the red line was shaped like a fishhook. A fishing rod. A line. A hook. What the hell? So this guy was actually a fisherman. Naruto had no idea what the hook did, but he was certain that letting it sink into his body wouldn't end well. A leisurely voice sounded behind him. Naruto-san, you're full of surprises. But you've already run out of places to escape. Before the sentence was even finished, the hook curved through the air. The crimson line extended and weaved around him, quickly surrounding Naruto from all sides. Once it tightened, it would wrap him up like a rice dumpling. At that moment, Urashiki, who had been floating behind Naruto while holding the crimson fishing rod, suddenly vanished. He reappeared on the ground. Rasengan. The newly materialized Urashiki didn't even have time to react before Boruto slammed a Rasengan directly into him and blasted him away. Ah! He had gotten careless. He didn't dodge. Chapter 270, Sasuke, you should have cut off my head. 1445 words. The members of the Otsutsuki clan were generally quite straightforward. Straightforward in the sense that they viewed the humans of the ninja world as lower lifeforms, no different from monkeys. Instinctively, they did not consider humans to be an intelligent species on the same level as themselves. Urashiki was a little different. He spoke fairly politely and occasionally even used honorific language. Most of the time, though, he came across as sarcastic and condescending. At least he didn't constantly act superior. Even in battle, his habit of toying with opponents often led him to underestimate them. But all of that depended on one condition. His image had to remain intact. And now that image had just been shattered by a smooth little combo. Adult Sasuke instantly swapped positions with Urashiki using a Meno Dojikara. Then Boruto, who had been waiting for the opportunity, slammed a Rasengan straight into him. Urashiki was blasted away, crashing through several trees before slamming into the ground. He lay there staring blankly at the sky, as though life had suddenly lost all meaning. With the physique of a pure-blooded Otsutsuki, he naturally wasn't seriously injured. But being outplayed and wounded by a bunch of monkey-like lower life forms was a humiliation he simply could not accept. Only by killing every last one of them could he wash away that shame. Urashiki's fishing rod was his personal weapon, a manifestation of his own power. After leaving his hand, it automatically returned to his side, and no longer restrained Naruto. Adult Sasuke appeared beside them. Naruto, are you alright? I'm fine. I don't know how Sasuke's doing, though. After the successful ambush, Boruto also arrived. The three of them ran over to the crater together. Seeing that young Sasuke had already been treated, and was no longer in any real danger, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Young Sasuke's injuries weren't serious. Urashiki's immense strength had simply smashed him into the ground, and left him dazed for a while. He had already recovered. Shinobi were generally quite resistant to blunt force impacts. He asked, "Did you take care of that guy?" Boruto scratched his head. "I think so." Adult Sasuke shook his head. "Impossible. Members of the Otsutsuki clan aren't that easy to kill." Sure enough, Urashiki slowly walked toward them. Unlike the relaxed smile he'd worn before, his face was now twisted with rage. Malice gleamed within his blue Rinnegan. "You bastards. A bunch of trick-playing monkeys. Damn lower life forms. I'm going to kill every one of you." Adult Sasuke immediately said, "Get out of here. I'll handle this myself." Urashiki sneered. "Bastards. None of you are leaving here alive." He reached his right hand into the red glowing fish basket on his back, and pulled out a massive sphere of fire release chakra. Crushing it in his hand, he transformed it into countless streams of fire that shot into the sky. They rapidly expanded before plunging downward, blanketing Sasuke and the others like a barrage of missiles. Then came lightning release, wind release, and more. In Urashiki's hands, the 5 nature transformations were little more than marbles casually tossed around, yet each attack carried terrifying power. This was one of his abilities: absorb ninjutsu, then release it again with even greater force. Most members of the Otsutsuki clan didn't use the 5 nature transformations themselves. Some of them simply acted as transporters for other people's ninjutsu. In an instant, the entire area was engulfed in earth-shaking explosions. The forest became a sea of flames. Lightning flashed wildly. Massive boulders rained from the sky. Wind blades tore through everything in their path. Whirling torrents of water ground relentlessly like millstones. Any living creature caught inside would be crushed and torn apart. But none of it posed any threat to adult Sasuke. He instantly activated his complete body Susanoo. Its chakra wings folded inward, protecting everyone inside. Young Sasuke stared blankly at the enormous purple giant. So this is Susanoo. It's incredible. Adult Sasuke had no time to pay attention to his younger self's admiration. Urashiki was already charging at him. Drawing his longsword, Sasuke rushed forward to meet the enraged Otsutsuki head-on. It was a battle between Rinnegan users. A duel of Rinnegan against Rinnegan. Adult Sasuke had Urashiki's Crimson Paper Crane teleportation, time rewind, ninjutsu absorption, and other convenient abilities figured out after several rounds of fierce combat. Urashiki had plenty of powerful abilities, but he relied too heavily on them and lacked flexibility in combat. Drawing on his vast experience, adult Sasuke quickly identified the general weaknesses of those abilities. Because of chakra preparation time, Urashiki could not use all of his abilities without limit. There was a matter of resource allocation. In other words, when he devoted himself fully to one ability, the others would inevitably be severely restricted or even become unusable. Calculating that another time rewind cycle had just ended, adult Sasuke pointed his sword toward the sky and unleashed an extremely powerful lightning release technique. Lightning release, Kirin. Crack. Lightning exploded across the heavens. A blinding flash illuminated the entire area, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. Thanks to Urashiki's earlier bombardment with the 5 nature transformations, a massive bank of electrically charged storm clouds had already gathered overhead. A ferocious beast formed from lightning crawled out from the clouds and crashed down upon Urashiki. But it accomplished very little. Urashiki had already activated his ninjutsu absorption ability. The lightning release merely became part of his chakra. Adult Sasuke seized the opportunity. Using a Meno Dojikara, he instantly appeared behind Urashiki. His lightning-cloaked blade pierced straight through Urashiki's heart. A righteous backstab. The moment the strike landed, adult Sasuke immediately withdrew his sword and retreated. He didn't know whether that would be enough to kill Urashiki. All he could do was wait and see. If it failed, then he would simply find another way to kill him. Every member of the Otsutsuki clan was different. Among all the battles adult Sasuke had experienced, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had been the weakest. In the end, he willingly allowed himself to be refined into a chakra pill, and consumed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki for the sake of the main family he served. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, meanwhile, had been defeated during his and Naruto's joint assault, only to be unexpectedly finished off by Boruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya was practically immortal, and could only be sealed away. As for the current Otsutsuki Urashiki, he wasn't sure. Unlike Kaguya, who had directly consumed the fruit of the god tree, Urashiki and the other Otsutsuki members consumed chakra-refined pills. The advantage was that their minds were less susceptible to corruption by a planet's violent will. They could strengthen themselves without taking enormous risks. The disadvantage was that they were not truly immortal. If they were struck by ninjutsu while not using their absorption ability, or if they suffered a fatal wound to a vital point, they could still die. Urashiki stared at the wound in his chest in disbelief. Then he looked at adult Sasuke. He seemed unable to understand why he had been injured again and again by lower life forms. Why? I already stole your chakra. Twice, in fact. How did you recover your strength so quickly? Adult Sasuke replied coldly, I have no interest in telling you. Urashiki narrowed his eyes. The chakra I steal isn't supposed to recover that easily. Someone in this time-space must have a way to heal you, right? And when I first arrived, I noticed something else. Both the ordinary ninjutsu of this world and even nature itself contain things I dislike. This isn't Konoha from 20 years ago. This is an entirely new world. A completely new Konoha. Am I right? Adult Sasuke frowned. At a time like this, that's what you're concerned about. Of course. I'm very curious to see who managed to restore your chakra in such a short time. There's no need. Urashiki, it's time for you to die. Urashiki suddenly put on the same relaxed smile he had worn at the beginning. Die? Sasuke, I don't die that easily. His smile widened. You made a mistake. Just now. You should have cut off my head. Before Sasuke could react, Urashiki suddenly swallowed his own crimson-glowing fish basket. Then he dug out both of his blue Rinnegan. Crunch! Crunch! He stuffed them into his mouth, chewed several times, and swallowed them whole. The brutal and bizarre act completely shattered the minds of the four youngsters watching from afar. If you can't beat your opponent, you turn yourself into an all-you-can-eat buffet. What kind of insane move was that? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, Susanoo vs. the Crane. 1707 words. Seeing Urashiki making strange movements, the older Sasuke took a few quick steps forward and positioned himself in front of the four kids, shielding them behind him to prevent any tricks. No matter what, Urashiki's target was the Nine Tails. As long as he wasn't allowed to obtain the tailed beast chakra, there was nothing to worry about. The older Sasuke tested him with a remark. Urashiki, is there any point in continuing this pointless struggle? It's over. Over. Ahahaha. What a naive lower life form you are. Allow me to show you my most savage form. To ensure his transformation wouldn't be interrupted, Urashiki flew higher into the sky. After all, transforming in the real world didn't come with invincibility frames. After swallowing his red glowing fish basket and both of his eyes, he became blind. But that didn't matter. A crack appeared in the center of his forehead. When it opened, it revealed a golden Rinnegan. At the same time, terrifying chakra gathered throughout his body, radiating an almost tangible pressure. The strange changes didn't stop there. A dazzling light appeared beneath his feet and formed into an oval-shaped barrier. Urashiki stepped forward and walked directly into it. When he emerged from the other side, his appearance had completely changed. His transformation was complete. Gone was the carefree image he had worn before. He had become a monster. The pair of blue Rinnegan he had swallowed regrew, but they were now golden. The horns on his forehead had transformed into wings, though one side was broken, making them look oddly asymmetrical. His pale blue hair turned into long white hair that flowed down his back. His arms became wings. His legs transformed into black bird talons. His face was covered in black rectangular markings that looked like stitched-together tattoos. He had gone from a handsome young Otsutsuki to a birdman. The appearance might have been questionable, but the pressure he gave off far surpassed before. The terrifying chakra gathered within his body felt incomparably heavy. Meanwhile, the barrier used for his transformation erupted with light once more. For a moment, it outshone the sun itself. Like a supernova exploding, it turned the entire area into a sea of white. The blinding radiance even engulfed distant Konohagakure. Countless villagers looked toward the source of the light, wondering what had happened. Fortunately, Konoha's troublemaking citizens were far less easily rattled than people elsewhere. What hadn't they seen before? It was only a bright light. Nothing to fear. Minato, however, wasn't willing to leave things to chance. He immediately issued orders as Hokage. The entire ANBU and police force were mobilized to guide civilians into shelters, preventing Konoha from suffering collateral damage and having its residents killed by the enemy's large-scale attacks. After the brief eruption, the barrier collapsed. It dissolved into sinister black mist-like chakra that swept outward in every direction. Like a violent gale tearing through a forest, it flattened nearby trees. The battlefield, which had already been blasted to pieces, was scraped clean yet again. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. The chaotic chakra currents were so powerful that they drew dark clouds over the region. Thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed. It felt as though everyone had been thrown into an apocalyptic world born from an extreme natural disaster. The Otsutsuki clan truly deserved their reputation as the rulers of the universe. To other intelligent life forms, they were beings who called themselves gods. Now, with Urashiki unleashing his full power, the pressure he exuded completely surpassed the understanding of ordinary shinobi. Put simply, compared to the usual ninja battles where people tossed a few kunai and shuriken before ending things with a handful of jutsu, the power scaling had completely gone off the rails. Makoto didn't know how the Otsutsuki performed in Boruto's world. But here, Urashiki had finally stopped embarrassing the clan. At least now he looked somewhat worthy of being called a god. Since the older Sasuke had been keeping Urashiki suppressed, Makoto hadn't intended to intervene. But looking at the situation now, it seemed he needed to add an extra layer of insurance for Konoha. Chakra surged through his body. In an instant, Makoto created 10 wood clones. Then he vanished. When he reappeared, the clones had already taken up special positions around the outer perimeter of the battlefield. All 10 clones formed a complex sequence of hand seals in perfect synchronization. Then they raised both hands toward the sky and remained motionless. Together they formed a transparent, invisible barrier around the battlefield, preventing any damage from spilling outward. The intense light faded. The chaos subsided. Several people lying in a giant crater near the edge of the battlefield lifted their heads and shook the sand and dirt from their hair before looking toward the bizarre figure in the sky. Naruto said, "This guy looks different now. He's some kind of monster, isn't he?" Little Sasuke replied, "No, it's more than that. His chakra feels even more terrifying now." Sakura said, "What kind of monster is that? Why are we the ones who have to deal with something like this? Is this really something genin are supposed to handle?" Boruto said, "Urashiki is actually this terrifying." He was beginning to suspect that the Momoshiki he had defeated not long ago might have been a bargain bin Otsutsuki. The older Sasuke said, "What a troublesome opponent. I didn't expect him to be able to transform. Such sinister and astonishing chakra. He. Urashiki let out a bizarre laugh from the sky and pointed toward the group's hiding place. "I'm going to slaughter every last one of you inferior life forms. No, not just you. This damned Konoha doesn't deserve to exist either. Everyone who has seen my ultimate form must die. Ameno Sabaryaboshi no Mikoto, Gyako." Urashiki extended his right hand in the air and condensed a large number of purple chakra spheres, firing them toward Sasuke and the others. The older Sasuke activated his complete body Susanoo. In an instant, a gigantic purple chakra-armored warrior with wings towered between heaven and earth. The moment it appeared, 2 Susanoo swords extended from its hands. With a series of slashes and sweeping strikes, the massive blades instantly cleared away the incoming chakra spheres, triggering a chain of explosions across the sky. "So, Sasuke, this is your full power. But I'm not done yet." Ameno Sabaryaboshi no Mikoto, Ryugu. An enormous purple chakra sphere, carrying unmatched kinetic force like a falling meteor, crashed toward the older Sasuke. If he destroyed it with another slash, the resulting blast might affect the 4 kids behind him. Although he knew Makoto would protect them, the older Sasuke didn't want to take that risk. He trusted his own power more. Shinra Tensei. A vast repulsive force abruptly halted the massive chakra sphere before hurling it back at Urashiki. Since Sasuke possessed the Rinnegan, he naturally knew how to use Pain's signature technique. After years of development, he could even control its direction, preventing the 4 people behind him from being blown away as well. He hadn't used it before because his body had been weakened. Now that his chakra had temporarily recovered, he could finally fight at full power without holding back. Shinra Tensei. Urashiki responded with the same technique. In his crane form, the golden Rinnegan on his forehead could also manipulate attraction and repulsion. The 2 invisible waves of repulsive force collided in midair and instantly detonated the giant purple chakra sphere. Boom! The enormous amount of chakra released by the explosion swept outward like a typhoon. Had Makoto not set up a barrier beforehand, it was hard to say whether Konoha itself would have been blown away. But the nearby villages definitely wouldn't have survived. The entire population would have been wiped out on the spot. This was power that belonged to gods. Not only ordinary people, even 99% of shinobi would have been equally powerless to protect themselves. The older Sasuke spread the wings of his complete body Susanoo and charged into the storm, engaging Urashiki in battle. Now he could fly as well. Boom. 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 One large figure and one small figure exchanged an endless barrage of attacks high in the sky. Compared to Susanoo, Urashiki's body was tiny. Yet his strength was astonishing. His crane form had greatly enhanced both his physical power and taijutsu capabilities. Meanwhile, his original red glowing fishing rod had transformed into a black chakra staff that could freely change shape. At this moment, Urashiki was swinging the staff, its far end enlarged into a thick club, and clashing directly against Sasuke's twin Susanoo swords. His smaller size made him far more agile. From time to time, he slipped through openings and struck the giant Susanoo. Every blow left large cracks across the complete body Susanoo. Yet it never shattered, and the damage quickly repaired itself. Susanoo was a dojutsu unique to the Mangekyo Sharingan. While the complete body form possessed immense size and overwhelming offensive power, it was best suited for devastating large numbers of enemies with wide-area attacks. It was not particularly suited for dealing with opponents like Urashiki, small, highly mobile, and capable of free flight. Not only was it passive in such a matchup, but it also consumed a tremendous amount of ocular power. The older Sasuke naturally understood this. So he quickly changed tactics. Beating his wings, he pulled away from Urashiki and switched from close-quarters combat to long-range combat. The Susanoo swords vanished from the giant's hands. In their place appeared his signature weapon, the Susanoo bow. Drawing the bowstring, he condensed chakra into arrows and fired them at Urashiki. The Susanoo arrows seemed to come with a built-in tracking system and a guaranteed hit buff. No matter how fast Urashiki flew, he couldn't shake them off. So he simply stopped trying to dodge. Turning around, he extended a hand and condensed a large number of purple chakra spheres. Ameno Subaryaboshi no Mikoto, Gyako. High in the sky, countless chakra spheres collided with the Susanoo arrows, producing a continuous series of explosions. Boom. 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 For a time, the skies above the battlefield became a spectacular sight. Chakra surged wildly in every direction. Explosions echoed without end. The two of them had directly transformed a ninja battle into an all-out energy beam bombardment duel. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.